Hello everyone, welcome to What If Issei got solo leveling system and became sovereign of Dead Part 2. Before we start, please go support jokersHearts for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Issei is a male. Chapter 33, Entrance Ceremony. One thing had happened to me. In the Haidu apartment, a brown-haired man and a brown-haired woman were dressing in their uniforms, black jackets and pants, without the right measurements. A white shirt, and a blue-black tie, a uniform with two simple colors, but which denotes that it is well made. Both left their rooms. Haidu Issei and Ika Kiryu were ready to go study at SD Kuku. During these next 3 years, that academy would be their home. The mourners looked at this small but comfortable and humble place they called home, as the academy had dormitories for everyone. They looked for the last time to each take a medium-sized suitcase, where they contained their clothes and uniforms, the supplies they needed for classes. Everything was through computers, without the need to use supplies like years ago. Both looked at each other, to go with destination to SD Kuku. A school life was about to begin again, especially for the brown-haired, returning to school after 3 years. SDU? An unusual academy, where magical engineers, high-ranking hunters, magicians, these are just to mention a few, where the sons and daughters of supernatural families go to study, a large school, which is located on a large piece of land, outside the city. To get there you had to take an exclusive train that goes to that academy. A total of 46 minutes you arrive. For an academy to have its own train to take the students to the academy, that is a lot, considering the number of students that the academy has, although of course, some students know teleportation magic. As was the case with those of the Gremory clan, although Ika cannot yet. Upon arriving at the academy train station, you had to walk for another 20 minutes to get to the academy. During this time you could see that it was not a normal academy. You could see stores and its surroundings that simulated being large entertainment centers or for students to spend their free time. When referring to stay, the academy means it literally, but the duo continued walking towards the academy. They had to arrive on time. Today was the first day of classes and it is the welcome ceremony. After a 24-minute walk, after buying a gripa for Ika, the duo had arrived at the academy. You could see people arriving walking just like them, or being taken in limousines, others arriving with magic. The point is that you could see that not only humans attend this academy. They all wear the same uniform, but divided by gender, in addition to an emblem on the jacket, located on the right shoulder. An embroidery in the shape of a hexagon. You could see that several had a flower in it, and others were just empty. Ika's had a hexagonal flower, while the chestnuts did not. This is distinguished by 2 classes of students in the academy. Those who have a flower in the hexagon, they were from the primary group, called Bloom, which are characterized as the groups made up of the best, due to the results obtained in the test. And the second, those that do not have the flower, that was called Seed, which may flower at some point to be promoted to bloom, or remain as secondary. At the entrance of the academy, the duo ran into an acquaintance. Well, for the brown-haired boy, that acquaintance was Hoshikawa, the aforementioned. Upon seeing the brown-haired boy, immediately greeted him. The young man had no flower on his badge, just like the chestnut, both being seeds. For a few moments, Hoshikawa, upon seeing Ika, was confused that she was the brunette's girlfriend, earning a point from Ika. This guy is an incredible person. But the brown-haired boy said she was a childhood friend, clearing up the misunderstanding about his relationship with the brown-haired girl, which got a snort of water from Ika. The brown-haired boy was a good person, but focusing on earning a living before the legal age, he has become someone as tense as a rock from throwing in hints. But what could he do? That was the Issei that the brown-haired boy knows and wants. After Hoshikawa and Ika introduced themselves, the duo entered the academy, which was white in color and somewhat European in design, but high class. At the beginning of the new admissions, there were always cherry trees with falling petals, in addition to several of the same trees there were in the academy. In addition to a sign at the entrance saying New Admission Ceremony, suitcases with clothes would be carried by the servants on site, for the students to go to the auditorium, where the ceremony would take place. Ika had to meet with the rest of the Gremory clan, leaving only the brown-haired boy with Hoshikawa. The rich young man was excited to be able to attend this academy. he was grateful to his friend. Well, despite studying at this academy, I had the freedom to go out and make incursions, but only on weekends, which was fine. They would have a little school fun, while Hoshikawa and the brown-haired boy talked about trivial things, with Hoshikawa being the one who engaged the brown-haired boy in conversation. Many students looked at the duo strangely on their way to the auditorium, which they noticed, and among the murmurs of the people, they could hear, "Seed." Something the duo didn't understand. What's so strange about seeds? You can't blame them. The new students aren't up to date with what school life is like at this academy. Something that they did not take into account, to continue towards the auditorium, and it took them about 6 minutes to get there. The school is really big, and with a landscape that looked like Ian's mansion. Already arriving at the entrance of the auditorium, the duo was about to enter, but some students passed before them, colliding with the brown-haired boy, without even apologizing. Something that Hoshikawa demanded an apology for the brown-haired boy, and instead of that happening, the student who hit the brown-haired boy looked at them, seeing the hexagon on their right shoulders, to tell them the following. They should be careful what they say, they are just seeds. That was what the student Bloom said, with an annoyed look at the seeds duo, and then left with those who accompanied him. This comment drew a snort of annoyance from Hoshikawa, while the brunette hadn't even flinched, but had kept an eye on that student. But anyway, the duo entered the auditorium, now without anyone deliberately bumping into them, and before reaching the seats, they could see signs indicating where to sit. From section A to K, where those seats were close to the stage, would be, in a way, the main rows for the Blooms, while the rest, from L to Z, were located behind the seats for the Blooms. Apparently this academy puts a lot of emphasis on that. The chestnut tree had no problems, so they would go to the seating sections for seeds, being a little further away than normal. The moment the duo sat down, there were still empty seats, both in the Blooms and seeds, but the seats quickly filled up. This room had a capacity for approximately 500 people, of which 200 were Blooms, and the rest were seeds. Noticing how among the Bloom who were sitting, Asia, Aika, Kaneko and Tosca, but they are far away, and it would be polite to shout, so after the ceremony he would greet the blonde. When the clock reached 8 o'clock, the ceremony began. The director came out to give a few words. The director introduced himself as Mephistopheles. He wore very peculiar clothes. Purple hair color, green eyes, wore a small hat with purple feathers, had a ruff around his neck of purple and dark green. He wore a light blue and pale orange striped shirt, always wore his purple gloves and the purple and white cape. This was the director of this academy, who gave some welcome greetings to the first-year students, a greeting that was not at all formal from an adult, but more of a casual greeting like when you walk down the street, a simple, "Yo!" and "Have a great school life at this academy." That was the best way to describe the greeting. The director, without making anyone wait, gave his word to the student council president, Sona Citri, while he went to one of the seats on the stage to make a cup of tea appear, to start drinking it and watch the ceremony from that angle. In the seats that were on the stage, there were several people sitting. In addition to the director and Sona, there were 2 women and a man. One of the women the brown-haired man recognized was the young lady he had bumped into when he was thinking about Rias's request a month ago. If he remembers correctly, her name was Ross. What was it like? Well, he would soon find out. Sona Citri, student council president, same age as Rias, and is in the same year as the Gremory, 2nd year. Short black hair, violet eyes, with purple-colored lenses, a body not as developed compared to Rias, but she had her own beauty. Wearing the same academy uniform, bearing a Bloom logo on her hexagon, showing a serious, yet calm, self-confident expression. She began to dedicate a few words to all the new entrants, that the reason for being accepted here is a demonstration of their abilities, and that they would improve based on their stay at the academy, and that the school expects a lot from them in the future. But among those who were in Los Bloom made a comment on what Sona said, apart, and that is that they expect a lot from them. But not the seeds. It was the comment that was heard among the Bloom, without knowing who started it, but getting a few laughs from them, while the seeds, several were annoyed with that comment, while the hunter duo still did not understand the laughter of that comment. After calming down that little situation, With a withering look from Sona, the ceremony continued its course, starting to introduce the 3 new teachers who would be teaching at this academy. The first was a beautiful albino, who caught the attention of much of the male student population present. The albino introduced herself as Rosweiss, a member of Asgard's high elite Valkyries, who came here to teach classes on Asgardian magic and history. The next to pass was a short black-haired man with gray eyes, a very attractive Japanese man to the students, wearing the typical sack-type teacher suit. His name was Tobio Accuse, and he would be their teacher in close combat and stealth. After Tobio finished his brief presentation, the last presentation came, of a woman in a snow-white dress, with a peaked hat the same color as her dress, combined with a cape of the same color. Blonde hair, sapphire blue eyes, a beautiful foreigner in every way, delicate features, the woman introduced herself as Lavinia Rennie, and who would be her teacher in Western magic and a little alchemy. Many wished to be played as teachers, while others didn't care, like the brown-haired one, who had paid attention to the ceremony, but paid more attention to checking his statistics. Name: Issei. Level 40. Class: None. Fatigue: 0. Title: Wolf Killer. HP: 14,238. MP: 1,679. Strength: 97. Vitality: 59. Agility: 97. Intelligence: 51. Sense: 81. Remaining points: 3. While looking at his new skills, and in the active section there were 2 new ones, in addition to Sprinter and Bloodlust. Stealth LV1, your appearance and tracks will be hidden instantly, MP consumption 10 per second. He had obtained this ability after defeating Freed, from the stone that the Cursed One released when he was defeated forever. Vital Strike LV1, only works with dagger, causes critical damage when attacking vital areas, 70 MP per use. This second new active skill he had obtained when he had leveled up in the fight in the dungeons raided with Hashikawa. Advanced Dagger Arts LV1, extra damage when attacking with dagger, 33 extra damage. This was the new passive he had gotten, being really useful in his fights. In addition to reviewing a certain quest, a class change quest had appeared when he reached level 40. He hadn't accepted the quest yet, but it was still on his list of pending quests. This one apparently doesn't have a time limit, so the brown-haired boy would take a little time to do. Since there was no penalty, he would rest a little and enjoy his return to class after 3 years of not studying, but working. And after this small ceremony, the new students could go to their classrooms, where before entering, everyone had been given a cell phone-type device, where they could see their academic information, but other than that, it was technically a cell phone. This academy can really give some luxuries to students, and this device is one of them. Plus, each device already has all the information of its owner, in this case, the user. It would serve as a school ID, and you could also store your money in it, without having to carry money everywhere. On that device they would indicate the building and classroom where their classes would be, and luckily, Hashikawa had been placed in the same class as the brown-haired boy. In addition to the fact that blooms and seeds go in separate classes, and since the ceremony was over, it was time to go to the assigned room. And one last thing, the device also indicates where your bedroom is, along with the room number, where your respective luggage is located. This device was, so to speak, the one you would use for everything, even to enter your room, etc. Chapter 34. After the induction ceremony, each student was guided to their classroom in different parts of the campus, while some already knew how to use this device that the academy had given them before classes. The brown-haired boy and Hashikawa arrived at their classroom, which had a small sign that indicated the following: 1E, which said, First Year, Group E, an irony for the brown-haired boy, despite the fact that Rias was the one who got them a place in this academy. In the exams they were evaluated as E. Her classroom was spacious, with capacity for 35 students, but obviously, even though it has that capacity, the number of students in each group was well distributed. Seeing how the classroom is, tables that were technically a computer, which projected whatever was needed for the classes, very different from the typical notebooks of a common human school. It really is a place that offers a lot academically, being an educational system mixed between the natural and supernatural. The classes at this academy, according to the students' schedule, were subjects never seen in normal schools or normal universities. The duo each took a seat to wait for classes to start. Even though it was the first day, they had to concentrate. Hoshikawa looked excited as he looked at all the functions the device given to each student, called P.Ursinal referred to as PT, gave. While the brown-haired boy, well, it's not that he doesn't like to study again, on the contrary, a feeling of nostalgia came to him, from when he was still studying, and thinking that he could study again. He had told this to his mother, who was still in a coma in the hospital. She might not answer, but he felt that his mother would say something good about this. But it was a bit harder for him to express himself now, since he awakened this ability. As he became stronger, he felt like something in him was going away, as if in exchange for becoming even stronger. He didn't know, but it was just a feeling. His thoughts were brought out when Hoshikawa spoke to him, starting to tell him about the functions of the device, as well as the schedule for today. Being now 9 o'clock, today's classes would only have 3 hours for everyone, being that they would use the remaining time to familiarize themselves with the place, like their dorm, unpack their things, etc. Skip. The two had arrived, the 3 hours of class had ended, these being the first classes. They did not go into much depth yet, but they are interesting subjects, one of them being the study of magic. Everyone could go to their bedrooms to tidy up their things, that would be advisable, but these people here would already know how to allocate their time to do what they think is important. The brown-haired boy would go look for Aika and Asia, to see how they were, but he didn't know where those two were, so they would go look for them, something that in the end Hoshikawa joined the search to help, in addition to being able to see the academy at the same time. It was still not possible to call with the PT, since there was no contact in it, since the brown-haired man ended up using his cell phone, something that the call was immediately answered by Aika. The girl said which class she was assigned to, which served as a starting point for the brown-haired girl, being Class B of the first year. The academy is divided into 3 sectors for students of different years, first, second, and third years. That was how it was distributed. And with a map shown by the PT, it was easier for the brown-haired boy to find the room, but to find the map he had to rely on Hoshikawa's help. This device was really advanced, and compared to his, well, his could obviously call, send messages and download some applications, but the PT was a beast compared to his cell phone. Going towards the room that Aika indicated, while walking, some people looked at them strangely, seeing that the hexagon has nothing, indicating that they are both seeds. Something that the brown-haired boy asked Hoshikawa, what problems he had looking at them like that, something that the aforementioned investigated a bit on the Academy's social network. Yes, this thing has its own social network, and seeing some posts, it was possible to take the chestnut's answer, an answer that was simple. And they are seeds, being like second-year students, compared to blooms, who are first-year students. In other words, discrimination towards them, seeing him as someone inferior, something that the brown-haired boy understood, but if he stayed out of it, there would be no problems between him and those in year 1. Apparently even the best magic academy in Japan has its own problems that cannot be solved or lessened, something inevitable, and in a way something normal in an academy where so many upper class attend and others enter with effort. After walking for a while, receiving some glances and murmurs, they had finally arrived at the room where Aika was, in addition to seeing the aforementioned talking to her classmates, and among them was Asia. Where the 2 girls, upon seeing the brown-haired boy, quickly met with him, and the brown-haired boy was introduced to Hoshikawa, who politely greeted 2 pretty girls. Even though he had already met Aika before the ceremony, Asia was new. And to think that the brown-haired boy is calm and quiet all the time, he meets 2 beautiful girls, were Hoshikawa's thoughts, but anyway, she's not his type. When the duo met up with the 2 girls, the gaze was unexpected, 2 lower graders talking to 2 beautiful upper grade girls. Being in the upper class were children of rich people, upper class of society, in point is that, mostly from high society, not to mention that a small number are not. But it seems that this year most of the upper class came, as always, and together with those from the lower class, they would tarnish their reputation as an upper class. The purpose of which was another to divide into 2 courses, but it was the same students of past generations who gave this term of discrimination, which has remained in the academy. For many, a lower grade was unnecessary, being useless people who are accepted in this academy out of pity. It was the way it has been seen by the Blooms. Among the Blooms in Ika and Asia's classroom, a young man was reluctant to see how his two companions spoke for two seeds. It was like two stains on some beautiful flowers. The young student was about to get up to confront the duo of seeds, but someone intercepted that group. Kibayuto, an upperclassman, along with Tosca, the two of them came to look for the brown-haired boy, Asia and Ika, on Rias' orders, only they were missing, the others were waiting for them in a club room. An upperclassman appeared in front of them. That was incredible. Hashikawa was the only one who wouldn't go, since, well, he was out of it, so the young man said he would go look around and then tidy up his room, leaving the group. Which they were also guided by Kiba and Tosca to the place where they find their king and companions. A group of Bloom together, and a mere seed, outside of the seed, everything would be perfect, being a senpai guiding his kois. The seed was probably just there to inconvenience them, but the group didn't pay attention and left the place, leaving a bad taste in the young man's mouth for not teaching those two seeds a lesson and putting them back where they belong. Leaving the main classroom building, the group headed towards the grass field, seeing that as they walked, they could see a small two-story cabin, with a rustic design, but made with aesthetics. Apparently that was the place where they would meet. What would you want on your first day of school? They were about to find out. At the entrance to the cabin, there was a sign that said the following: Japanese Culture Study Club. It was the small sign on the door of the cabin, but the chestnut tree had been here before, but without seeing outside, only a room inside. Entering the cabin, the inside was also made of wood, for obvious construction reasons, but the light was very low, but enough to see the place. Apparently demons like the darkness, Kiba and Tosca guided the three to a room, passing through the door, seeing a place very familiar to them. It was the room where they met, and where the brown-haired boy met Rias. Rias was sitting in her chair at her desk, while next to her was Akeno, and on one of the sofas was Kaneko, eating some sweets. The brown-haired boy, Ika and Asia greeted their senpais with a slight bow, something that for the 2-1E-san is not necessary with such formalities. Now that everyone is seated, as Akeno poured some tea for all the newcomers. Issei, "Oh, this tea is good," he said, surprised. It did not compare to the tea he sometimes drinks outside or the ones he bought for home. This one had a strong but smooth taste. After commenting, he took another small sip. Akeno, Era, I'm glad you liked it," commented Queen Gremory with a smile, while she had a smile on her fine face. Rias stood up from his seat to say a few words to those present. Rias, officially the Japanese Culture Study Club is complete with its requirements, the redhead exclaimed to everyone. While the brunette didn't know what the redhead was saying, he hadn't joined any club yet. The requirement for a club to become official is 7 people, and here we are all, said the redhead, taking out a sheet with the members of this club written on it. Rias Gremory, Akeno Himejima, Kibayuto, Kaneko Tujo, Tosca Lazuri, Ika Kiryu, Issei Hayadu. These were the names written on it. This club was officially founded, and now you use this so that your pieces can meet. Although of course, the reason for choosing this topic was simple. The girl had a taste for Japanese culture, both ancient and modern. The redhead had a smile on her face, as she saw no objection, until the brunette raised his hand. Issei, is it mandatory or can I refuse? Asked the brown-haired man to Rias, receiving a yes as an answer. Is it really necessary? Rias, do you remember that I would make you change your mind about joining my nobility? The girl asked the brown-haired boy, while showing him a chess piece, who nodded. It so that you spend more time with all of us, and you'll see that you'll like the idea. Issei, I see, he said, understanding what Rias wanted, but why so much eagerness to gather pieces so quickly? Something in her made the brown-haired boy feel that the girl was in a hurry. It must be his imagination. Well, I guess I have no choice, so you win, Gremory-senpai. Rias, Bucho sounds better, hee. The girl laughed as she drew a smile of victory. Good. We'll let Sona know that the club is complete later. Now, said the girl, taking out some models of anime figures, from mechas to humans, there's nothing better than anime to start with Japanese culture," she exclaimed with a smile, showing the mountain of unassembled models based on anime characters. "Issei, is it an ACG?" he exclaimed in surprise, seeing how excited the girl was to show that. He could see how the girl's blue eyes shone intensely. Chapter 35. Night had come for the first day at this academy, and the first day at this club that the brown-haired boy entered on Rias' orders against his will had ended. It was a rather strange afternoon, but seeing how the others were having fun, a school air of an after-school club could be felt for the brunette. Being the first day of school, many of the activities seen reminded him of his school life when he was studying, being 3 years ago. Without realizing it, he had spent 3 years without attending an academy, and that was when his mother's strange illness began. Half a year working on any kind of thing, but then becoming a hunter after seeing the money they make. Getting the license was not easy, as he had to pass both theoretical and practical exams, and he was lucky enough to do so, and look how he is now, back at the academy, while now he makes incursions with Hoshikawa. The dormitories are located outside the academy, in a section exclusively for them, with a part of them for those in the second year. Walking while looking at the sky, a red color began to hide and become dark. The little red color of dawn had disappeared, giving way to night. Your PT indicated where your dorm would be, being dormitory E, room number 201. Upon arriving at the indicated building, a simple design, but nothing out of the ordinary, except to see how women and men enter the dormitory. Apparently it is a mixed one, something rare to see, given that it is an academy. It had to be separated by gender. I mean, it was common sense, but apparently this academy brings both genders together in a single dormitory. Without further ado, he entered the building. Inside, there was a design very similar to a Japanese dormitory, floors in a way where you had to take off your shoes to walk in it with slippers that the dormitory manager herself gave you. Being a 4-story dormitory with a rooftop, the chestnut room was located on the 3rd floor. Luckily, there was an elevator. The dormitory manager gave a pamphlet, which had the rules on it, but she didn't explain. Since there were many students living in this dormitory, it's easier to give a pamphlet than to explain to everyone who crosses the entrance. After leaving the elevator, he went to his room, looking for number 201. Along the way, he could notice how the rooms were for 2 people, but without mixing the mixed gender. Something the brown-haired boy asked, would he be lucky enough not to have a roommate? And if he did have one, what would it be like? Something about a roommate can determine your peace of mind for the duration of this semester at the academy. Whether you sleep well or not, depended on what kind of roommate you get. Thinking about this, he had arrived at his room, seeing at the entrance a lock, which had no key entry, being only a panel like a scanner. It was then that he remembered about the PT, and when they say that it will be his pass to everything during the conference, it really is to everything. Passing his device over the panel, which immediately opened, going from red to green, indicating that he could enter, he turned the handle, opening the door, to hear a familiar voice. "Oh, you must be my roommate," the voice exclaimed, while the door was not yet fully opened, and when the door opened, it was who he really thought. His roommate was Hoshikawa Sunio. Something that the aforementioned was also surprised to see in the brown-haired man, who could not help but smile. An acquaintance was better than a stranger, and who better than the brown-haired man? "Hoshikawa Aniki!" he exclaimed excitedly. "Issei, I told you that with Issei everything is fine," the brown-haired boy commented to his roommate. "Nothing about Aniki, and the aforementioned one called him that way." "Hoshikawa, calling you that way is my way of respecting you for helping me on the raids," the young man commented to his roommate. "Issei, call me Issei." "Hoshikawa Aniki." "Issei, soy Issei." "Hoshikawa, no, he's angry." "Issei, I can still go off plan, you know?" "Hoshikawa, okay, you win," Issei the boy commented. He didn't want to lose the raids, and the brown-haired boy would be a good ally to achieve it, but changing the subject, "Tell me something." "Issei, what do you want to know?" asked the brown-haired boy, as he began to unpack his suitcase. The rest of the room was simple: 2 beds, 2 desks with their respective computers, 2 tables with lamps for each bed, and 2 wardrobes and a bathroom. "Hoshikawa, how is Rias Gremory?" asked the young man to the brown-haired boy, who did not understand the question he asked him. I mean, if the Gremry heiress is much more beautiful in person than in the media in which she has managed to appear, right? Issei, she's cute, I answered with this simple response, while Hashikawa expected a longer answer. What? I don't know how to describe her. Day after. A new day at the academy had arrived. Unlike the first day, today, the classes had been officially announced. It was currently 10:30 a.m., a time for students to take a break, either to review what will be coming in the next class or to go to the cafeteria to eat. A dining room that at first glance is upper class, although clearly so, without adding any of that, like tablecloths, wooden chairs, no, simple, but sophisticated. At one of the tables, there was a group arguing, well, better said, that Hashikawa was arguing with some blooms, who apparently didn't want Asia and Aika to sit with them, and also that it seemed that the two of them were more interested in hanging out with some seeds than with blooms. Today the brown-haired boy had agreed to eat with Aika and Asia in the cafeteria, in the company of Hashikawa. He never thought that the discrimination between courses would reach this point. Being the duo from Class E, they were the first to arrive at this table to wait for the two girls. They would be right. But the pride of coming from a high-class family and being a bloomer is what rules, being them the ones who have the greatest privilege. The discussion about the table continued. Despite being a large cafeteria, the number of students was greater than the cafeteria could accommodate, given that each group of different years has a different free schedule. They came first, you should accept this fact, said a young voice, who did not belong to any of the groups present. Everyone turned to see a platinum-haired man, well-dressed, with topaz eyes. They didn't recognize the young man, but seeing the emblem, it was a bloom. The white-haired man went to support the seeds duo. Something strange, but the young man seemed unfazed by the pressure of the blooms, a serious look, which transmits intimidation. For a few moments his pupils were torn like those of a reptile, something that intimidated the group of blooms quite a bit, so they had no choice but to let the seeds stay at that table next to Asia and Aika. This would not stay like that for Bloom's group, as they will be given a lesson after class about what their place is. The white-haired boy's gaze returned to normal, turning to look at the group where the brown-haired boy is. Can I sit with you? There aren't many free seats at this time? The white-haired man asked the group, who had no problem with the young man's request. After all, he had helped them. Thank you, the young man thanked him. Issei, thank you very much. This thanked the brown-haired boy. But he didn't finish, since he didn't know the name of this young man. Valishni, first year Class A, nice to meet you. The white-haired man politely introduced himself using his mother's surname. Issei, thank you very much. Vali, I'm Hayata Issei, first year, Class E. The brown-haired boy introduced himself to Vali, offering him his hand to shake, something that the aforementioned accepted the gesture. Chapter 36. Valishni, Hayata Issei, Asia Argent, Kiryu Aika, and Hashikawa Sunio was how each one introduced themselves respectively. After, with the help of Vala, they were able to remove those blooms who demanded to deliver this table to the cafeteria. Now, with the integration of the white-haired man at this table with the group, while they ate, they talked about trivial things, which added to the conversation. Since the white-haired boy is also a first-year student, but from a different group, he didn't share much about his personal life, as it was a first meeting. He entered this academy to study, but at the same time he is trying to get his license to be a hunter soon. Something that Hashikawa presented himself along with the brown-haired boy to Vali, that they are both hunters, rank E and D respectively, something that impressed Vali a little, but he already knew that in this academy there were young people who can be hunters. The age to become one was 17 years old, but there are advances in special cases. And Vala is currently 19, although he was a few months away from turning 20, and being educated at home by his mother, grandfather and uncle, it took him a while to attend an academy. Not far from the chestnut in age, being the one of 20, having just turned not long ago, Asia with 18 the same as Aika, and Hashikawa has the same age as Vali, 19. Some people passed by when they saw that table, 3 blooms talking with 2 seeds, something normal for others, and others not so much. Vala hearing that they were 2 hunters, but of low rank, would it be war? He wondered in his mind. He couldn't feel that Hashikawa was strong, but the brown-haired man was another story, something about him seemed strange to Valley. Something strange seemed strange to the brown-haired man, as if he were a giant shadow. Something that he didn't give importance to. While they were talking, in addition to eating, and the topic of conversation was changed, from hunters to the discrimination that exists against the seeds, it was Valley who told this. A student's course in this academy, and in others related to magic, is calculated by their magical power, being a very similar way to how hunters do it. During an exam to measure your magical power, in this way your course is determined, a simple and quick way, since each year the number of students who enter is many, but not in an exaggerated way. The seeds, which are called seeds, reason that they do not yet bloom, showing their growth, something that many of the students come from a high-class family with great mastery of magic interpreted in a way other than its true meaning. For the brown-haired man, since he, Hashikawa, Aika and Asia never took those types of exams, the same woman arranged the things that the three of them would enter. And about measuring magical power, it had been a while since the brown-haired man measured it for the last time being, Mawajuka personally went to see how it was, and now he wondered how much magical power had increased, making him curious to know. But anyway, returning to the topic of the two courses, many of the course ones look at the seeds as if they were inferior beings. Just with that in mind, it clouds people's thoughts, making them become arrogant and feel superior just for the simple fact of being from course 1. Although there are also others who are not, since Vala already knew some in his class, a certain Arthur Pendragon, and the other son Biko. Anyway, the conversation continued in the group, without paying attention to their surroundings, until the bell rang, signaling that break time was over, and it was time to return to class. Something that the group would return to their respective classrooms, but not before Vala exchanges numbers with the brown-haired boy and Hashikawa. Being for Vala they seemed like very nice guys, maybe when he gets his license they can go on a raid together. But will they be strong enough to be at his level? A little knowledge was not the only thing that Vala learned at home, but also in combat, and controlling his sacred gear, something that Vala has achieved at a great level. But it is something that no one in the academy knows, only the director. It is something that Vala himself would not even reveal, according to his grandfather's words. Listen to me very well, little Valley. If they know you're a Lucifer, say goodbye to going to the bathroom in privacy. It was what her grandfather said. It sounds ridiculous, but it is true and very true. If the Citri and Gremory heiresses being idols of the academy are quite famous for their appearance, added to that surname that both in the human world and the underworld is recognized as one of the most important families, many more people would like to get closer to them. Something that for Vala does not have so much of that tolerance, not even with the meditation lessons from his uncle Euclid works, so it was better to use his mother's surname, Shni. Without further ado, he said goodbye to his classmates, to go back to his classroom, in the same way the rest would do, and the class that the brown-haired boy and Hashikawa were assigned would be combat, with Master Accuse, while Asia and Aika would have magic and alchemy classes with teacher Lavinia. Skip. Combat classes, as the name suggests, are hand-to-hand combat training. You will never know if, when you are unable to use magic, there is no other option than a fist fight. A class given by Tokyo Accuse, a young adult in his mid-20s, between 25 and 30, a handsome young man in the eyes of the female population. And they are currently in a combat demonstration against one of the students of this group, first Group E, and the student who chose for the demonstration before the eyes of the students is Haida Issei. Many will think that it would be a very uneven fight, and it is, but not as much as the spectators think. The chestnut turned out to be fast and agile, too much, although it is not surprising, being the chestnut a hunter, experience was what he should have, and seeing this is a lot. Student profiles are accessible to teachers, basic information about their students, and whether or not they are a hunter is part of the basic information. The chestnut's physical condition was in absolute perfection, but he was only that, agile, fast and strong, without a defined fighting style, something that if you can follow the chestnut's speed, you can see that his way of fighting leaves much to be desired for someone who knows how to fight. A style learned on the street, it is strong, but predictable, something that Tobio saw in the chestnut, something that the aforementioned also limited himself, since using everything he is capable of would be exposing himself too much. A rough way of fighting, which simply manages to knock the chestnut to the ground. Tobio, young Hayato, I can do this all day if you don't put more effort into attacking instead of making me attack, said the black-haired man in a boxing-type fighting pose to a brown-haired man who is on the ground. Issei, he sighed in pain, for being thrown to the ground so many times. Yes, I already know, sensei, said the brown-haired man, getting up to continue again. Despite having become stronger, this demonstrative combat could notice that his fight has always been about using his physical conditions, instead of using a combat style, noticing the difference between the way of fighting learned in the raids against the well-trained fighting style of Tobio. Technique also counts for a lot, and from this class he could learn a lot that would help him in the next dungeons. Apparently, this academy is more than the brown-haired boy can think or would have thought. Chapter 37. The combat class had ended, something that the brown-haired boy came out with some light blows, nothing that his regenerative ability could not take care of, but nobody knows about this. So he was sent to the infirmary. It wasn't necessary for him, but orders are orders, so he was on his way to the infirmary, just so they know that he is fine despite having received several blows and being thrown to the ground multiple times by his master. He just needs to get checked out a little and it would be over. He was on his way to the nearest infirmary, since there are several located in this great academy. It didn't take long for him to arrive. Standing in front of the infirmary door, he knocked twice, until a female voice sounded inside the room giving him permission to enter. The brunette opened the door of the infirmary, politely entered the room, meeting the girl he had collided with on the street a month ago, Rosweiss. That was the name of the white-haired girl. Something that surprised her to see the young man again, since he was the same one who served as a guide to the girl when she first arrived in this city. But isn't he a little old to attend an academy where boys between 17 and 19 years old attend? Well, it's not that he's that old, since he doesn't look like a young teenager, or does he? The brown-haired man had already seen the white-haired girl at the ceremony, but he didn't know that besides being a teacher, she works as a nurse, wearing the typical white coat that characterizes her. The young man greeted the girl, from a student to a teacher, and the teacher returned the greeting. In addition to doing his job, being ordered by Professor Tobio, a review of how the brown-haired boy was after a class session being a punching bag for the black-haired boy. Something the white-haired woman understood, a check of the body to see if there was any injury from a blow or something similar. Rosweiss, fine, we can, but what are you doing? Said the girl calmly, maintaining a normal expression but a smile, although it didn't last, since when she looked at the brown-haired boy, she saw that he was taking off his upper clothes, changing to an embarrassed expression, while his face turned red. Issei, eh? What do I mean? I'm taking off my clothes so you can check if I have any bruises or not, he said, confused by the teacher's strong reaction. Rosweiss, put on his shirt. There's no need to take it off, I was going to check it with magic, exclaimed the white-haired girl, embarrassed, avoiding seeing the brunette's upper torso, although surprisingly she left a clear line for one of his eyes. Issei, oh. I didn't know this, I thought it was like what they normally do in hospitals. Sorry, the brown-haired boy apologized, putting his shirt back on. He really thought it would be a typical checkup at any hospital. After passing this small misunderstanding, at Rosweiss's request, the chestnut lay down on a bed, where later, the albino would apply a little magic, surrounding the chestnut's body. A green aura surrounded the chestnut. If there was any wound, in the place that surrounds the green aura, it would change color to red, indicating damage in that part. Everything was in perfect condition in the chestnut tree. Without any injury, the white-haired girl would prepare a report, since each student who goes to the infirmary had to have their consultation registered. After finishing the review, the white-haired girl told the brunette that he could leave, but not before telling the brunette that she would invite him to have a drink after school, as a favor for being her guide when she just arrived in this city a month ago. Something that the brunette said was not necessary, but the white-haired girl insisted on inviting him to have a coffee or something similar, as a thank you. Something that the brown-haired boy said he had plans for after school, something that the white-haired girl understood would be for another day, but that she couldn't deny then. Rosweiss doesn't like to fail to thank someone who helped her. Her grandmother didn't raise her that way. It would stay like that. When they were both free, they would go for a coffee and a cake, something that the brown-haired man accepted. When he was free, something that he wouldn't say, but it didn't feel right for a woman to invite him. It's not because of gender, but because she had done what was right, without asking for anything in return. Thanking the white-haired girl, he went to change into the sack-type uniform they always wear, leaving Ross Weiss alone again. As quickly as the door closed, the white-haired girl's normal face, an explosion of red flooded her face, remembering the moment when the brown-haired girl took off her shirt, showing a well-formed torso, something unusual in a teenager, quite conditioned. He brought his hands to his head, scratching it multiple times, trying to stop thinking about it, even putting his face on the desk. "Ross Weiss, calm down, Ross Weiss, calm down!" she exclaimed to herself. "Remember, you are going to be a teacher. Don't let your single side get involved in this." Much less a minor, the girl said to herself, something that among her circle of friends, she was the only single woman, even though she is only 22 years old, and she is still single. Odin's mockery is not long in coming, something that thanks to this job she does not have to listen to those jokes, and not to mention the songs. Although to tell the truth, being a teacher at this academy is her priority to transmit the Asgardian culture through her teachings, although a more personal goal would be to find a partner, something that she might find in an academy, while she waits for her hunter's license to arrive. Since her grandmother had told her that she and her grandmother met when she was just enlisting to become warriors in her time, something that what happened later was history, something that as her granddaughter, she wanted to try that. If the brown-haired boy were of legal age, she would think about it, but he is a minor, being a first year, who will obviously be 17 or 18, and the minimum age for an albino is 19 and up, and it seems the brown-haired boy does not comply, or so it seems. Kara is not bad, she is kind in helping a stranger, but her lack of expression is the negative thing, and it seems that she has a face like she has never had a girlfriend. But who is she to say this last part? Ross Weiss, 22 years old, currently single, and for a Valkyrie, before that age she must already have a partner, and she does not fall into that part. Skip. Classes had ended, the brown-haired boy was with Asia and Aika, ready to go to the club that Rias created. The second day of classes, everything was normal, leaving aside those things of discriminating against the seeds. Hashikawa said he would go to the library to look for some books, especially about guild management. Even though he already knows the basics, it wouldn't be good to know more. As the three walked calmly towards the club, along the way they ran into a group of blooms, very familiar faces, being the same ones who wanted to take their place in the cafeteria. The group prevented the three from continuing their way to the club. Those blooms had nothing against Asia and Aika, but with the brown-haired one it was a different matter, being a seeds, something that should not act so formally with the blooms. Then one of them walked until he was face to face with the chestnut being a little taller than the bloom. The brown-haired boy was not fazed by the look of disgust that Bloom gave him. He simply stared, waiting to see what they wanted from him now. If it was seed stuff, no thanks. Although if they gave him 500 yes for every time he heard that, the apartment rent would be paid several times over, and that's only on the second day of class. Asia wanted to intervene, as did Aika, but it would only cause problems, since if they didn't get together with the brown-haired boy, they wouldn't go after him. But those things of course are no excuse to spend time with her friend. Asia may be shy about this, but for Aika it's something else. When the brunette with glasses was going to help her friend, a female voice had gone ahead of her, attracting everyone's attention to the direction from where that voice came, meeting a blue-haired girl, with a serious expression. Chapter 38. A blue-haired girl intervened between the brunette and Elle Bloom, before Aika could defend her childhood friend. A girl of a height above the average of a normal, blue hair to her shoulders, and playful eyes. The girl was wearing the academy uniform, with an extra accessory, like a red band on her left arm, which said Moral Committee. A serious look showed that she was involved in the intervention of these two young men. Tsubasa Yura, head of the Moral Committee, a group in charge of ensuring that students do not break the academy rules. In addition, the girl belongs to the Student Council, under the command of Sona Citri. Yura, fighting is prohibited within the academy. If you want to do it, request a simulated combat room, said the blue-haired girl to those present. Fighting is not good, much less in school, but this is not an ordinary school. The fights are part of this academy and the other 10 more throughout Japan, being that here knights, magicians, among other professions that require combat, come out, in the same way in the technological and magical advancement. A fight is inevitable, since we already know the conflicts that exist between a bloom and the seeds. It is something that could not be eradicated. The best way to end part of this conflict is for a seed to show what it is capable of. Entrance exams do not always reflect someone's true ability, this being the method used to filter out students only. After the blue-haired girl said this, the brown-haired boy thought about it for a while, until he shook his head, leaving this aside, being a pointless fight. The blue-haired girl already knew who she was, since the PT device contained many things like an updated guide for this year, so it was easy to know who Yura was. The brown-haired boy said it was a misunderstanding, and that he, Asia, and Aika were already going to the club they had to attend before being late. Passing by the side of those blooms, while Yura looked on, something that the blooms would not do, knowing that they could be sanctioned, but that did not stop them from giving a message to the brown-haired boy. Weak people like you don't know their place. It was the comment that Bloom made at the brown-haired man's face, a comment that wasn't very offensive, but it was strong enough to stop the brown-haired man in his tracks. Weak was the word that was mocked, also one of the reasons for becoming strong. His look became serious, after this comment, a hunter's look. He turned around, now having a gaze that searches for his prey, a penetrating gaze that would make anyone sweat because of such a gaze that emits a strong pressure. This look was directed at Bloom, who made that comment. The aforementioned could feel the brown-haired boy's intentions in his gaze, being intimidated by those eyes, but he tried to hide it, since it would be embarrassing to know that he felt some fear of Bloom. Issei, Tsubasa-senpai, could you guide us to a combat room? I asked the aforementioned, who could also see the brown-haired boy's gaze from one moment to the next. He seemed like a different person, a second personality. Being the second day, for the chestnut tree to endure this type of discrimination would be like being a hunter before his awakening, but calling him weak was something he couldn't stand. Teaching that Bloom a lesson wouldn't be bad, it didn't sound like a bad idea. The aforementioned quickly came out of her trance at the look from the brunette, accepting, but before guiding them to one of the rooms, with her PT she communicated with Sona about this small simulation combat between a bloom and a seed. After this quick message, the blue-haired girl guided the group towards a simulated combat room, where they could use magic without destroying the academy, but obviously lethal attacks would not be allowed. The most she could do was knock out her opponent, the only rule being to never put the other's life in danger. While on the way, Yura explained the rules they should keep in mind when fighting, nothing about putting the other's life in danger. The combat rooms or attack simulations, where students can test magical attacks without hurting anyone, had many uses, not only for combat, but for experiments that students do. You could say this is where technology and magic begin to come together. A simple room, without many details, just everything was made of metal, a white color with light green touches, like a chrome white with very low green tones. While the spectators along with Yura were in the middle glued to the wall, to watch the fight, being that it was the only way to see the fight, there were no extra rooms where they could see it, and it was their duty to witness this simulated combat, without anyone getting into danger. The young Bloom took out his weapon, a pistol, which instead of shooting bullets, was an amplifier for his magical attacks, being a means that helps him concentrate his magical power in a single point with more precision. He had to give himself the luxuries, being that an object like that, only a hunter of rank B and above would get an accessory of such power. And since many Blooms come from wealthy upper-class families, something like that wouldn't be difficult to achieve. Bloom was already ready. Her confidence was at its peak, far exceeding her height, which was 1.73 meters, and the brown-haired girl being 1.84 meters. For the chestnut, teaching Bloom a lesson is safe, but what weapon could he use? Rasaka's dagger was his only weapon at the moment. He wanted to teach him a lesson, not kill him by poisoning him. So that dagger wasn't a good option. So I would ask for a weapon, or whatever to deliver physical blows. I could use my hands, but knowing how many points I have in strength, I didn't want to play it in case I break a bone. Leaving that Bloom unconscious was the intention. This action of borrowing a weapon did not go unnoticed by the small group of Blooms present, some laughing at this, and others trying to contain their laughter. Something that caused Asia and Aika's annoyance. The two girls know what he is capable of. Well, Aika has the idea, since she has never seen the brown-haired boy fight, the only proof being the video where he threw the broken sword at the stone golem. And on Asia's part, even though she was in the freed incident, she didn't see the battle between the brown-haired boy and the aforementioned, but with what Kiba told her, she knew that her friend is really strong. Asking for a borrowed weapon, this simply raised Bloom's confidence that he would fight with the chestnut. Apparently this was typical of the seeds. Not many are lucky like the Blooms, to have a personalized weapon. In his mind he thought that he had already won this fight. The brown-haired boy asked for a weapon according to his way of fighting, since there were no weapons similar to what he asked for, a dagger, something very rarely seen, being a weapon of such short range that nobody uses, since a sword was better than a dagger by a slight distance. There was nothing similar. Well, there is one. A small wooden sword from the Kendo Club, being a weapon to talk about. Even though it had broken, they left it like that, giving it the shape of a dagger that the Yakuzas use in the movies. Something that the brown-haired boy gladly took, something that surprised Yura, who thought that the brown-haired boy would ask for something to fight at a distance, and not at close range. Using a wooden sword, well, before it broke it was a sword with a normal length. But now it was more of a dagger, since the Kendo Club gave it that use, so as not to simply throw it away. It was stupid to see how a wooden dagger against a personalized weapon, combined with the seriousness of the chestnut, this caused the anger of the Bloom that would fight with him. "Do you really think you can fight with a piece of wood against my personalized weapon?" I asked with grace, a mocking tone. Issei, yes, he said simply, but still having the objective in mind of teaching him a lesson for calling him weak. A short but direct answer, causing Bloom to get angry, and murmurs from his companions. "Aika, come on Issei. I'll beat up that braggart," exclaimed the brunette with glasses to her friend, not caring that the other Bloom sees her that way. Asia was calmer compared to Aika, but she supported the brunette in her own way, giving a signal with her arms that meant she would teach him a lesson. "Tch, if you apologize, you can avoid this humiliation, of course, if you swear not to come near Kiryu-san and Argento-san again," commented Bloom as a warning to the brown-haired boy, who cared little about this comment, giving a battle pose, since this was an obvious answer as you wish. "But don't think that because of the rules I will be soft with a second-class student." "Yura, begin!" exclaimed the blue-haired girl, giving this signal as if the fight were beginning. The Bloom with his gun he quickly aimed at the chestnut, pulling the trigger several times, firing several shots towards the chestnut, each shot going in a different direction from the angle of the chestnut, making a total of 6 shots. Covering several angles that he could dodge, Bloom thought he had already won this, since it seemed that the chestnut still hadn't reacted to this attack. The brown-haired man, in a quick movement, disappeared from his position, causing the shots to collide, causing an explosion, but nobody saw that, being a last-minute movement. But Yura was able to notice at the last moment, she almost didn't succeed. It was quite fast, that if she weren't the one supervising this fight, it would be harder for her to notice that speed. Her eyes widened slightly in shock, but after that explosion, shouldn't he have appeared? Since he had moved so quickly, it would be logical for him to appear immediately, right? But he hadn't appeared yet. The chestnut had used his ability to hide his presence, the same ability of the stone that Freed dropped when he was defeated. No one saw or felt him. While his presence was kept low, he was currently behind the Bloom, still unrevealed. When the smoke of the explanation cleared, there was no one there anymore, which worried Aika and Asia, while the rest thought that their partner Bloom had exaggerated. Being the only one who knew that the chestnut was still here, was Yura, who was trying to find the chestnut, but the sound of something falling to the ground caught her attention. That Bloom who was fighting had collapsed to the ground, noticing that he had been knocked out by the chestnut with his wooden weapon. His appearance surprised everyone, and even more so the group of Bloom present, since he had witnessed a seed defeat a Bloom. Well, not exactly, since his biggest question was how and when that seed was behind his partner. "Yura, winner!" "Hayate!" exclaimed the blue-haired girl, after quickly coming out of her impression, coming to the conclusion that not only did she move quickly, she had hidden herself with magic, a high-level spell. The winner of this fight was revealed, expected by Asia and Aika, but unexpected by Bloom's group, who first went to help their partner. while others said it was a dirty fight, demanding that the victory actually went to his teammate Bloom. They carried the knocked-out Bloom to sit against the wall so that he would wake up shortly. Aika and Asia did not wait to congratulate the brown-haired boy, who thanked the two girls, and then returned the wooden sword to Yura. His blow was not very strong, given to the back of the Bloom's neck. He would wake up very soon. That's what the brown-haired boy hoped, given that it was minimal force. And so it was, after 5 minutes that Bloom woke up, but with a pain in his neck. The last thing he remembered was that the seed was not there, and then everything went black. Giving him the news that he had lost, causing his anger, he was going to demand revenge, since according to him, that seed had cheated. And before this discussion could continue about a cleaner rematch, the door to the room opened, revealing 4 girls, who everyone in the room recognized, well, the brunette not so much, being one of the 4 girls unknown. Chapter 39. The simulated battle between a seed and a Bloom had ended, resulting in the victory of the seed, Haedu Issei. And the knocked-out Bloom had woken up, having a not very favorable expression, being the news of his defeated by a mere second course. He claimed a rematch would make him a sore loser, but the door to this training room was opened, revealing 4 girls. Since everyone present recognized her, well, except for one of them because of the chestnut. The 4 girls who entered the room were the following: Rias Gremory, Himejima Akeno, President and Vice President of the Japanese Culture Club, respectively. Sona Citri, President of the Student Council of this academy, and next to the brunette with glasses, was the unknown girl. A body that could compete with Rias and Akeno, compete, not on par, long black hair with fringes on the forehead, wearing blue semi-framed glasses, a pair of light brown eyes. Tsubaki Shinra, Vice President of the Student Council, 19 years old, same as Rias, Akeno, and Sona. A serious expression, like Sona's, being also his right hand, is also his queen, the same case of Rias and Akeno. Yura, who had warned that this little fight would happen to Sona, and who, let's see the names of those involved, Asia, Aika and Issei, the 3 are part of the club of her friend/rival Rias, which was not a mere coincidence, and ended up communicating with Rias about this, and for that reason, they were now also together. Rias and Akeno walked towards their kois, passing by the Blooms. Those who, upon seeing the 2 beautiful senpais, did not try to avoid blushing, without exception, both men and women. They did not know the reason for their appearance here, but they know that they are daughters of renowned demon houses, and above all, they have nobility. They didn't know that he was about to appear here, so they thought he would be looking for people to be his pieces. Thinking it would be one of them, they started greeting the 2 senpais, which both of them showed a smile in return to their greeting. It is an honor to meet you, senpais. My name is Ki. The Bloom that the brown-haired boy had defeated could not finish his presentation to the 2 beautiful girls, being that he passed over him and his Bloom companions to go with another small group. Rias, for a moment I thought she had gotten into serious trouble. But I'm glad to see you unharmed, said the Crimson Princess to the 3 involved. Sona told me that she had gotten into a fight. I came with Akeno as quickly as we could to fix things. Aika, not us, but Issei does, the brunette commented, happy to have seen how that presumptuous Bloom was thrown to the ground as if nothing had happened. Akeno, Era Bucho, you should see this recording of the fight, Himejima commented to her king, showing the recording of the fight. She was impressed. He really was faster than Kiba. One thing was to see and another was to hear from Kiba. The redhead saw the recording, a fight that lasted just a few minutes, and it was over, seeing how the brunette had appeared out of nowhere behind that Bloom and then knocked him out with a piece of wood. Although both girls already had a slight knowledge about the brown-haired man's strength from the recording of the golem they fought, what he used seemed to be camouflage magic. While they completely ignored that Bloom, whose anger was getting to the top. I want a rematch, year 2, he exclaimed loudly to the brown-haired boy, his pride hurt by this fight, and even more so seeing how 2 of the most beautiful girls in the academy pay more attention to that seed than to an elite Bloom. Like him, being that he had entered with the best grades and results, he should receive that attention. You caught me off guard with your dirty tricks. Let's fight again and you'll see who is really better. Sona, it's not necessary. The student council president intervened at this, showing a serious face. more than usual, Citri had also seen the recording, and continuing to let her fight, the result would be the same. Nothing will change the result we have now. But I can win. Sona, you're wrong. Citri denied Bloom's comment. The result would remain the same. Sona commented. Apparently this young brown-haired man is the one who spoke to Rias, an E-rank hunter who only has E-rank, that, the rank, while his abilities are the opposite of his rank, and irregular. She doesn't know in depth his reasons for hiding strength, and keeping a low rank. He is not a faker. He would already have his personal reasons, something that has nothing to do with threats or something dangerous. Sona would not intervene or do anything. She won't say it, as much as Rias, since Rias had told her several things. Maybe when she finishes with the problem that Rias has, she herself would tell. Did he beat you fair and square in a strategic manner, or do you want this defeat to be made public? Bloom asked the last part in a threatening manner, which was a shot to his pride, something that Sona knows, and is up to date with this type of school discrimination. Although strength can come from anywhere and from any being, whether weak or strong, it manifests itself in various ways, a term that could be applied to Chestnut. Bloom had no choice but to leave this and go with his classmates, since if more people knew about this, it could be a mockery of the first years for having lost to Bloom. Not without first taking a look at the Chestnut. This between the two would not stay like this. This fight had an error, which would soon show that the seed cannot win a Bloom. The group left the place, leaving the demons with the Chestnut in the room, but after the group of Blooms left, the Chestnut also left. Not before telling Rias that he will not attend the club, since he wanted to rest in his bedroom. He did not give any more reasons, something that the redhead gave him permission for, even though if he said no, he would not attend. And as the group of Blooms left, as did the Chestnut, but not before saying goodbye, the others no longer had anything to do here, so they left in the same way. Rias, Akeno, Asia and Ika went back to the club, while the Citrus, they returned to their work as student council and disciplinary committee respectively. Japanese Culture Club. The topic to be discussed today, unlike yesterday which was assembling ACG models, today was tea, the topic chosen by Akeno. Since tea is not only part of Japanese culture, but of general Asian culture as well, since ancient times. Since its preparation is an art in a certain way, a separate topic was about the chestnut. That serene seriousness of always was noticed somewhat different, something that Rias noticed. During the month before classes, Rias has been able to engage in a good conversation with the brown-haired boy. She is not the only one, the others present are also the majority. Something that makes me laugh. I don't wait to ask Ika and Asia about the chestnut, the first being that he has known him since they were very young, and the second being the one that has known him the longest after Ika. Something Asia told her was how kind he was, that he helped her a lot when she had just arrived in this city, to become a hunter and earn some money for the church where she comes from in her small town. But after that incident in the D-rank dungeon, the brown-haired boy had changed drastically when she met him again. But in the eyes of the blonde, he had matured quite a bit, especially due to the effort he makes every day on the raids. That despite being known as the weakest hunter, he was not discouraged and gave his all to do his job. The blonde told a little about the qualities of Brown, which was the most important thing to her, without noticing that her cheeks were tinged with a slight red color while she was buying this. Something that those present noticed, that shortly after the blonde noticed this, and then moved to a corner to avoid the feeling of shyness that she had. Ika, being the one who knows the brunette best, said that unlike how he behaved now, before his father died in a raid, with no trace of his body, the brunette behaved like any other young boy his age, that was 10 years ago. If the mother and father were currently healthy and alive, the brown-haired boy would most likely still be a bit perverted and constantly want to achieve his dream of being the king of the harem. Ika said, remembering when the boy always told her about this when they were younger, something that for those present in Kiba, they couldn't even think that their partner had a dream like that. That seriousness didn't seem like he could say something like that, but well, before was before. And as a child he always wanted to be a hunter like his father, even though he is now, he doesn't do it because he wants to, but out of necessity because he has to, and it's the best way to get money for expenses. You could say that her friend had to mature since he was 10 years old, that during high school he would skip classes to work, something that the brunette always covered up so as not to be discovered. Aika stopped telling, feeling that she had told too much, that despite being among acquaintances, if she continued telling, she would get into more personal things. Someone who became a hunter out of duty, instead of following his dream, something quite unusual, but there have been many people who become hunters for money, although that has always been the main reason. But being the king of the harem is something that took everyone by a curve, someone serious and calm like the brown-haired one. When he was younger he had those thoughts, it doesn't seem like it, but it was obvious. This change tells a lot of what has happened in these years. No one but Aika among those present at the club knows how the chestnut tree has been during these years, although after the raid where the group that the chestnut tree was with died, most of them, from then on, something mysterious had surrounded the chestnut tree. Akeno, era, I didn't know Issei-kun had that kind of dream, commented the black-haired Himejima to break the silence of the moment. She had a rather interested expression. Something he knew from a silence that arose in the place. He had to do something to break that silence, and that would be his way of doing it, with his signature phrase. Rias Gremory, this was knowing something new. The girl always thought that those who are not from the upper class have more freedom than those who have a high class. But even being that way, everyone has a problem that they want to solve. His desire to be free is nothing, now seeing the reasons, well, some reasons of the chestnut. Chapter 40. A week had passed since the start of this school year, and as expected, despite being a magical academy, there are what we know as clubs. Extracurricular activities for students, recreational activities in other words, and there was a great variety, from sports, to arts, magic, and technology. Something that our protagonist did not join any of, even though he was already there before the day of new recruits for the clubs began. Although Hoshikawa didn't either, since he wanted to use his time after school. And about Vala, well, the Shnee didn't join any of them either, since his interest in this is null, since there wasn't any that caught his attention, although there was pastry, something that his mother might love, but this is not the case. Which ended in a fight club, although this didn't last long after defeating all the members of the club, ending up as the club captain. The typical thing about clubs when it comes time for new recruits to clubs is that it's like a war to drag the new members into one of them. It was a full day for the clubs to use the different facilities of the academy to demonstrate the activities of each club, in simple words, a convention of clubs of this academy to recruit new members. Being the student council and the control committee, he kept everything in order, with the help of the teachers in some parts of the academy. But this mini-event ended well in the end. No fights caused by who would end up with the new members. Something else to tell was about the exam to obtain the hunter's license. It had been brought forward. Being the weekend he had to present himself for the exams, something that the Shnee passed without problems. Now he is just waiting for his results and his license to come out. Present. Today was Monday of the third week of classes, 8:25 in the morning, and in the halls of the academy, there were two young people running to get to their classroom. Hayate Issei and Hoshikawa Sunio, the duo had woken up late, as the alarm clock apparently didn't work. Since the weekend, the duo had made 2 raids, a total of 6 out of 20 to be made, which this time, due to bad luck, was carried out at night. Which was one of the reasons for waking up in the middle of the first class, which they should have been in half an hour ago. The duo ran up the stairs. While they were fixing their uniforms, a few steps down, the brunette tripped, falling on someone in front of him, at the top of the stairs. Something that he had not even realized, since his gaze was on fixing his kovada. But when he fell, he did not feel the ground hard and flat as it should be. You could feel some heat, as well as 2 lumps hitting the part of your chest, as well as a scent of flowers or some perfume of that sort. He stood up, then opened his eyes, finding himself standing over the vice president of the student council, Shinra Tsubaki. The girl's expression was serious like her president, but finding herself in a somewhat compromising position, the feeling of discomfort lay in her, in addition to an unnoticeable red tint on her cheeks. The brunette's knee was close to the brunette's private part, and the aforementioned glasses were lying on the floor, exposing her different colored eyes. Violet in her left eye, and bright brown in her right. And after a few seconds that didn't seem like they both separated and stopped quickly. While the brunette apologized for what happened, something that she also did the same action. And all under the gaze of Hashikawa, who had witnessed an event that only happened in graphic novel works, a fall with a bit of perversion. Such a thing did not happen. It was a myth that only graphic novels showed was simple, and now it happened before your eyes. After apologizing, and in the words of the vice president, that they could not run in the hallways, and that such a thing would not happen again, but the duo of seeds would have a report of being late on their history. After the duo quickly left for their classroom, the girl remained in place, where she looked around, seeing if there was anyone there or not. And there was no one. Her face exploded with embarrassment, for ending up in that position when the brunette fell on top of her, and above all, she was the only one who knew that the young man accidentally touched one of her breasts. Only that I noticed the feeling, and no, it was good, being that it was something very embarrassing and no one will notice this. It was an accident. Skip. Today's classes had ended. We were located in the club cabin founded by Rias. In the main room, the Gremry and her queen were. The redhead was sitting at her desk, looking at a document. Her anger was evident on Rias's expression. She had received this document over and over again, always ending up disintegrated by Rias. Something that Akeno also knew what the document said, but she remained silent, being that it was best to let Rias calm down. She would be the most affected if this were to happen. The beautiful redhead made a face of annoyance as she closed the document, bringing her fingers to her temple, while trying to calm down. That she couldn't pay attention to the fact that the other members of the club entered the room, which took the girl a while to react, and then quickly saved the document. The group greeted the two girls, then sat down. In Rias's words, there would be no activities to do today, something out of the ordinary, given that Rias always came up with some kind of Japanese topic to discuss. Besides the fact that she didn't seem as calm as always, without any club activities to do, the brown-haired boy was planning to leave, to go to the open field, where he could do some exercise from the daily quest. That's what he would do. He got up from his seat to continue leaving, but before he could do so, a magic circle wrapped in flames appeared in the room, something that most of those present knew who would come out of there, except for Asia, Aika and the brown-haired boy. Chapter 41. The chestnut was about to leave the room, but the sudden appearance of a magic circle with flames stopped him, making him turn around to see what was happening. It was a teleportation magic circle, the same one Kiba used to bring him here the first time. He doesn't recognize that circle, the insignia that was on it. Well, it's not like the brown-haired man knew many things about high-class houses. But he paused at the door to see who would come out there, being able to feel a fiery power emitting from it, while maintaining a neutral countenance. From the magic circle came out a blond man, who at first glance was noticeably between his age and 24, a blond man who wore red clothes, a red jacket, pants of the same color, a white shirt leaving the top buttons open. Phoenix was what Kiba said, which the brown-haired man managed to hear clearly. The blonde Gremry stood in front of his Tosca friend, something that apparently made the blonde feel scared. The newcomer, under the name of Phoenix that Kiba called, looked around, then walked towards where Rias was. It must be said that the aforementioned had an expression of extreme seriousness, which was the first time that Asia, Aika and the brown-haired boy saw the girl. "I miss you, my dear Rias," said the blonde with a feeling of greatness, while walking towards the aforementioned. The brown-haired boy felt that he should be here, as the air in the place was noticeably dense between this stranger and Rias. "Issei, hey Kiba, who is he?" asked the brown-haired boy, standing next to Kiba. Before Kiba could answer this question, another magic circle appeared, a green color. And from this second circle, a blonde dressed as a maid emerged, her hair tied in a ponytail, while a lock of hair from her forehead covered her left eye. "This man over there is called Riser Phoenix, a pure-blooded demon, third son of the Phoenix house, and heir to it." The blonde maid presented with a neutral expression to the aforementioned blonde, identified as Riser. The brown-haired boy cared little about the appearance of this maid, since logically she has to be a maid of Rias or Riser, something that is not surprising, and apparently those present recognized this blonde, except for Asia, Aika and the brown-haired boy. "Riser, wow, I see new faces in your nobility since the last time I saw you," said the blonde in front of the redhead, referring to the new pieces like Aika, Asia, and since no piece of Rias could be felt in the brown-haired one, said the phoenix, then began to play with Rias's hair with one of his hands. While the free one took it to the girl's chin, taking her to give her a kiss on the lips, but the girl quickly removed the blonde from her action, and then sat at her desk. Rias, Riser, I've already told you since last time, said the girl seriously. I have no desire to marry you, clarified Rias with a firm voice, while removing all action from the aforementioned. Riser, as much as you don't want to, this engagement was approved by our families. You shouldn't be so selfish. Think about your parents, the blonde commented to the redhead, while he sat on one of the sofas, and then Akeno served him some tea. Rias, I will get married, just like my family wants, said Rias at her fiancé's comment. Such an answer brought a smile to her face, but what Rias would say next would wipe that smile off her face. I will only marry someone, and that someone will be the one I love, declared the redhead. I will not marry just for the survival of pure bloods. They were just my father's decisions with yours. Riser, Rias, you know how important this engagement is to the world, and to me as well, the blonde responded, standing up to once again take Rias's chin so the girl could look at his face. You know that if this engagement is cancelled, your family could be in a position of checkmate, right? But the most important thing is that your actions will affect my image to the whole world. I will take you with me, no matter if I have to turn your servants into ashes, said the blonde, showing his power in the form of an aura, something that Rias did not stay behind, doing the same action of showing his demonic power. Please calm down, both of you, said a new voice, which came from another magic circle, and from it came another maid, only this one was a more detailed maid dress compared to the blonde's. From the magic circle appeared a beautiful blonde, who most of those present recognized, except for the three new ones. Uju-sama, Riser-sama, I am here by orders of Surzek-sama. I will not allow any conflict that starts a scandal in the media in the human world, declared the silver-haired maid with an expression without feelings, like a neutral one. Such a message could make Rias and Riser dispel their demonic powers. That Riser guy, and these two maids, the brown-haired man could feel that they had great powers. Since this started, he has been quiet, keeping low, so the conflict is centered on Rias and her fiancé. Something that a secondary like him was of lesser importance. So he continued watching the situation, while in his mind he tried to find the gap in power difference that exists between him and these three individuals. Riser, if the strongest queen says it that way, I have no choice but to obey, the blonde commented with amusement, while his strength decreases. Surzek-sama knew that something like this could happen, so I have orders to find a solution to this conflict that would be fair for both of you, explained the silver-haired maid, then briefly glanced at the blonde maid, then looked back at Rias and Riser. If Rias Uju-sama is so determined to deny getting married, then there is only one way to resolve this, and it would be a rating game against Riser-sama, declared the silver-haired girl, surprising Rias and the rest of her entourage. Rating game. For the brown-haired boy, he had heard of this, and had seen it on TV on several occasions. They were technically a war, so to speak, based on the famous chess games, where each person had a role based on a specific piece. It was to be expected, since that same system of pieces was used for demons that belonged to a nobility. It was what I knew. Well, it's not that I see much, but I tried to keep up to date with what I can, and continue earning money to pay for the hospital and the department. But it might be a good idea to use that medium to measure his strength against creatures other than dungeon creatures. He would keep listening to where this would lead. Nowadays, the rating game was a kind of Olympics, where only the strongest and most qualified train, and a few decades ago, it was possible to implement that other factions other than demons also participate, giving a boom, replacing what was known as the Olympics years ago. Riser, Rias, are you sure you can beat me? You know I haven't lost any, and your number of pieces is a disadvantage, the phoenix commented to the redhead, who was not very moved by this comment. Rias, do you have a problem? This question made the blonde start laughing loudly, and then snap his fingers. And immediately the same circle from which Riser appeared, reappeared, but now it was bigger, and from it appeared 15 girls, from young to adult age. Riser, I have the full set, so I suggest you think about it before giving me your answer, said the blonde, then looked at one of the 15 girls. With pure aim, he gave a signal. With his finger he pointed to one of those that belongs to the club. A signal that a pawn understood, so I will give a simple demonstration of the strength of one of my pieces against one of yours. Or rather, what will it be? A girl quickly launched herself towards the direction of the brown-haired boy, going to attack him, on Riser's orders, being that if she went against one of the pieces of Rias, she could use that to not accept her loss in combat, so going against a mere human would be the best, since he does not belong to the nobility of his fiancée. Rias, Issei, Rias couldn't finish her warning of danger, nor the rest, since she never thought that Riser would do something like that due to certain rules, but the surprise she got was what changed the situation of the attack. The brunette had taken the girl's cane-like weapon with one hand, without showing a change in his neutral expression, while his entire gaze focused on the girl who attacked him. Issei, you almost knocked me to the ground, but I warn you that I will not be defeated without a fight, warned the brown-haired man, while his gaze turned cold, causing his attacker to start sweating coldly with that somewhat sick look. The feeling of being under threat from something unknown invaded the girl. That look was noticed by everyone in the room. It did not seem to be the same person. A thirst for blood could be noticed. Applying force, he pushed the girl back with his cane. For a human, he has quite a bit of strength. Apparently this is above average. Riser, I have to be surprised. You have found a good candidate to join and be one of your pieces. Just that the blonde praised the redhead, and indirectly the brown, but in the end it will turn out to be someone weak that can be easily discarded. Weak, this word was like an arrow piercing the chestnut, managing to make his expression change, something very similar to what happened with L. Bloom, who said the same word. Issei, so weak, huh? Said the brown-haired boy, walking until he was in front of Riser. Looking at him face to face. We can fix it right now if you want, he said seriously, facing the blonde, who simply gave a smile. Riser was going to answer, but Rias got there first. Rias, very well, I will accept this raiding game, declared Rias to Riser, surprising most of his entourage, since their king was not yet officially in the raiding game, this being his first game that he would compete in, and something important could be at stake in the name of the Gremory house. I swear that I will tear you to pieces, exclaimed the girl. It was done, only the preparations were missing, something that the silver-haired maid would take care of. Riser was eager to see that, so he simply said goodbye with a great wish that that day would come, leaving in a magic circle with his entourage. And at the same time, the silver-haired maid also left in a magic circle to give this report of what happened, leaving only the blonde maid, who stood in front of the brown-haired man. Hi to Issei, the Mawajuka requests to see you. That was what the blonde maid declared, taking everyone present by surprise. Chapter 42. The blonde maid came from a Juka, unlike the silver-haired maid, who came from a certain Surzex. If the brunette's memory serves him right, it must refer to the Mao Lucifer, Surzex Lucifer. Surzex. He had already remembered, slapping his face. Rias Gremory is the younger sister of the Mao Lucifer. Something that had been forgotten, so it was not surprising, since having the hand of estuaries would be a great political power. Apparently it was not for nothing that Riser mentioned that the engagement with Rias was important to the underworld. Mao Beelzebub, this would be the third time that the chestnut would be in front of him. The first time was after the D-rank dungeon, after discovering that he was still alive and that the secret dungeon does not exist. The second time, it was during the Hunters Association building together with Hoshikawa, an S-rank hunter. A guild master from the United States came to look for the two of them. It wasn't exactly a friendly discussion, but about killing them both, and in the end the Green Mao appeared to prevent this. And currently it would be the third time that he would meet the same Mao. Could this be called luck? If it was luck, the brown-haired boy would have preferred to win the lottery then. But that guild leader, his features were familiar to someone, but he didn't remember who. It's not like he's ever seen him before. Note: he is the leader of the EU Guild. He is the brother of the hunter that the chestnut beheaded at the end. The maid introduced herself as Hilda Hildegard, a servant under the orders of Mawajuka Beelzebub. A quick introduction, just her name and job title. Without saying anything in detail about why a Mao summoned the brown-haired boy, nor the Gremory group, the maid guided the brown-haired boy to the academy director's room, which Ajuka is apparently inside. The maid knocked twice on the door, only to receive a response from the other side of the door, and enter. Hilda opened the door, to politely indicate to the brown-haired man to enter the room, where the Mahu Ajuka was indeed located. Who was sitting, while having some tea, accompanied by a reading of some documents, and among which was the profile of the chestnut hunter. The Mao, seeing that Hilda had brought the one he was looking for, thanked the blonde maid for the work done, who bowed in response to her master's gratitude, and then stood at the door. Ajuka, young Haidu, we meet again, take a seat, said the green Mao calmly. So the aforementioned sat on the sofa in front of the Mao. Do you know why I asked Hilda to bring you? Asked the green-haired man to the brown-haired man, who denied this question for this. The Mao said as everything around him began to project scenes that the brown-haired man recognized, opening his eyes in shock. The hologram showed images of the massacre of the group of lizards, their ranged attack on the stone golem, the fight against Freed, and the raids between him and Hashikawa with the fillings. You really have had an abnormal growth after our first meeting, young Haida, said the Mao now seriously before the brown-haired man. In the same way the brown-haired man was serious about this, it is good to know that I was not wrong about you. You really got a double awakening. Issei, how do you know? The brown-haired boy asked seriously. Hashikawa was the one who knew the most, but concluding that he is a faker. But the Mao Ajuka was able to know what he really got. Not for nothing is he one of the most intelligent in the world. Ajuka, calm down, young Haidu, but I would like to know your story before I tell you how I know the Mahu's seriousness changes to a calm one. Take your time, we have what's left of today, there are cookies and tea, offered the Mahu. While Hilda approached to serve the brown-haired man a glass of tea. Everything you tell here will be a secret. The brown-haired boy thought about it, but his double awakening was just a time bomb that everyone would soon know about. He took a breath, unsure whether to tell him the truth or not. He would tell him, but it wouldn't be in depth, much less with his abilities. Skip. Ajuka, so you obtained the growth ability in that D-rank dungeon, said the Mao, and the brown-haired boy nodded. Amazing. Tell me more about that ability of yours. Issei, well, it helps me become stronger, which could take me quite a while, said the brown-haired boy. Ajuka, with all those fights you've had, if my calculations are correct, your level could be approaching the high-class level of a demon, commented the green-haired man, coming to this conclusion with everything Hilda gathered from the brown-haired man. Bordering on the level of a high-class demon, this really surprised the brown-haired boy. He had become strong after all, without knowing that among the high-class demons, their powers can have an abysmal difference, despite belonging to the same class. Young Haidu, could I ask you a favor? The green-haired boy asked the brown-haired boy, who accepted, but wonders in his mind what that favor would be about. Thank you, but I suppose now I should tell you how I know, isn't that right? He asked, receiving a positive nod. It's simple, it was just a hypothesis, so I asked Hilda to keep an eye on you to make sure of my hypothesis, and it seems it turned out to be true. Issei, just like that? Ajuka, that's right. Issei, and can I ask what that favor would be about? The brown-haired boy asked curiously. Ajuka, it's easy. I want to take every record of your abnormal growth, the Mao commented with a smile to the brown-haired boy, who raised an eyebrow at this revelation. What I mean is that I want to know how strong you can become with this ability of yours, in addition to doing missions that I entrusted to you in due time. Issei, missions? Ajuka, the world has changed a lot since the appearance of these portals, and people have mostly obtained supernatural abilities. The faction leaders cannot intervene in many matters. That's why we want you to be part of this. Issei, are you telling me to do errands for you? Ajuka, in short, yes, the green Mao answered, while his mind would have summarized instead of an explanation. All this was so sudden, plus a Mao asking them for orders. This reminded him of a spy movie he watched as a child, where the world is not as it seems to be. Under the shadows there are events that are not seen in the light. Ajuka, you have doubts about answering my requests, don't you? You can take your time, but I will be aware of your growth and power, said the green-haired man calmly. But then, remembering another topic to discuss with the brown-haired man, I suppose you already know about little Rias's commitment, don't you? A 180-degree turn on the subject. Issei, I know Bucho doesn't want to marry him, the brown-haired boy answered this topic, and it was better, since the previous topic was like knowing the dark secrets of a politician. He really felt uncomfortable. Ajuka, just as you said, It is a commitment made by the council along with the patriarchs of the respective clans, clarified the Green Mao to this, since he along with the other Mao had been present at that meeting as Surzek's best friend. I also have to help him cancel that commitment without breaking the rules, and that's where you come in. Issei, me? I don't understand. Ajuka, it won't release magical power, but I've been able to analyze your physical condition since you took the first step into this room, said the Green Mao as he made two hologram-like screens appear. One showed Riser, and the other the brown one. Your physical condition is above Riser by a few levels, so to speak. Issei, wow, I didn't expect that, said the brown-haired boy, surprised by this. You could say that he really is stronger than Riser. Ajuka, we demons have superhuman strength, but at the same time our strength varies from one to another. Other demons use their demonic power to increase their physical strength during combat, but even so, do not trust only because of that advantage. Something that the Phoenix clan stands out for is its power of regeneration, declared the Mao. Issei, and you want me to help Rias win to annul her engagement? Ajuka, exactly. So what do you say? Would you accept this mission as if you were a hunter? Of course. There will be rewards, said the green-haired man with a smile. Issei, I'll do whatever is possible, the brown-haired boy answered. Ajuka, I know everything will end well, he said positively while drinking some tea. Issei's sad face, I guess it's time to take that class change mission soon, said the brown-haired man mentally, as he stood up, preparing to leave. Ajuka, so fast you're going? Issei, I need to process all this information, he said, rubbing the back of his head. It is an honor to have spoken with you, Ajuka-sama, he said with a bow. Ajuka, whenever you want, young Hayadu, said the Mao to the brown-haired man. Hilda opened the door, letting the brown-haired boy out, leaving only the Mao and the maid. Hilda, sir, why did you lie to him about those orders, said the blonde, emphasizing the last word. Ajuka, I didn't lie completely, Hilda. It's true that someone like him would be a great ally, if he resembles his father a little, said the Green Mao seriously, but until then, don't stop watching him. Hilda, as I ordered, Ajuka-sama. Chapter 43. 10 days was the time given to the Gremory group to prepare, according to the silver-haired maid, whom Rias called Grafia. The difference in strength between both nobility was notable, not only in number of pieces, but in experience. Something Rias knew was that facing Riser had more disadvantages for her than advantages, but it was a way to free herself from her commitment. The redhead would agree to use those 10 days wisely to train with her pieces. And another thing was the participation of the chestnut in the estuary team, something that the aforementioned believed that he would accept being one of her pieces, but it was not so. It's one thing to be part of the estuary team, and another to be part of its nobility, but it seems the chestnut still hasn't accepted. Something that the platinum-haired woman couldn't answer, but she would consult with Surzek regarding this request, and that the answer would be given days before the match. 10 days, despite being in class period, all the club members asked for permission to be absent during these 10 days, which they were given permission to miss, but after returning, they would have to be up to date with the classes they have been absent. Rias had prepared a place to train. Without being bothered by outsiders, they would go to a cabin somewhere in a forest far from the city to train. Being the daughter of one of the most prestigious demonic houses, there were several cabins located in various parts of the world, although this time instead of using it to rest, it would be for training. Present. Rias didn't waste any time, even though Grafia had given the news of 10 days of preparation the day before yesterday. And now they were walking among rocks to get to that cabin, all this walking being part of the training. Kiba, Kaneko, Aika each carried a huge backpack. Kaneko's was the biggest, followed by Kiba's, and the smallest was for Aika. That the chestnut had a hard time staying upright since she was the one who stayed behind. Aika, ha ha! The girl sighed with tiredness while trying not to fall behind. When the president says train, she means it, the girl commented. Issei, on your left, commented the brown-haired boy passing by his friend, carrying a backpack the same size as Kaneko's, passing by Aika. It should be said that the backpack that the brown-haired man and the white-haired loli were carrying was the size of a two-person camping house, all full of weights among other things that they would use for training during these 10 days. Aika, oh come on! The girl complained. Issei. Don't leave me behind, the girl commented between breaths. A battle between her and the weight of her backpack was in a constant struggle. Rias was not the only one who was surprised to see the strength of the chestnut, being able to match the Kaneko tower, even though both carried the same weight. What other abilities does the chestnut hide? Rias hoped to find out within these 10 days of training. It would be quite useful to have more strategies for Rias when the time comes to fight against Riser. Rias would take advantage of the maximum capabilities of each member of her team for that confrontation. It was really everything and nothing. Aika among the entire team was the one who had the greatest potential to release. Rias could see potential in the girl, and with the help of her brother, she was able to find out that the girl has a powerful sacred gear inside her. Rias looked behind her, along with the others, finding a scene between Aika and the brown-haired boy. The brunette with glasses was lying on his back on the ground with a large backpack, while he tried to get up, something similar to how a turtle tries to stand up after being on its shell. While the brown-haired boy immediately lifted the girl up and then took her backpack, completely freeing Aika from her burden. Yes, in short, Aika was the one who took up the most training in these 10 days. Even though the girl had been training for almost a month before entering, it was not an exhaustive training that required everything from the girl. Aika would carry a backpack, but with a little less weight, since they were half an hour away from arriving at the cabin, where they would meet to train. Skip. Half an hour later, the group had arrived at the place, a beautiful cabin near the lake, accompanied by other small compliments. For the chestnut, well, not only him, but also Aika and Asia, if this is what you call a holiday cabin, they didn't want to know how you would live in their house. Rias, let's go into the cabin to change and start training, the redhead ordered everyone. Aika, so fast. Rias-senpai. You are very cruel, said the brunette through tears. She had never tried so hard, and it seems it won't be the last. Issei, what did you expect? She's a demon, commented the brown-haired boy next to his friend in a comical way, but keeping his expression neutral. Akeno, era, I didn't know that young Issei knew how to tell a joke, the black-haired Himejima commented with amusement at her Kohai's joke of fufu. Those present laughed at this little joke, even laughing, but returning to what they came for, everyone would enter the house to change into more comfortable clothes for training, in a more sporty style, of course. The girls would change on one side and the boys in another room. A change of clothes later, insert SpongeBob narrator voice. Everyone was already wearing their respective sports uniforms, and they would begin training with Aika, since she was the one with the least experience in combat. Some training with standing, would be taught by Kiba, was more in a firm stance of a sword grip, using wooden swords. More than always attacking, it was necessary to read the opponent's movements, were the words of Kiba, learned from his teacher and now said to Aika. The handling of the chestnut sword was Soza, always attacking, neglecting his defense a lot, but it was normal for someone without combat experience. Although this would only be the first day, it was an exclusive training session for Aika, as she was the one who took up the most time. Kiba didn't move from his place. In a practice fight, he had untied Aika with ease, showing her how important it is when fighting with someone. Rias saw how much Aika still needs to improve. Could she really make her pawn grow exponentially in these 10 days for the day of the confrontation against Riser? She would do everything possible so that the girl would be ready by then without ensuring that she is already experienced. Chapter 44. After sword practice, being a whole day of the first, Aika did not do so badly for a novice. Another thing was to measure the chestnut's weapon handling capacity, being as his main weapon, a great handling comparable with Kiba's long sword handling. Concluding that Aika is not a good sword user, ruling out this option that the girl was good. Although that day was not in vain, knowing the chestnut's way of fighting, well, except for Kiba, who had seen it with his own eyes. At the words of Rias and Akeno, the way the chestnut man used the dagger was precise and fast, as well as having a wild air. A skill that you would have in mind, could be very useful for the raiding game. In this way the first day concluded, trying to see what Aika was good at, starting with the handling of a weapon. It was not the expected result, there would be other alternatives. Second day. Day number 2 had begun, and unlike yesterday, today would begin with the control of magic. Akeno and Tosca would be the ones to teach the 3 new members how to handle it, while Kiba would train with the weight as if it were a sword. Kaneko will practice boxing with weights on each arm and feet, improving strength and speed at the time of a fight. While Rias, she would also train her power of destruction, knowing that Riser's regeneration would require her power to be more destructive, and the way to achieve this is through meditation. Returning with magic, having Akeno and Tosca as teachers, the duo would teach the brown-haired girl, Aika and Asia. Starting by channeling magical power, concentrating all the magical aura of your body in one place. Theoretically it would be like that, something that both Asia and Aika achieved, and as for the chestnut, well, the how to say it. No magic, something that no matter how much she concentrated she couldn't achieve what the brunette and the blonde did, giving how much for Akeno, that her kohai has no magical talent, only physical. So she has nothing to do but watch her 2 friends practice. Aika may not be a good swordsman, but she apparently has large amounts of magic, even without activating her sacred gear. Not only the chestnut, but also Asia was able to achieve it, materializing magic in a green sphere between her hands. Akeno taught how to channel magic. Tosca would teach the use of magic, although she is not as expert as Akeno, but this would also be good practice for the blonde. Once they gain control over their magic, they will be able to manipulate the elements depending on what the magic comes into contact with, this being a level 1 magic handling. As the handling is higher, it will no longer be necessary for the magical energy to come into contact with any element to create it. An upcoming task that the 2 girls must do, and as for the brown-haired boy, he would continue trying to concentrate his magic, something that he himself doubts whether he will be able to or not, so possibly after this he will make a few attempts. 3rd day. Lesson number 3, Hand-to-hand combat with Kaneko-sensei, 1-on-1. The white-haired loli was strong, inversely proportional to her height, being Aika was no opponent for the sweet-loving loli. Not to mention Asia, loli had sent the brunette crashing into the tree several times, until the girl couldn't take it anymore. And receiving a few wrestling-style keys from Kaneko, something that could not be called practice, since the brunette is not in such good physical condition for fighting. Despite being a reincarnated demon, her strength was still low. Noted, Aika would not be good in a hand-to-hand fight, still, she could improve, but for now Aika's specialty was going more towards the magic side. Exercises, many exercises had to be done, since the role of the others was clear, and they knew which path to take to improve. Aika had to try to improve her physical condition, since magic is also in a certain way propositional to physical condition. The brown-haired boy was the next to enter into practice with Kaneko, something that could be on par, managing to stop the girl's kicks and punches. Giving loli a little push or 2, even though it was practice, he couldn't land a hit, seeing loli made something in him prevent him from attacking properly. Skip. The fight had ended between the brown-haired man and the white-haired loli. The aforementioned was sweating a little, while checking a notification given by his ability. It was about the fatigue points. It had risen to 12. You could already see the sun setting, and it was time for dinner, something that Aika did not waste, asking the brown-haired boy to make dinner, with the excuse that it had been a while since she had eaten anything he cooked. Something he accepted. He would make dinner. It was not surprising, losing his father, maturing at an early age, and then his mother going into a coma. If that did not make you mature, it would be illogical. Curry stew, a very popular dish during camps, where many students cooperate to prepare it, was the first time that the chestnut prepared it for someone other than Aika. Of course, after a few years, the chestnut tree worked as a kitchen assistant until he started cooking, and then became a hunter, a job to earn more money. It didn't take long to prepare everything necessary, since the kitchen in this cabin had everything necessary, ingredients, and utensils, not to mention the size, which is much bigger than the one in his house, by far. And now cooking is much easier and faster, with how strong it has become. Apparently a knife is like a dagger. It quickly peeled the potatoes and cut them. After an hour, dinner was ready. Everyone would eat in the dining room, while they talked a little in coexistence, in addition to dealing with tomorrow's training, and it was that Aika managed to activate her sacred gear. Asia knew that chestnut cooks, but this was the first time she ate something that chestnut cooks, and it didn't taste bad at all. it tasted good. The same praise was given to the chestnut by others, as if he were not a hunter, he would be a chef in a family restaurant, things like that. These compliments embarrassed the brown-haired boy a little, but not to the point of changing his stoic neutral expression, but rather making him duck his head a little, rubbing the back of his head. And another topic to come up was about the chestnut's dream, the one Ika told them, about being king of the harem. This question caused the chestnut's expression to change as he spit out his food. Then she looked at Ika with a bad face for having told this, while the aforementioned avoided looking at the brunette while whistling a little. A rare dream, but not impossible, seeing how the world is. Many traditions of the supernatural have been adapted for humans and vice versa. And among them polygamy, although some places still frown upon it, and others accept it. Besides Kaneko calling him a pervert, well, his old self deserved it, but circumstances change him, and now more than anything he's trying to get money and become strong. That was what the chestnut tree said, remembering how that dream had left him behind, and now that he thinks about it, it was a silly child's dream. Yes, a child dreams that, of course. But anyway, they not only learn new things about the chestnut tree, but also about the others. Like everyone here, Rias has helped them in a certain way, either by giving them a new life or places to live and accepting them as they are. Something that greatly diminishes the image of the redhead as a rich and spoiled girl, although I wouldn't say this to the aforementioned. The dinner was delicious. We rested a little while the food went down. Everyone was going to take a bath, of course. They were separate, for men and women respectively. Unknown location. Grafia was standing in front of a person, but she couldn't be seen because of the shadows in the place. Grafia was apparently reporting to him on how the Gremry group's 3 days of training are going. A confrontation between Rias and Riser was inevitable, said the man in a calm voice. What do you think is the probability that Rias could win? Grafia. The odds of Rias Ojusama winning are. The silver-haired girl couldn't finish, as the mysterious guy interrupted her. -0, isn't it? Said the subject with a somewhat tired voice. Grafia. If you know that, why did you let Rias do it? I want to give everything I can without breaking the rules so that Rias can fight for her freedom, commented the subject as her brother and Mao. It's the most I can do with the council stepping on her planks, ha, said the subject, who now apparently identifies himself as Rias's brother, and then sighed, but changing the subject a bit. What do you know about the young man who is training with Rias? According to what you informed me, he is not in Rias's nobility. Grafia. His name is Issei, sir, declared Grafia, while passing a folder with several documents about the aforementioned. The subject read the information. There was nothing interesting, until he came across a specific name, that of the father. Hayadagora said the name twice. You could notice that the subject's voice was impressed to see such a name. He had heard it for years, 10 years ago. Chapter 45. Long ago, long before humanity and the supernatural united, there was a war that could have ended the world. The Holy War, angels, fallen and demons, 3 factions fighting against each other. A war where no faction emerged victorious, in addition to a loss of numbers on each faction. And to ensure that the faction of demons endure, 72 pillars, representing each demon family, were reduced to low numbers. And among which are Gremry, Citri, Phoenix, Argers, Baal, to mention some pure-blood demonic families that currently exist. Birth rate. Unlike other species, demons have such a low probability that it is almost 0 to give birth, being an important point for demons in their survival. Besides that, it was a reason that demons reincarnated humans to make them their servants. In addition to that war, the raiding game emerged, along with the evil peace. Rias, boring, right? Said the redhead after finishing telling this story of the origin of the raiding game, and a little of the history of the demons. Although most of those present know this, there are some who are not so familiar with it, such as Ika, Asia, and the brown-haired boy himself, since, well, it is a very old story, and not many normal schools look at the subject, but there is one or another mention about the factions. Today was the 4th day. It was supposed to be to help Ika manage her sacred gear, but in the end it was decided for the girl to continue with the mastery of magic, and then continue with the sacred gear. Present. 4th day, it was night. Everyone had had a tiring day. Resting well was the priority, since they were barely halfway through the days given to prepare. The brown-haired boy walked calmly through the corridors of the cabin. After going to the bathroom, he wanted to take a short walk. Before coming here he had planned to take the class change quest, but Rias had come out with the training thing, giving up without him being able to take the mission. Class change, a word that is used a lot in role-playing video games, where when a character reaches a level, he can choose what type of warrior he becomes, was the definition that the brown-haired man knew of the title of that quest. His mind was thinking about what type of class to choose, while he left the cabin, to go to the lake to feel a little of the breeze of the place. Finding that she was not the only one there, but also Rias, sitting on the balustrade of a small roof structure. The girl was dressed in nightclothes, a light purple dress, wearing reading glasses while her gaze was fixed on a book, but more than reading, she seemed lost in her thoughts. "Issei, what is Bucho reading?" asked the brown-haired boy approaching the aforementioned, who came out of her thoughts. "Rias, it's you Issei, nothing special, it's just a strategy book," commented the girl, closing her book to look at the brown-haired boy. "To tell the truth, it's not helping me much," she commented with a touch of comedy to this last comment. "Issei, she looks quite worried." "Rias, it's normal to be," said the girl calmly. "It's against Riser we're talking about. You've surely heard the legendary phoenix. A sacred beast that has the ability of immortality, and the familiarity to phoenix has the same ability as that legendary bird. Not for nothing, the phoenix family is one of the most feared and respected." "Issei, immortality?" "Rias, no matter how much damage you cause them, they always regenerate, again and again just because of that ability. It ensures victory," said Rias, but the last part, she could notice how her spirits dropped a little. "I know very well that she won't be able to win, but at least she will have the hope of knowing that there is a way out, despite it being a scam." "Issei, may I know why you are so determined to break that engagement?" asked the brown-haired man calmly. Rias signaled that the chestnut tree would sit near her to tell this. She knew all of his pieces, well, except for the two new ones. "Rias, you should know that I am the daughter of the Gremory clan," said Rias, as she began to take off her reading glasses, revealing her bright blue eyes. "Having this last name does not allow me to treat you like someone normal. Before being a Rias, I am always a Gremory before society. This last name is something that has condemned me from birth," said the redhead, looking at the ground, and then fell silent. "But do not misinterpret it. I am proud to carry the last name of my family, but I find it in finding a partner. I wish I could be with someone who truly loves me. Not because of my last name." But the girl did not finish saying what she was going to say, and the brown-haired man interrupted her. "Issei, you want to be loved like you laugh, right?" said the brown-haired boy calmly, while leaning on a marble poster, and his hands inside the pockets of his jacket. This had reminded him of a novel that he and Aika had seen a long time ago, where a rich girl wants to find the love of her life, not for what she has, but for who she is. Her person, a novel that ended with a happy ending, where the girl marries a commoner, an ending that made Aika cry for several days. Rias was a little surprised, but it was what the girl wanted. She smiled a little because the brown-haired man could understand that, but she still hadn't finished telling, so she would continue. "It's something contradictory with the ideals of the family, but that's my dream," said the girl, looking at the moon. And then turning to look at the brown-haired man. "It sounds a bit silly, doesn't it?" Rias asked the brown-haired boy, who had remained silent rather than speaking, but the girl had lightened up a bit, which she had kept in her heart. "Issei, I don't think so. It's a big dream," the brown-haired boy answered Rias. It was a little girl's dream, but it was her dream, something that was the first time for the brown-haired boy to see a human side in the rich. Well, except for Hashikawa, there were no rich people who were good in their entirety, but instead, you see, she carried the weight on her, that of her family. A famous surname leads to your freedom being taken away. In front of him, Rias does not seem to be the spoiled girl who appears to be classy. In front of the brunette was a girl who wants her freedom like the others who have it. "I know you'll be able to find that person who will love you as Rias and not as Gremory. I don't really understand how the upper or rich classes work," said the brown-haired man. "Hope is what he has. Not for nothing he always thinks that one of these days his mother will wake up from her coma, and he must still be alive at that moment. As long as you have your friends close to you, that commitment will not end, unless it is with the person you love," said the brown-haired man with certainty and firmness, looking fixedly at Rias. A few days ago, He was only doing this on the orders of Mawajuka. But after this conversation with Rias, it was no longer just a simple order. Now he really wanted to help Rias. And before my eyes is Rias, a normal girl, and that is why she counts on me. Himejima-san, Kiba, Tosca, Kaneko, Aika and Asia, said the brown-haired boy to Rias. You won't know if you don't try. You will regret it when you give in to your fears. He finished saying this. The last part of his gaze became nostalgic and melancholic, remembering that in the past, a girl lost her life along with her family because of her cowardice, not coming out to testify against the guilty parties. I don't notice anything funny in the last thing the brunette said, but they were very important words of support for her. Not many people saw him as normal, of the few were his nobility and a few acquaintances. A light tube had marked the redhead's cheeks softly at what the brunette said, while an expression of astonishment arose in her. When he was weak, others gave him a hand, some stayed with him, and others died before saying sorry, but each one was always someone important to the brown-haired boy, and now that he can help, it was the least he could do. Without Ria's help, Asia wouldn't be here, and she could see that Aika made more friends than she could in her school life before, not only the two of them, but also helping the Seba family after losing a father and husband. The redhead approached the brown-haired man, noticing that he was a little taller than her. Rias raised her head a little, to look at the brown-haired man's face. Being able to smell the sweet scent of the girl near her, the brown-haired man swallowed a little saliva out of inertia. Rias, can you give me a, said the girl without removing that red color from her cheeks. It was the first time she looked embarrassed in this way. Hug? Asked the girl to the brown-haired boy. Issei, huh? He said without understanding what the girl said. Rias, I said a hug, said the girl in a low voice, already looking elsewhere. The brown-haired boy hesitated at this, since out of nowhere the girl had asked for this, swallowing dryly again by inertia. Little by little he moved his arm upwards, to get a little closer to Rias, and then wrap her in a hug. An action that surprised her when she felt how she had stuck to the brown-haired man, feeling the body heat of each other. Little by little Rias's arms also surrounded the brown-haired boy, to reciprocate, relaxing, while she felt how the brown-haired boy was a little tense. Rias needed some comfort at this moment, a very different feeling than when her mother or Akeno gave her a hug. A different feeling of warmth was this. Something that was reassuring, and it was true that a hug calmed some feelings. Out of inertia or need for comfort I had asked for this hug, and it seemed the girl did not regret asking for this. He couldn't see the brunette's face, but the aforementioned had an impatient expression, as if he was waiting for Rias to break this hug, since he felt how the girl's grip became a little stronger. Considering how far he's going to separate himself from him, he may be an experienced hunter, but he's inexperienced when it comes to talking to girls, much less this close. The closest he came was with Asia, but it was a moment where everything happened so quickly under attack that his own mind took it as a fight that Asia's thing became secondary. But the brown-haired boy's comical expression turned serious as a virtual notification appeared in front of him. Chapter 46. Sixth Day. A powerful red lightning bolt had scorched a small mountain, near where our group was training. In the shape of a crater was the small mountain, caused by Aika Kiryu, who since the first day has been exercising non-stop, along with practicing the concentration of her magic. He had achieved such an attack with his sacred gear, one of the 13 Longinus, the booster gear, Gauntlet of the Increase, that within it already were the powers of one of the 2 celestial dragons. 20 increases was Aika's current limit, before releasing all that accumulated power, plus being her first time using such power, it felt exhausting. But the girl had seen what she could become capable of if she trained more, but in so few days and showing this result, it was good. Even though this shot was powerful, it exhausted the girl. It would be to use such an attack at the right time without wasting it. Finding Aika's specialty, continued training her magic, with Queen and Bishop being the best promotions to use the girl's full potential. Congratulations from her friends to the brunette, who after this continued training as instructed, basic exercises and advancing in her handling of magic as much as possible in these remaining days. The brown-haired boy, for his part, was doing the exercises for the daily quest. He still hasn't found a good time to take the class quest, since it would be strange if he disappeared, but he would find a way. Rias, who saw the brown-haired boy from afar. The girl approached him to tell him a few things. "Rias, I came to thank you for the day before yesterday," said the redhead in a friendly manner, although this is not the only thing the girl will say. "Issei, you don't have to thank Bucho. I'm here to help you in any way possible in this matter," commented the brown-haired boy while he continued doing sit-ups. The chestnut's goal was to do twice as much as indicated in each exercise, that is, 200 times each exercise, while in running it was 20 kilometers. "Rias, thank you," the girl thanked her again, but this time a small smile appeared on her lips. A strange feeling came over the redhead, but leaving that strange feeling aside, the girl had another piece of news to give her, and that is Gabriel just told me that you have permission to participate in the raiding game against Riser, but you will have to assume a specific role. Does that seem okay to you? Issei, do I have to become your piece? Rias, not necessarily, but if you want, I can, the girl said with high spirits. She thought she could reincarnate the brown-haired man as her tower, but Issei, with the role it's fine, so it's no. The brown-haired boy cut to what he was going to say, already knowing what it would be. He had his intentions drawn on his face. The brown-haired boy's refusal to become an official in his haste made Rias puff out one side of her cheeks. The image he gave her that night was very different from the one now. The one from that night was kind, and not sharp like this one. Rias, can't you be as nice as that night when I told you about my engagement? You snorted at the brown-haired boy. More than looking angry, it doesn't take away from how beautiful she is. She just seemed a little childish, leaving aside the young lady who always shows express politeness. Issei, Bucho, I'm always kind. One thing is that I don't want to become his piece yet, answered the brown-haired boy, now starting to do push-ups. Skip. The training had been successful in improving her powers. Aika was more notable, being able to make several of those shots and reach a higher number of increases. But everything in excess is bad, and that also includes training. With 2 days left until the qualifying game against Riser begins, Rias decided that for these 2 days everyone would rest so that when the day of the match, everyone would be as energetic as possible. The raiding game would take place at night. The location would be in a pocket dimension, where the field would be a replica of the academy, to give all the possible advantage to Rias, being that the blonde phoenix had no problems in accepting this term. After all, he knew he would win. We found ourselves on the 8th day. Everyone had returned to the academy. Everyone returned to their respective dormitories and rooms. It was already night after all. We had to rest to avoid fatigue for the day of her fight. Although the brown-haired boy would not rest, he had other plans in mind, so he only changed clothes to some more comfortable ones for the fight, sports type, and headed to a lonely place, where no one would pass, to take a certain quest that had devastated him until now. Seeing from afar the date from the highest tower of the academy, and it was 10 p.m., April 26, 97. So he brought up the quest option, choosing the yes option, so that after his choice, a portal opened in front of him, a portal of a different color than the previous ones, which was light blue. Instead, this portal was a color between purple and violet with dark touches. While releasing bursts of power, the brown-haired man cracked his knuckles and styled a little before entering the portal. He felt that this quest would be difficult, nothing like the previous instant dungeons he had entered, but if he wanted to help Rias win, he had to pass this quest. It was all or nothing. Issei, okay, let's go, said the brown-haired boy to enter the portal, without noticing that from afar, Hilda was there witnessing everything until the portal closed. While on the other side of the portal, a strange armored being was sitting on a kind of throne. Through the small opening of his helmet, a bright look could be seen when he felt someone enter the portal. Chapter 47. The class change quest had begun. The brown-haired boy went to a part of the academy where no one would pass at this time of night. Unlike the first dungeon he entered, this one would be quite difficult. He had a feeling about it. The first step inside the dungeon, the being that was inside it had awakened. A red armor that represents an empty shell, sitting on a throne, the cracks that represents its sight, began to shine. The presence of someone alien had awakened its eternal rest. With the chestnut. Compared to other dungeons the chestnut has been in, this was the first one to enter and have someone greet him with an attack. An old, large suit of armor had attacked him with a clean cut that the chestnut evaded. His movements were slow, not strong at all, so he counterattacked with his dagger, without any damage. That knight was weak, but he was backed by his thick armor that prevented the chestnut's weapon from penetrating him. The first enemy that the chestnut faced on his own, something similar happened, a high defense, and his weapon at that time did not do any damage, just as it does now. And the only way to beat something like that was to crush it, just like he squeezed the Rasaka snake until it died. He repeated this action. When the knight in old armor made a vertical cut to the ground, the chestnut took advantage of his low rear end, taking the chestnut in the armor with his hands in a quick action, completely tore off the part of the helmet. Alarm! You have finished off a knight. A notification appeared before the chestnut, after defeating the armor, while he could see how the aforementioned fell to his knees, while the part where he was in front of the helmet, inside the armor is empty. There was nothing but dust and smoke coming out of it. Looking around, it was a hallway. As soon as he entered, a fight had already started without warning. As he continued along this corridor, he noticed how his path was gradually getting darker, but luckily several torches along his way were lit, something strange, but he had to continue due to 2 notifications. Alarm! You cannot leave this dungeon until you clear it. Alarm! This area restricts your positions and purchases. Upon leveling up, you will not receive stat healing. It was the 2 notifications that said, in other words, know how to use your mana points well for this occasion. Even if they are very high, you should not be confident. Unknown difficulty, no healing, no retreat. Going through a dungeon like that was risky, even for S rankers. Without resting after a battle, the scales could tip in favor of someone else. As he walked forward, going deeper into this corridor, his thoughts were planning to use his mana points wisely, as well as taking care of his life points. But behind him several footsteps began to sound, one after another, taking the brown-haired boy out of his thoughts. Turning around, seeing that there were several armors, each with short-range weapons, swords, axes, or spears, already knowing how to defeat him and how to attack without thinking about defending himself due to his high defense against weapons. Using the dagger would be useless. This required hand-to-hand combat, fist against metal. Now in his mind he is really grateful for Professor Tobio's hand-to-hand combat classes. He launched himself barehanded against the armor, using the advantage of his great strength and agility. Fighting this way was the only way to defeat these armors, direct blows to the head, breaking them, leaving all the defeated armors on the ground. And several of them dropped items, a bag of gold, and a coat rack that reduces physical damage to 7%. Curiosity got to him, opening the bag of gold, obtaining 30,000 gold, and it was automatically added to the number of golds he currently has. And the second item, the knight's coat rack, an armor that could not be seen, was as if it were unfeasible, a very similar dynamic in certain video games, when you equip armor to your character, and its appearance does not change. In this way the brown-haired man could use it without being seen, since it would look strange from the brown-haired man's point of view. But by instinct and a feeling that someone else was here, he quickly made his dagger appear, stabbing behind him. Turning his head he saw nothing, but he felt that he had stuck his weapon in something. And so it was, a knight appeared, with the ability of stealth. This made the brown-haired boy open his eyes in shock. A knight who possesses an ability that he possesses. He did not expect this, thinking that it was simple string puppets. And before he could do anything, he dodged a fireball that passed by him. It was a magician, a humanoid-shaped cape that plays the role of a sorcerer. It was no longer just about using strength and agility to fight. With the appearance of those magicians and killer armor, other types of strategies had to be used. But above all, keep in mind your fatigue point. This is what shows you the limit you could reach. If your numbers reached 100, it would all be over. The sound of metal breaking and crushing sounded around the place, and the sound of 2 metals grinding together also sounded, while the chestnut's fatigue points reached 66 points. Skip. The chestnut-haired man was sitting on the ground. While he caught his breath, he had ended up like that entire large group of armor, of the warrior, magician and assassin type. He wondered how long it had been, taking a watch out of his pocket, seeing that it had been 2 hours since he last checked the time. He had to recover and reduce fatigue as much as he could, since he didn't know where more armor could come from, and since if he lowered his guard for a moment, many things could happen. Trying to reduce fatigue and staying on guard wasn't a good combination of things to do at the same time. Rest as much as he could, since the sound of footsteps was coming back to his dream. He knew what was coming, he didn't have to think too much, so he gave a heavy sigh of heaviness, to get up and look in the direction where the footsteps were coming from. Issei, "Ha, here we go again," he said, thundering his fists, to make his dagger appear, and without clearing his view of the front, more armor had appeared. A corridor that easily has a width of 30 meters, those armors moved well without hindering each other, warriors, assassins, magicians and archers. A new type of armor had been added to this. The sound of metal being broken, bent, cut echoed through the place again, while trails of fireballs flew out in different directions. Skip. Destroy armor on your way to the end of this long corridor, climbing several levels and getting several items dropped by the armor. Bags of gold, armor parts, in short, thanks to the latter, the equipment he put on gave him a bit of an advantage, making the fight a little easier, but not much. Necklace, coat rack, right and left glove, ring and boots, were the equipment obtained, which, like in a video game, equipment that is put on, but does not alter the appearance. In other words, equipment that is only seen in the menu, and not seen when it is on, and it must be said that the fatigue points had reduced a little. At the end of this hallway, the chestnut tree met a large door with details of lines resembling flames. What's behind the door? This question was answered when the chestnut tree opened the large door that split vertically in half. A strong gust of air came out the moment the door was opened, while giving the brown-haired boy a strong feeling of chills, and his spirit felt like it was trembling. Whatever was there, it was definitely the boss because of this sensation. When the door opened fully, he could see that it was a large room, with marble pillars on each side, and in front of him, at the end, was a kind of throne, covered by a red cloth. The seat was empty, or so the chestnut thought, since behind the throne, a being in red armor came out. Unlike the previous ones, this one did not look worn, this one had a shine on its armor. And at the top of his helmet, there was a kind of long feather that connected to it, in addition to a cape of the same color as the feather and armor, and carrying a large sword on his right waist. A bright gaze remained fixed on the chestnut, causing the same sensation of chills, the same sensation as the double lair, where that statue of a king massacred most of the hunters. Several drops of sweat ran down the chestnut's head. All this feeling was caused by that armor, a strong energy. The chestnut's gaze sharpened. Despite feeling intimidated, defeating it was the only way to get out of this dungeon and finish this quest. Name: Issei. Level 45. Class: None. Fatigue: 43. Title: Wolf Killer. HP: 6511/14, 867. MP: 869/1, 700. Chapter 48. It was the name of the knight in red armor. His name was in red, a bad color for the brown-haired boy, who had been a while since he last saw the color red. This knight is different from the rest he has faced. This really was the dungeon boss. The chestnut would really have it tough, and he knows it. The knight walked slowly, going down the small stairs, while the tip of his great sword rolled on the ground, creating sparks. The brown-haired man couldn't take his eyes off that armor. The sensation of trembling invaded him. His senses were alert to this. The knight launched himself in a swift and fierce movement, arriving in front of the chestnut tree, and in a quick movement he made a strong swing with his sword horizontally. The chestnut had ducked, avoiding the cut, but as far as the cut of the armor reached, everything that sword touched was sliced like tofu. The sound of pillars collapsing echoed behind the chestnut tree. He didn't turn around, but he already sensed what had happened. It was very loud. With his dagger and critical hit skill he gave a powerful stab to the armor, but to the brown-haired man's surprise, his dagger could not pierce the armor, causing him annoyance. To see that his attack didn't work, he had to dodge a vertical slash from the knight, jumping backwards to keep his distance. That slash hit the ground squarely, creating a smoke screen. While the chestnut had retreated, and saw how inside the earth curtain, a small light, the knight's gaze, that his weapon came out of nowhere towards the chestnut in the form of a thrust, who barely managed to dodge it by leaning his torso forward and backward. His face was only a few centimeters between the sword, The brown-haired man had to move quickly to maintain distance again, and he saw how the pillars of the place fell one by one, as if it were nothing. His strength and agility were above the chestnut. It was the same situation as when he fought with the first armor before arriving here. He cleaned it with his fist, since if his weapon didn't do any damage, I suppose he would have to use brute force, like against several previous armors. If it is difficult with a gun, with a fist it would be more difficult, but it was the only way. He put away his gun, and then hit his fist with his right palm. Issei, this is only going to get worse, he commented seriously as his knuckles cracked. The knight, seeing this action of the chestnut, remained static for a few seconds, then raised his weapon and firmly planted it in the ground. To then remove his cape, and his knives that he carried in his belt, to show that he had no weapons on, that he would also fight with his bare hands. Issei, are you not taking me seriously? I asked no one in particular, seeing how the armor would also fight without weapons, was it less valuable? The knight had increased his speed, arriving without warning, and with his hand he grabbed the chestnut's neck to throw him to crash against the wall, creating a crater with the impact. But it didn't end there. He moved again to reach where the chestnut was, on the wall, to give him a punch, which he managed to cover with his forearms in an X shape, but that didn't prevent him from receiving damage. On the contrary, the force was so much that the chestnut sank further into the crater, in addition to destroying the crater more, creating dust. From the middle of the dust the brown-haired man came out to continue maintaining distance. It could be noticed that his right forearm had a bruise from the blow. He would have taken more damage if he didn't have multiple gear on. The damage would be more than he would have taken. This boss was monstrously strong, making the brown-haired boy doubt how he could face him. But if he didn't beat him, he wouldn't get out of here, and he had to get out of here as soon as possible. This quest would make him strong. That's what he thought, while now, he felt like he was being kicked in the ass. Issei, it's all or nothing, said the brown-haired boy, starting his counterattack. If you can't beat your opponent in strength, use something else, learn in Professor Tobio's combat class. Activating his sprint ability, increasing his speed by 30, while 1 point would be consumed per second. He managed to land a direct blow to the armor's stomach, then used his other arm to cover himself from an elbow from the armor. Then both of them started exchanging blows without moving from where they were. You could see how they threw hundreds of blows in a single instant, colliding fists between them. But to a certain extent, the armor proved to be superior. Igris had hit the brown-haired boy full in the face, making him spin with his whole body in midair. The chestnut's life drops rapidly, reaching below 30%, which automatically activates his other ability, Perseverance, which reduces damage received by 50%. As the brown-haired boy continued to spin in the air, he felt his leg being grabbed, and he already knew who it was. And then he was thrown like an object towards the wall where the throne is located, which due to the strong impact, created a crater in the wall again, while blood began to spit out. Then the chestnut fell sitting on the throne, already exhausted. He felt like his body stopped responding. As he looked down, he didn't care that the knight appeared on his right side, looking with those bright white eyes at the brown-haired boy. Then he raised his right hand, and his great sword had come into his hands as if it were a magnet attracting things. He raised his sword, aiming to decapitate the chestnut, letting it fall quickly towards the chestnut's neck. A clean hand stopped Igris's weapon, the chestnut-haired man's hand, who now showed an even more determined look. Images passed through his head, his mother, Ika, Asia, the massacre that was with the statues, and above all the image of a certain redhead from behind came to his mind. By avoiding the impact of the large weapon, a shock wave of power is created, allowing the chestnut to quickly make his dagger appear. Issei, I won't lose! He exclaimed at the top of his lungs, to give a stab in the only place that could damage the armor, the opening of the helmet. Stabbing his dagger into the small opening in the helmet, creating a painful action in the armor. Without wasting time, the brown-haired man threw the armor against the wall while he was off guard. And quickly he took his dagger, and quickly began to give critical hits again and again in the same place. Attack, critical hit. 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 Attack, critical hit, attack. Critical hit, attack. Critical hit. Attack, critical hit, 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 attack, critical hit. He didn't know how many he had given, but he kept going until the light representing the eyes of the armor was completely extinguished. Until the armor fell to its knees, to stop moving and emitting power. Alarm. You have defeated Commander Blood Red Igris. Alarm. You've leveled up. You've leveled up. The notification appeared after defeating Igris, and immediately the chestnut fell to the ground, apparently finally able to take a deep, strong breath. Maybe it was luck that made him win. Since Igris was technically superior to him, he would possibly be comparable to many powerful demons of a Breton. While taking a breath, another notification came out, and the brown-haired boy read it. A smile appeared on his face as he opened the notification. It was 4 items, dropped by defeating Igris: Red Knight helmet, dominant touch, gold bag, and a hearthstone. The bag of gold had doubled the amount of gold he had, having a total of 3,115,629. And the helmet gave him extra stat points, making his item S category shine, 15% reduction to physical damage, plus 20 points of strength and speed. Out 128, plus 20. Vitality, 87, plus 20. Agility, 127. Intelligence, 6. Meaning, 89. Physical damage reduction 45%, plus 15%. It was the chestnut's new stats, not bad, and seeing the third item, a red stone with the name of Dominant Touch, a stone that has the same function as the one left after defeating Freed, break it and you will receive the ability that it contains in the rock. But the strangest thing is the hearthstone. It is not supposed to drop with the bosses. This was the boss room. Such an object was not necessary. After all, the mission was over. At least the quest is not over. All around him portals opened, and hundreds of knights came out of them, but you could see that their armor was better cared for. The class change quest has arrived. This has to be a joke. Chapter 49. Was everything that happened a joke? A warm-up? He didn't know, but seeing this notification, he knew that the quest is really far from over. 3 portals appeared in a different direction from the chestnut tree, and from it had come out armor, armies of armor, from swords, maces, axes, spears, assassins, archers, and sorcerers. In addition, a box that looks like a stopwatch appeared, and next to it the following message: the longer you last, the more points you will receive to be in a better class. Time midnight. Good luck. It was the message that said something that the brown-haired man in his current condition could not fight. If these armors are as strong as Igris, it would not be an enemy he would want to face right now. Using stealth was useless. Apparently wizards have the detection skill, which quickly nullified and revealed the chestnut's location. Starting to attack him with a large amount of armor, he didn't have much health points and mana left. He had used a lot against Igris. And these armors were not as strong as Igris, but the overwhelming number surpassed what the chestnut could do in his current condition. You repel an attack, you receive 2 back from where you can't see. A massacre of armor had begun. Something that the chestnut thought about using the hearthstone to get out of the dungeon, but if he used it, it would end this quest, and the result would be failed. If he loses, he probably won't be the only one who loses further in the future. With the escape stone in his hands, he was released with an attack that took him down, and the time had only passed 5 minutes, and counting. Being thrown to the ground, he had gotten up. Voices began to flood his mind. His nickname is the weakest hunter in the world. So weak that he hurts himself in a low-class dungeon. So weak? Everything around him seemed to turn dark. After the appearance of these voices in the chestnut's mind, his gaze showed how tired he was. Dark circles under his eyes reflect the tiredness and physical and mental exhaustion he has endured since the quest began. You wanted to be stronger. You crossed the thin line between life and death several times, for what? So that in the end you notice how weak you are? Wasn't it all your fault? the voice in his mind said, but the brown-haired boy recognized this voice, beginning to remain static, while the voice was heard louder from his back. The brown-haired boy turned around, meeting the being who said all that, finding that it was him himself before becoming like he is now. But that me, Lucia, Harrier, in addition to a dark look, accompanied by a smile that in no way reflected peace. Isn't that right, Issei? His appearance now, compared to his former self, was remarkable, as he is now taller, and has gained some muscle. I still can't believe we're the same person, the old version of the chestnut said, seeing that there were notable differences between both, new and old. You may have changed on the outside, but on the inside, you're still the same weakling as always. But there is a difference between you and me. And you got yourself into a situation where you are facing death once again. That was what he said to bring the brown-haired man back to reality for a moment, having intercepted a vertical blow from a suit of armor's weapon. After intercepting an armor attack, everything around him turned dark again, and he was once again in front of his former self. Cazador de Rango y Issei. In the end, that's all you are. Control your courage and fear, otherwise they will finish you off. Issei, shut up, shut up, shut up! The brown-haired boy screamed explosively upon hearing that. This scream of fury again brought him back to reality, beginning to destroy everything in his sight. Blinded by hatred for himself, for what he always wanted to stop being in order to survive and achieve what he wants. His senses were unstable. Attacking blindly was what would lead to losing his enemies sooner. Blinded by rage, only brute force, he was thrown to the ground by one of the armors as if it were no big deal. Just a weakling. You still have a long way to go. From now on, you will kill, sacrifice, and abandon more people, including friends and family. You become strong, or you will lose to your own doom. The chestnut-haired boy remained lying on the ground, his vision beginning to blur. It began to weigh on him, without seeing that a sword was rapidly falling towards his head. Alarm. You have failed the daily quest. Alarm. You are being moved to the penalty area. It was the last thing he saw until he closed his eyes, and then disappeared from this room, resulting in the knight cutting himself to the ground. With the chestnut. He woke up suddenly, his breathing labored, seeing where he was, and recognizing the place. It was what he called the punishment zone. It had happened the last time he was here, being that he never wanted to return to this place, and to end up here was not to do the quest, he would say. And it seems he remembered that he didn't do today's since he never thought it would take so long. He took his watch out of his pocket, realizing the hands marked 10, and it was broken. It seems he thought it would be morning or something like that, since when he came in it was 10:30 at night. And before the clock was broken, it read 10 o'clock, possibly making it morning. Who would have thought that sending him to the punishment zone would be his salvation from that imminent attack? Just for once, he was grateful for not having done the daily quest. Issei, who would have thought that luck is also a skill, he said while buying some positions in the store to lower fatigue, recover health and mana. He could see how the restrictions of the job change quest do not affect him in this location. Alarm. Do you want to try again? Yes/no. The brown-haired boy turned aside to look at the mutant centipedes that appeared from under the sand. Issei, if it's still going to kill me, I'll level up to try again, said the brown-haired boy, jumping towards the 100 giant feet. He could die trying, but his will does not allow him, as if after this defeat, he had become stronger than ever. There are things he has pending in his world. Being alive has never felt so good. With the Gremmy group. Aika was walking back and forth, while trying to call the brown-haired boy. Asia was sitting, keeping silent, but his mind was trying to make sure the brown-haired boy didn't arrive late. He had been missing for 2 days. Nothing has been heard from the aforementioned, nor from Hashikawa, who is Brown's roommate. She had simply disappeared. Not only was the chestnut uneasy, nor was Asia either. Rias also tried to find out where he had put the chestnut, but she couldn't communicate with him either. The redhead clenched her fists a little, thinking that everything the brunette said that night was a lie. Akeno, Kiba, Kaneko and Tosca were also in the club room. They were waiting for instructions, today was the night where they would take the raiding game against Riser's group. And the chestnut tree was missing for 2 days. Suddenly a magic circle appeared in the room. Team Gremory, you may now enter the match against Team Phoenix. The one who made that announcement was Grafia, who would be the judge of this unofficial meeting. While Surzex, Ajuka, Citri Group, Gremory family and Phoenix saw this from a room. There was no time to wait for the chestnut. The time of waiting and tolerance had run out. This meeting would take place without him. Rias sighed, changing her dejected look to a determined one to enter the magic circle with her nobility. Trust in you. Chapter 50. The punishment zone was filled with corpses that were 100 feet tall, missing their heads or any part of their long bodies. And in the middle of the lifeless bodies of those creatures was the brown-haired man, who was taking some potions. The time I had to last before returning to the class quest was 4 hours to survive in this area. Something that the chestnut used to strengthen by raising its level and stats, since here it did not have those restrictions of not obtaining stat points when leveling up like in the class quest dungeon. He had 3 minutes and 20 seconds left, and going down before reaching 4 hours, he had been leveling up so much that he didn't have time to prepare his equipment, even though he doesn't have much equipment that he can use in his inventory, other than what he has on. The Risaka dagger was not strong enough to penetrate the armor of those knights, so a better weapon was needed. And what better place to buy it than in the store integrated into your skill? This was the first time you would buy a weapon in the store, since your level was already adequate. It was nothing more than simply positions. Looking at weapons, seeing one of each type, such as 1- and 2-handed swords, giant axes, spears and daggers, close-range weapons in other words. You would have to choose one that gives you the best advantage, finding one, with the name of Night Killer, with a cost of 2,800,000 gold, something that with its 3,100,000 gold it barely reached. The name of that weapon sounded quite useful to face those armors. After buying the weapon, a shiny black metal dagger with red edges had materialized in his hand. Item: Night Killer. Class B. Type: Dagger. Plus 75 attack. Knight/horse class enemies will receive plus 25% additional damage. A really useful weapon. After reading the weapon description, it seems luck is a skill after all. Issei, if my childhood self had known that luck is a skill, he would have done nothing but think about getting a harem. The brown-haired boy commented to himself with comedy, remembering that childhood dream he had when he was just a 9-year-old boy. The preparations were not yet complete. He still has time, so he would make sure that his weapon would not be thrown away when he receives a strong attack, just like what happened with the Hearthstone. Without that stone, turning back is no longer an available option, something that not even he has any plans to do. This quest will be finished. And that's it. So I bought some bandages from the store and tied it to his hand that was holding the Night Killer, leaving only his left hand free. Using bandages to ensure your weapon doesn't fall for nothing, something he learned after watching a samurai movie. I take out the skill stone, Dominant Touch, which I got after defeating Igris, breaking it, to absorb that skill. Ability: Dominant Touch. Active. Does not require mana. You can control objects without touching them. It was the simple description of the acquired skill, a skill that does not require a cost. Not bad at all. It was a bargain, remembering a skill that Igris used to attract his weapon just by estimating his hand. Using skill in something, such as over the corpse of a 100-footer, without result. He didn't move, since your skill is very low. Issei, well, at least I tried, he said, stopping using the ability. He would have a chance to improve it. As long as the ability is used more, its level will rise, but I guess this is the most I can prepare. One last chance, it's all or nothing. The punishment mission has ended. After this announcement, the chestnut was teleported back to the dungeon, at the entrance of the room, and in front of him stood the large group of knights, and apparently the time he was in the punishment area, their numbers had increased. The quest class change mission had started again, where the time started from 0 seconds, already starting to count. And the armor was launched towards the chestnut, who with his dagger cut down the first wave that approached him to attack. The Night Slayer's passive was providing a lot of help. What he couldn't cut with Risaka, the Night Slayer cut as if it were. This became easier than using fists against them. As he continued destroying armor, he noticed something strange. He had killed a large number of armor. He should have leveled up, but he hadn't. And in this dungeon it restricts you from using healing, and that when you level up it wouldn't give you points. But it doesn't restrict leveling up. Another thing I noticed was the mages that were behind that horde of knights. They didn't attack like the previous ones on the way here. They just stood still, as if they weren't going to reveal their ability. But he found the answer to his question himself. In the expert reports where the knights appeared, those magicians, they were innovators, and whatever they invoke, the chestnut tree will not receive experience no matter how many I kill. All those hordes prevented the wizard from reaching him. Well, the brown-haired man managed to spot one of them, so he thought of a way to do it. Making Risaka appear, jumping into the air to throw it with force towards the magician, managing to hit him, so that his cape then falls to the ground. You have finished off a wizard. You have learned the dagger throw skill. Those mages summoned knights. He had to find them all, and it was difficult to find them among all that armor. But he remembered that when he used stealth, they used detection. Maybe with that they will work to locate how many there are among them. Stealth skill has been activated. The wizards are using detection. 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 Dispelling the sigil of the chestnut, who was now on a pillar, which was held with his dagger nailed to it. Being able to notice where the magicians were and see how many there were, a total of 5 by just finishing off 5 of them, the remaining knights would no longer be a hindrance, and everything would be over. You've caught me, and I've caught you. One hand holding a Night Slayer, and the other the Risaka Fang, starting to cut a path through the armor to reach the mages. Making use of his 2 acquired skills, Dominant Touch and Dagger Throw. The Dominant Touch could not only attract objects towards him, but could be used offensively as well, as if it were some sort of extension of his hand, reaching from afar to crush the helmet of one of the knights. And to draw back his dagger, which with a dagger throw gave a sure blow to the magicians. Dash 1 less for left. The wizards did not sit idly by either. They summoned increasingly more destructive armor, something that the chestnut had to cut with more force and speed. Open a path to reach them, reaching the 3rd, leaving 3 missing to finish. His health and mana points were not eternal. They would run out very soon, and this had to end. The 3 missing wizards had gathered, Lara making a single summon together. Agility to the maximum he could, reaching the 3 remaining magicians, opening the way, cutting anyone who crossed his path, until he ended up cutting the 3 magicians. And it was all over. With no more summoners, the summoned armors collapsed to the ground. The counter had stopped, with 4.5 hours of time used to finish this raid. All the monsters in the room have been finished, the quest ends now. This announced the chestnut did not lower his guard, thinking that there would be another, but it was not. You will be able to obtain a class based on the points you have collected. In short, it was over, where the chestnut gave a strong respite from tiredness, but waiting for what class he could choose, or... While his mind thought about choosing the assassin class, since his weapons were daggers and his agility gave him support. A class will be granted, after the system has analyzed the player's actions. Well, it seems that choosing will not be possible, but seeing how he has put his statistics, the class that will be given to him would be one of the 3. If everything is based on the same as in a video game. Warrior for his strength class, assassin for his speed, or perhaps tank due to his vitality. One of the 3 had to be, so it wasn't bad either, so either way he will become strong. Wherever she goes, death follows her. The player's path is filled with blood. The player possesses strength, he never has any equipment, and overcomes everything with his strength. It was the narrative that came out in the virtual paintings, making one think that the chestnut had been assigned to the warrior class. Your desire for strength burns strong enough to call forth those who come through the valley of death, and the army of the dead who follow your commands will forge a path where your commands are law, and you will never need any other aid again. This last painting left the chestnut tree confused, since the first 3 gave indications of a warrior, but this 4th one, at all, did not sound like the description of a knight, but more of a Issei, Armies of the dead? Wait. It must be a mistake. My class, said the brown-haired boy, unable to believe what he had gotten from the class. And it was a class that did not reflect his stats. And his classes? With the Gremry group. Rias and Asia were the only ones left in the meeting, while near them there was an Ika lying on the ground, with blood coming out of her mouth. She was not wearing her glasses, she had dropped them during the battle. Rias was wounded in one arm, but without exaggeration, the damage remains, and in front of her was Riser, without any kind of damage, and next to his queen and a blonde bishop. Rias, I give up, was what the redhead said, while the hair in front covered her gaze. Tears began to run down her cheeks. Riser, I guess it's a checkmate, said the blonde with a smile, starting to approach Rias, until he had him in his arms. The aforementioned did not resist this, already. Rias Gremry's surrender is accepted. Riser Phoenix is the winner of the game. The match between the Gremry team against Phoenix had ended. The third son of the Phoenix had won. Chapter 51. Was there a mistake? He never touched any magic-related stats, like intelligence, and technically the Necromancer class was a dark mage class. Something seen in video games, he has never seen with his own eyes how the dead are manipulated or controlled, and he even doubts if there is anyone with this class among the hunters, and if there were, it would have already been someone of renown. The chestnut was a fighting type in every sense, and that is reflected in both its stats and skills. It is somewhat strange to obtain a Necromancer class instead of a warrior class. There were pros and cons to this class, like an army of dead under his command, and beyond that advantage, the chestnut tree couldn't think of any other, and apparently that's all. Do you accept your class? Yes/no. An option appeared for the brown-haired boy, to accept his class or not. He thought about it. If he rejected it, it was possible that they would not have another class. Issei, reject. Necromancer is a hidden class, you keep rejecting it. Hidden class? If I remember correctly, there are many varieties of hunter classes, so to speak, plus there are rumors that some guild masters have the transformation ability. Does that mean the Necromancer class is a special class? Which could be said as a unique ability, or unique awakening. Well, if the chestnut was even a little good with magic, there would be no problem with that class. But the problem was that he couldn't channel magic. I've never heard of anyone who knows how to use magic or fight hand-to-hand, a magician who knows close combat. Not that he knows, all he knows about this ability is based on the little knowledge of video games he played as a child. After seeing those summoning mages, what would happen if those mages had some close combat skills? With a summoner skill, someone with those qualities could clear a dungeon on their own. Something that the chestnut learned is that everything is based on levels, and invocations are no exception. It was possible for this system to adapt to the user's needs. If so, the combinations went beyond what would represent it as simply a level system of a video game. Issei, it's all or nothing, said the brown-haired boy, having already made his decision, and it is to accept the class. Your class has been chosen. Based on the points you have earned a chance to be promoted to a higher class. You have exceeded the expected playing time. Points added. You didn't use the Hearthstone. Points added. Your final life is over 50%. Points added. All enemies have been finished. Points added. The darkness around them began to take the form of waves of air, going straight to the brown-haired man, joining his body, forming some kind of aura. You have been promoted from Necromancer to Lord of Shadows. It was the new message that appeared before the brown-haired boy, impressing him. Just a few moments ago he had gotten a class, and now a promotion. You have learned an exclusive class skill. You have obtained a stat bonus. You have earned the title, the one who overcomes adversity. Could this be called an instant promotion? This happened because of the bonus points accumulated from fighting that wave of armor. Well, he was grateful for the points, otherwise he would remain a necromancer for a while. The class change is done, accompanied by a surprise promotion. The dark aura disappeared. It was then that the chestnut tree began to hear voices, some kind of colored cry, coming from the armor lying on the ground. A shadow extraction has been used on this objective. A shadow extraction has been used on this objective. A shadow extraction has been used on this objective. Quickly realizing that this is a necromancer ability, a signature of turning corpses into summonable beings. There was no better way to describe that ability, as the brown-haired man watched as faint black auras emerged from the remains of armor around him. Please issue an order for shadow extraction. The chestnut took a breath before obeying to give an order as indicated in the instructions. Emerge. This simple order, the darkness in the armor became more noticeable. Starting to come out of them, the shadows began to take humanoid forms of knights. All the armor in the surroundings began to come out of them, as much as I can with that ability. Cool appearance. While the eyes were represented with pale blue lights, it could be said that this appearance looks better than when they were metal armor. Skill, Shadow Extraction LV1. Exclusive class ability. Does not require mana. A shadow soldier is created from a lifeless body by draining its mana. The chances of failure increase the higher the target's stats are, and the longer the time that passes since the target's death. Shades that can be extracted, 30/30. Skill, Shadow Guard LV1. Exclusive class ability. Does not require mana. You can absorb shadow soldiers and store them. Soldiers can be saved to be summoned and reabsorbed whenever the creator wishes. Shadows saved 0/20. It was the description of the two skills acquired by changing class. One is to extract, and the other is to save, both having a limit. Extract 30 shadows at a time, and you can only store 20. And not only that, each shadow had a level and a certain category. Apparently they become stronger the more battles they participate in. The idea of extracting the strongest knight came to his mind, and it was Igris, who was lying lifeless in the corner. The extraction limit had been reached, and to free up space, some extractions had to be cancelled, and of those cancelled, they would no longer be summoned, they would go to a place called the Void. It was an explanation of the ability. So he released the lowest ranking shadows, the infantry, feeling a little bad for having called them to send them into the Void. After this, with spaces already in his extraction number, the chestnut went directly to where Igris called dead. Issei, Blood-Red Commander Igris, I want you as my servant. Surge was the brown-haired man's order to the body of the aforementioned. Traces of shadows began to emerge from the red armor, making the brown-haired man think that the extraction was successful. But it was the opposite. The traces of shadows exploded with a shock wave, causing the brown-haired man to cover himself with his arms. You have failed to extract the shadow. You have 2 more chances to try. The extraction had failed, something that if, as it says, the longer he remains dead, the easier it would be, in addition to his stats, being a boss, were very high. It had been over 4 hours since he had defeated him, and it still didn't seem to be easy. He admitted him again for the second time, obtaining the same result, a failed extraction, and now he only had 1 chance left. The chestnut really wants to recruit the shadow of Igris. Being an extremely powerful being, it would be quite useful in the next dungeons to be cleared. He was thinking of a way to make this third and final attempt, how he would extract the shadow, so he started thinking. It took him about 20 minutes until he found a good way, remembering how Rias did the chant when he introduced the bishop piece into Asia. Knowing this, I now had to come up with a song, something general enough and that shows the intentions of having it. I spent half an hour thinking about it, until I achieved it. Stop protecting the seat of someone who is already gone. And try to protect me from anyone who stands in front of you. Surge! It was the chant of the chestnut tree in extracting the shadow of Igris, who apparently was beginning to react to this third extraction. A black silhouette began to emerge from Igris's body, while a great emotion of power was released. Issei, Blood Red. No, the brown-haired boy denied that name, since he had stopped being blood red, being totally a shade simply. Igris. You have improved the shadow. The shadow level will be 7. Shadows as high as knight rank can be appointed. Extraction has been successful. It was the final message, already having Igris as one of his shadows. Igris along with the rest of the extracted shadows knelt before the chestnut, as a sign that he is his commander, king, superior, etc. Issei, wow. He commented, surprised at this action of respect. Now I know how it feels to be king. Now I know how Bucho feels, he commented with comedy at this scene. But his gaze returned to the list of skills, seeing that one had a lock logo, but his name could be seen. Chapter 52. In the human world, the same place where the chestnut disappeared to do the class change quest, the portal opened again. The quest finally ended and I could leave, after trying several ways to use the shadows without being noticed because it was so obvious. After all, he is known as the weakest, and out of nowhere he had become so strong, many things would be created, and among them rumors, and the way to use the shadows without raising that suspicion was to use it as if it were a sacred gear. Not using the shadows in their entirety, but their weapons, generally swords, something that could be discovered, that could be used, weapons that come out from your own shadow. It sounds credible. Although drawing weapons from his shadow was one of the many strategies he created, another was that he could extend his shadow to reach his opponent, and from his shadow come out spear thrusts. Anyway, the point is that he figured out more ways to use shadows without summoning them. At this moment the chestnut tree came out of the portal, then it closed and disappeared, seeing that it was night, and it seemed that it took him a whole day possibly, without knowing that in reality it was longer. Without paying attention to the large tower-type clock, he was proceeding to go back to his room in the dormitory, to rest the day before the Gremry vs. Phoenix match, and these ways of using the shadows would be very useful for those moments. "You finally appeared. I thought that portal had swallowed you," said a female voice behind the brown-haired man, who recognized the voice, turned around and found Hilda. "Issei, Hilda-san?" "Hilda, I've seen everything. You have many things that you haven't told Ajuka-sama," said the blonde with her neutral face, analyzing the brown-haired boy. Torn clothes, some superficial wounds, nothing exaggerated, but from the way the brown-haired man's clothes were in some torn parts, you could tell he had been fighting. "Issei, what are you talking about?" asked the brown-haired boy in a foolish way. "But did he see him come out of that portal?" Hilda, not having time to waste on this, took out a watch, seeing that a certain ceremony was coming up soon, and the chestnut tree had disappeared for 4 days. "Hilda, it's time to get up to date. There's no time to waste," said the blonde, invoking a transport circle. "Come in," was what the girl said to the brunette. "Issei, what do you mean by catching up? Where are we going?" asked the brown-haired boy, confused. "Hilda, hospital to see Miss Curious," said the woman to the brown-haired man, who opened his eyes in shock, and without thinking entered the circle, and in this way they both disappeared. Hospital. In a room of the nearest hospital to the academy, a brown-haired man was looking at someone in bed, while the patient did not seem to wake up. Noticing how there were bandages all over his body, and behind the brown base he found Hilda, who remained silent in this situation. Akeno was resting as a patient, after demanding more in the rating game. It was more than the chestnut could withstand from the wear and tear and damage. The chestnut was silent. 4 days had passed since entering that portal. Apparently he had made a mistake with the time. It was not like the instant dungeon D. It took him a day, and for the world it was 4. Rias Gremry had lost a match, and apparently today is the engagement party, as reported by Hilda. 4 days, 4 damn days. The brown-haired man clenched his fist at this. Seeing the brown-haired woman in the hospital bed was like something was stabbing him. A look that turned serious, while his eyes began to turn a cold blue like Antarctica, turning into hatred. "I was determined to go to that stupid engagement party. That guy had to be held accountable for what he did." The sound of the door opening attracted the attention of the brown-haired boy and Hilda. The one who opened the door was Asia, who stood still to see who was in front of her. An expression of astonishment appeared on her face. Then tears began to flow from her eyes, running down her cheeks. Without warning she launched herself at the brown-haired man, while the tears did not stop. Leaving her face on the chest of the brunette, the blonde bishop hugged the brunette tightly, while her tears left a wet stain on the chest of the aforementioned. Saying sorry wouldn't work. The brown-haired man had failed everyone, not just Rias, but everyone. Asia cried as she asked where she had been these days, something that left the brunette with a lump in his throat, while the only thing he could do was comfort Asia. Asia was the one who stayed with Ika, while the others attended the party to accompany Rias, so that the aforementioned could have some peace of mind after the defeat. It took a moment to calm down, to separate himself from the brown-haired man, who went towards Hilda, who has remained on the sidelines during all of this. Issei, we'll go to that damn party, said seriously, Hilda, who upon hearing this, gave a slight smile, to nod slightly in affirmation. I'm coming for you. With Rias. The redhead was in a dressing-room-type room, where many maids were there to help her prepare for this night of her engagement party with the third son of the Phoenix. The girl wore an elegant white wedding dress, which left her shoulders bare, revealing a bit of her cleavage, long gloves, high heels, and accessories such as necklaces and some gems. The girl was looking at herself in the mirror. The dress looked good on her. She would be happy if the person was someone she loves. It was just an engagement party. Dressing this way seemed exaggerated. It was to be expected from Riser. As long as we are all here, that commitment will not be fulfilled. It was a phrase that came to her mind. What the brown-haired man said had had some strange effect on her, that on several occasions she couldn't stop thinking about it. A sad look appeared on Rias's face, as she crossed her arms, looking at the ground, confused. I didn't know what to think of the brown-haired boy. He didn't seem to be the kind of person that was missing. That seriousness didn't seem to be it. But a part of her felt cheated, even though if he had been there, they would have lost anyway. Rias, Issei, said the girl in a low voice, a certain name. But the girl was taken out of her thoughts when a maid called and announced that it was time to show up at the party, making Rias sigh with heaviness. Engagement party. Somewhere in the underworld, in the hall of a large mansion, an engagement party was taking place between the Gremory family and Phoenix. Several guests were there, and among them were the Citri group, the remaining members of the Gremory group, such as Kiba, Tosca, Akeno, and Kaneko. But the most important thing was that Ajuka was also there, and on his side, Hilda appeared through a magic circle, to give him a message that brought a smile to the Mao, who immediately made a magic communication circle towards a certain redhead. It should be said that the patriarchs and matriarchs of the respective clans Gremory and Phoenix were also present at the party, talking with guests from other houses and important people. The party was going normally, like a certain blonde Phoenix bragging that her brother won a fiancé with a rating game. People were waiting for the two protagonists to appear from this party, until they appeared in the center of an altar made of something red with golden edges and other things. That more than a party, they really seemed like a wedding in that part. Riser along with Rias had appeared, where the blonde had a white dress that showed part of her chest, in addition to showing a victorious smile, and next to her was Rias, who had a neutral expression, but it would be before this party. When they both appeared, the exit and entrance door opened violently, sending several guards flying out of them, combined with the crash of the giant door. Several guards flew to the ground, and one ended up near Rias and Riser. Your army. So shadows. Moments before, Issei and Hilda appeared in some empty corridors. He didn't know the place, while he was guided by Hilda to where he would meet Razor. While on the way, the blonde gave instructions on saying some things, otherwise, the elders of the demon councils would find a gap and would put another commitment for Rias. The demon king Surzex planned this, while Ajuka lent a hand to this plan, which if it ended with Razor's defeat and Issei saying a few words, everything would end well for Rias, a humiliation to the council. Hilda, you have to say that you came for Rias, and that you are doing it for her because you love her. Hilda gave instructions to Issei, since it was the last thing that would make it clear that there would be no more commitment for Rias, or anyone else from now on, since if you don't say it, nothing assures us that more problems will come for you and Miss Kiryu in the future, the blonde maid finished saying. Issei, is that all I have to say? He asked seriously, receiving an affirmation from Hilda. Issei clenched his fists tightly, wanting to make the Phoenix pay for what he did to Aika. A memory came to mind, how a family lost their lives because they were cowardly, and now seeing Aika being like that, reminded him of that moment. Surgeon. Even now with great power he could not avoid things. This simply increased his anger. From his shadows, multiple silhouettes manifested his army of shadows, seeing how a little far in front of them there were some guards, who felt the release of power. Putting himself on guard, only to be swept away by the shadows. While Issei's fight was about to begin, the guards were thrown through the door, opening violently, attracting the attention of everyone present inside it. "Hilda, remember what you have to say!" exclaimed the blonde. "It was necessary to say that, otherwise this would never end." "Present. Eager army. So shadows." This was what the guard said before falling down defeated. This action put everyone in the room on guard, including several guards who stood at the room's exit, waiting for whoever had made such an attack. What the guard said left Riser confused, as well as Rias. The entire room was waiting to see what could enter through the door. Silence reigned in the room, but only the sound of footsteps could be heard, gradually approaching, until it became clear who the unwanted guest was. Issei had arrived at the engagement party between Rias and Riser, and he didn't have a very happy look as he was. Without having changed his clothes that he had been wearing throughout the class change quest, he didn't give a damn and arrived as he had come out of the portal. The appearance of the chestnut really surprised many, such as Sona, Kiba, Tosca, Akeno, Kaneko, Riser, but especially Rias. "Rias, Issei!" exclaimed the redhead, surprised by the sudden appearance of the brunette. Someone who had been missing for 4 days had appeared. The chestnut-haired man took a deep breath, then let it out, and immediately made Risaka appear in his left hand, and exclaimed at the top of his lungs who he came to look for. Chapter 53. The chestnut roared, while his left hand held the Risaka tusk. His action showed as an attack, which the guards pointed their weapons at the chestnut. This was taken as a hostile action. Killer instinct skill has been activated. Targets will lose 50% of their stats. The guards fell to their knees as they could feel the fear transmitted by the brown-haired man's gaze. Added to the debuff they had, technically they had been neutralized, being out of combat. He looked at the view in front of him, finding the 2 people he was looking for. His gaze sharpened at this. He firmly gripped his dagger, to forcefully throw it forward. The short weapon went so fast towards Riser that it passed by his face, cutting his right cheek. The gun was stuck in the wall behind Riser. The cut drew blood from Riser's right cheek. Spill effect has been activated. Paralysis effect has been activated. The blonde phoenix felt his body go numb, and at the same time a pain. In case interrupting the party didn't anger Riser, this attack made him explode. The enemy dispelled the status ailment effects, releasing flames throughout his body, canceling the effects of the dagger, as well as healing the cut. "Riser, damn human!" he exclaimed furiously, launching himself in the direction of the brown-haired boy, taking out his wings of fire, while his hands turned into flames. The chestnut repeated the same action, taking out his other dagger, the Night Slayer in his right hand, launching himself towards Riser. But 2 maids appeared between them. Grafia and Hilda, the silver-haired one, intercepted Riser with an ice pillar. While Hilda, her pink umbrella that she always carries with her, was a hidden sword. Taking the handle of her umbrella, she unsheathed her rapier-type sword, colliding with the chestnut Night Killer. A commotion was created among the crowd, without knowing the origin of this unexpected guest, but apparently Rias knows him. Both Hilda and Grafia separated the 2 to keep their distance. A fight is inevitable, but in the best case, it would be to wait first to see how it ends, or rather, the verdict of the 2 Maos present. And it was just as it happened. The Mao Surzex Lucifer and Ajuka Beelzebub entered the scene. Well, they stopped being among the crowd of spectators, going out to solve this, more than anything for Surzex. Since Ajuka has done what he could, being someone outside of the Gremry and Phoenix family, the rest was in the hands of his red-haired friend. The Mao Lucifer had come out to face this small inconvenience. With a calm and kind expression, he gave a small explanation. Riser won the raiding game fairly, but since Rias was new to this due to his lack of experience, you could say it was a teenager against a child. But Surzex wouldn't say it that way. He was simply following the loopholes in the agreements and rules, and there was no rule that someone outside couldn't challenge to break Rias's engagement. And that stranger was none other than the unexpected guest. This was Rias' last chance to get out of this commitment. He hadn't broken any rules. Surzex simply wanted to demonstrate what the hunters of this new generation can do. A small confrontation to liven up the atmosphere of the place, something that Riser accepted. Being a request from the Mao, it could not be denied. Besides, it was a good excuse to kill that human, from the moment they met at the club. For the blonde, he had given him a bad feeling. One last battle as a single riser, I accept with great confidence, but his senses were a little out of place, as he could see behind the chestnut an army of beings. He shook his head several times, until he came to, and waited for the preparations to be ready for combat. The chestnut tree did not refuse either, he accepted, and in the same way he was waiting for the preparations to be ready. The chestnut tree extended his left hand towards the direction where Risaka was nailed. Dominant touch skill has been activated. The dagger began to vibrate as if it were moving, and as if some kind of energy had taken it, returning it to the chestnut's left hand, who, upon returning his weapon, put it in his inventory. Mao Surzek's decision was not well received by several demons present, but he had not broken any treaty, so everything was legal. Grafia, at Surzek's request, made the stage where the fight would take place. Meanwhile, the red Mao would ask what the brown-haired man would want as a reward. After all, he is putting his life on the line, a fight where only one will remain standing. The brown-haired boy, seeing that he still had time before fighting, went with Rias, and after arriving, the young man apologized. Issei, I'm sorry, was the only thing he said to Rias, who looked at him with mixed feelings. On one hand she was happy, but on the other she was a bit angry, missing for 4, and appears bursting into a party with some traces of torn clothes. Not even the rest of the nobility of Rias knew how to address each other, but they gathered next to Rias, accompanied by Sona and Tsubaki. Most of that group were looking for answers. The brown-haired man, after apologizing, remained silent, while Mao Surzek watched all this calmly. Surzek, young Hayato, is that not so? Asked the aforementioned, who nodded at the call of the red Mao. What do you want as a reward if you win this fight? Was the simple question of the Mao to the brown-haired boy. Issei. Silence reigned for the brown-haired man for a moment before answering the Mao's question. He had nothing special, since the phoenix is his hunting target. I want Rias to be free from this commitment, said the brown-haired man to the Mao. The aforementioned simply smiled at this, to indicate that he entered the magic circle where he would take the chestnut and Riser to the combat stage. Riser entered the magic circle, then entered the chestnut, but before entering, someone took his right hand. He turned to see who it was, meeting Rias. Rias, leave it like that, said the girl to the brown-haired boy, who didn't understand that. Don't go fighting, said the girl, lowering her head. The hair on her forehead had covered her vision. Fear. Riser would have finished off Rias and her peerage by himself if he had wanted to. He has never lost, and in the few times it has happened, it was on purpose. In remembering how when they had the advantage against Riser, the Phoenix made the 180-degree change, Aiko would have died, Akeno would have come out with burns that would leave a mark. If they couldn't beat him, what will make Rias think that the chestnut can handle Razor alone? He could die, and Rias would be the one harmed by bringing the chestnut into this. You can die, don't go, said the redhead, taking a firmer grip on the brown-haired man's hand, but she felt her head being gently stroked. Raising her gaze, finding that it was the brown-haired man who was doing it, he gave Rias a serene expression. He wouldn't run away from any fight. Riser owes him a beating, and he'll make him pay. Issei, I will win, was what he said to Rias. I promised you that you would be free that time, didn't I? He said to Rias, who remembered the conversation from that night. The chestnut tree removed the grip of the rivers to enter the magic circle, taking out the Risaka tusk and the night killer. Rias's heart began to beat with worry, while her brother prevented her, as if he knew something. The redhead could not do anything. That cold look from the brunette in the transmission made her freeze, unable to take her eyes off him. In the fight, Riser and the chestnut were looking at each other. The stage was simple, a coliseum type, open field, while in the sky they could see that this meeting was being broadcast in the room. The brunette's gaze never left the blonde's, as if he had him in his sights no matter what. Start! Grafia's voice sounded on stage, starting the fight. Riser, you were lucky not to attend the meeting between Phoenix and Gremory. You wasted your life coming here, Riser said to the brown-haired boy, taking out his wings of fire, rising into the air. I'll give you a chance, Ak. The blonde didn't finish speaking, as he felt a pain in both of his arms, which were no longer in place. Bleeding effect. Paralysis effect. The brown-haired boy, without waiting, after throwing his 2 daggers and cutting both of Riser's arms, jumped with great force until he reached Riser, grabbing him by the head with his right hand. In midair, with great force he slammed the blonde phoenix against the ground, causing them both to fall directly on it, creating a crater from the impact. "Issei, you talk a lot, Yakitori," he said seriously with Riser's face on the ground, while his eyes shone blue, applying more force to his grip on Riser's face that hunting. Chapter 54. Riser was slammed into the ground. Without both of his arms, the chestnut's hand held the phoenix's face against the battleground. A large crater was created on impact. The spectators were surprised that this had happened to the phoenix, but thinking about it, maybe it was an attack without thinking. Riser, who upon seeing how he was, his body was surrounded by intense flames that quickly increased in size, to the point of beginning to burn part of the brown-haired boy's clothes and hands, who had no choice but to let go of the blonde and jump back, keeping his distance from the flames for now. He styles his 2 hands, drawing back Risaka and kills knights to his hand. From the crater, Riser rose into the air, both of his arms regenerating with his flames, with an angry expression. "Riser, damn human! You will pay for your actions!" he exclaimed in flames, starting to throw fireballs, each one bigger than the last. The blonde had decided to let the brunette leave without any harm if he apologized, but apparently he is that kind of human who does not even know what death is, even though the Reaper himself is in front of him. Skill Sprinter has been activated, 1 mana per second, speed plus 30%. The brown-haired boy had activated his speed boost ability, running at high speed, dodging Riser's fireballs, while looking for an opening, or rather, another angle to hit him with Risaka. The phoenix, noticing that his ranged attacks were not working, he changed his attack, propelled himself with his wings of fire and adjusted himself to a stable distance for hand-to-hand combat. Fists and kicks wrapped in flames, but the brown-haired boy dodged them, while every second, a point of mana disappeared due to the consumption of the speed increase ability. Riser is a fighting prodigy, and the brunette didn't deny it, but that's not the point. He came here to settle scores, and that will make the blonde phoenix pay. The brown-haired man's gaze shone when he noticed an opening to attack. In a quick movement, he stabbed his dagger into the Riser. Vital Strike has been activated. Nailing close to his heart, the clean sound could be heard clearly, and at the same time as that attack happened, Riser's attack stopped. Bleeding effect has been activated, minus 1% per second. Paralysis effect has been activated. Both of Risaka's Fang abilities had been activated. Riser could feel his body go numb, as well as a pain growing inside him. The chestnut's attack did not end there, but with Risaka nailed to Riser, he made a Chaco's swing up, cutting Riser's entire left shoulder. Then, with a sword, make a horizontal cut, drawing a loud groan of pain from him. Finally, a kick sent the phoenix flying, who was still under the effects of debuffs. With Rias, the redhead, along with her pieces, were on a balcony of the living room, watching the fight through a projection. The chestnut tree had the advantage of the scale in its favor. Although it has received some damage, it was less compared to Riser's. Those cuts had destroyed his upper suit, and he also noticed blood coming out of his eyes, an expression that showed pain. Kiba, who had witnessed the chestnut's fight against Freed, that fight was nothing compared to this one. In his point of view, he couldn't say much, but the handling of a short sword was the most similar thing that Kiba could represent to a dagger. The chestnut's dagger handling was good, but he somehow lacked a solid fighting style. It was like moving to whatever gave him favor, avoiding incense-filled things. In these 2 months after the Freed incident, it was noticeable that he had become much stronger. Those present at the party, those who attend the academy, such as Sona and Tsubaki, along with others who are students present, or rather those who know about the chestnut, such as the Student Council and the Japanese Culture Study Club. It was incredible that someone so strong had remained a seed, and clearly those skills were superior to many of the Bloom class. Rias put a hand to her chest. Even though seeing that the brown-haired boy had the total advantage in the fight, she didn't let go of her worry, as if something bad would happen. Her heart was beating 1,000 miles an hour. She wanted to be free from this commitment, but at the same time, if something happened to the brunette, she would feel the greatest guilt. Riser's nobility did not show pleasant expressions at seeing their lord losing the fight. They could not intervene. You could see everyone wanting to go and help, especially the bishop. A blonde girl in a purple dress, the only one who has remained as a spectator in the fight in a close manner. The youngest daughter of the Phoenix was to fill Riser's nobility temporarily. If the brown-haired boy had been in the Gremory vs. Phoenix match, he would know the identity of this girl. She had seen that human when he showed up at the club. He didn't seem to be anyone remarkable. His face seemed like someone bored, although his seriousness was a little cute. Beyond that, he didn't seem to be anyone extraordinary. And it seems she is wrong, and the clash he had with Riser at the club really wasn't stupid. Was there a reason why Riser would have ended up faster the way he is now? Back to the fight. Riser has the regenerative factor. It sounds advantageous, but it is not against the chestnut, no. Riser didn't understand. He could easily counter Riser and his pieces, but this human in front of him was destroying him, making him slower with each regeneration he used. Without a leg and an arm, Riser was on the ground. Fear had invaded his being. In front of him, there was no normal human being. I knew that humans with the appearance of those portals have managed to obtain abilities, but even so, they were far from reaching the level of a demon, and among those humans, there were very few. And that human was standing in front of him. Some shadow covered his face, but still, that look was remarkable. With strength, Riser began to do what he could to retreat on the ground. Fear had made him vulnerable. In front of him was not a mere human but a reaper under the skin of a human. Asia is caring for Aika on a stretcher at the Academy Hospital, and both she and Aika wait for him to return. This is no longer simply breaking off an engagement. He may not know the importance of an absurd commitment, nor will he listen to Riser's explanations. The chestnut came here to make Riser pay, and that he will do. Seeing the Riser like that gave him satisfaction, which calmed his anger at seeing Aika hurt. Even so, it was not enough to completely calm his anger. For every drag that the Phoenix had to, he gave one. But he immediately launched himself at Riser with Rasaka in hand with great firmness, and Riser, seeing him, could not help but let out a cry of despair. A little away from hitting Riser with Vital Strike, the brown-haired man stopped his attack. Between his weapon and Riser, a blonde in a dress had appeared, causing the brunette to stop his attack violently, leaving him just millimeters away from the edge, touching the blonde with wings of fire, similar to Riser's. Not only did she appear, but the other pieces of Riser also appeared next to the blonde. Each and every one of them were determined to fight to protect their king. Avoiding to notice that something strange happened to Riser when all his pieces were in front of him. The brown-haired man's intimidation didn't seem to make any of them back down. It was useless, even though the bloodlust had been effective on them. But a notice appeared in his sight that caused him confusion, which when he read it, his eyes opened in shock. Another player has challenged you. It is not possible to deny a player's request. PvP mode has been activated. PvP, an acronym for player versus player. This got a surprised look from the brown-haired man, who immediately looked for that player in addition to him. But the name Riser Phoenix had appeared before his eyes like some kind of enemy to defeat. Boss, Riser Phoenix. His name was marked in red, something that surprised the brown-haired boy even more, since names were only shown on monsters, and Riser Phoenix had returned in one. The aforementioned had been completely healed. Some pieces turned to look at their king with joy, but they noticed something strange, and that was that Riser's expression was gloomy, and his eyes looked like dark orbs. In a loud cry of fury, Riser released a powerful flare that was larger than anything he had done before, sending them flying. The brunette only managed to grab Riser's blonde sister to turn around and get as far away as he could, unsuccessfully receiving the flame full on his back. The blonde was surprised, not fully understanding the situation, but apparently this human saved her from an attack, receiving the full blast of the flame. Something strange happened to Riser, and no one could notice. He had become a named dungeon wedding in red color, which was the strongest level and dangerous. Chapter 55. The spectators didn't know what had happened. Out of nowhere Riser Phoenix had gotten up after a quick recovery, expelling from his being a huge flame, which destroyed every being near him, no matter what his pieces were. That act did not seem like something coming from the Phoenix. He was known as a show-off, but he knew how to take care of his pieces. But now, he seemed to be another being. The released flame left all its pieces injured, several unconscious, with burns, and they could barely get up. Your health is at 27%. It was the notification that came out for the brunette after receiving the full blast of the flame, covering that blonde who came out to avoid his attack. The upper part of the chestnut's clothes had been burned, leaving no trace of the upper clothes, leaving what little there was, the vertical half of a white shirt. Those outside tried to help, but something was interfering with the magic to enter the field, as if a barrier was preventing them from entering. The chestnut tree was alone in this, still being broadcast to all those present at the party. As far as Surzex and Ajuka could tell that someone else did this, but without success in finding the root of this, the barrier was something unknown, invisible, that anyone who tried to enter that place is not possible. Apparently this happened a few moments after Riser's sister and his pieces entered the place. The feeling that something bad was going to happen that Rias felt had come true. The girl began to panic, seeing Riser's last attack. He didn't think twice about going to help, but the result was the same. The place couldn't be accessed. Returning to the place of the fight, Riser's pieces had received the full blast of the flare, leaving them in a state that made it difficult for them to fight, and even more so when trying to get their king to do this. Revel Phoenix was still in a state of shock seeing that this human had received the attack of her brother, and more than her sister had done this. He did not seem to be the same. The brown-haired man looked at Riser. His name appeared above the aforementioned in a red color. Such color represented a strong and dangerous being. He didn't understand what just happened. Out of nowhere Riser had become a being that this ability shows him how to defeat a monster. Besides the mysterious other player was nowhere to be seen. I see that Riser's pieces were having a hard time getting up. Receiving an attack with your guard down was a dangerous attack. An unexpected twist had happened. Now the chestnut was not sure if he really had to kill Riser. He would have to be stopped by defeating him. It was the only way the brunette could do it, or so he thought, since when he tried to do something, the blonde simply begged him to stop her brother. Such action from the blonde to the brunette gave a chance for the boss Riser to take the brunette's head, taking it to the sky, and then crashing it against the ground, creating a crater. And all that curtain dust was dissipated by Riser's flames, which showed great intensity. And among those great flames, the chestnut tree flew out until it crashed against the wall of the place, showing burns on some parts of its body. Revel Phoenix, who because of her the life of the brown-haired boy had dropped to critical levels, it was not her intention. The girl simply wanted him not to hurt her brother. Something strange was happening to her, and because of this, Boss Riser had returned the beating he gave the brown-haired boy. Riser emerged from the grates filled with flames, used his wings of fire to rise, and then gave a violent scream as if he were a beast. And right now, Riser's pieces had recovered, but not all of them, but his queen, 2 rooks and 2 more pieces were able to get up and be recovered, since they used the last phoenix tears they had with them. These pieces tried to reason with their master, but with no success, unable to attack him, simply defending themselves and continuing to try to make him come back to his senses. This Riser in front of them was not the same one they knew. Revel Phoenix broke his fowl in a cut for greater mobility, also joined to help Riser react. Getting nowhere, they knew something was wrong with the blonde phoenix, but not knowing how to help him, with no choice, they started attacking. Any damage received, Riser regenerated as if nothing had happened, and then counterattacked, being much more superior than Revel along with some pieces of his brother. With the chestnut, his health was at 1%, he was really on the brink of death. This boss in front of him was nothing he had ever seen before. A real boss was in front of him. At this moment, everything around him turned dark. He was still in the same position of being nailed to the wall, and in front of him, 2 flames appeared, separated from each other. Dialogues of pure points came out, something that the brown-haired man did not understand. Little by little the 2 flames were getting closer, until they revealed that they are the eyes of a head of bones. You have experienced the edge of death again. Requirements have been met. Access granted. It was a picture that appeared before him and the head of the skull, while those flames in his eyes shone brightly. The feeling of death was what brought you here, and what gave birth to your new self. Death was the beginning, and it will be the end as well. Alarm. Hassan Mask skill has been unlocked. Hassan Mask LV1. Set 1. LV1 Battle Continuation Passive. When your life is less than 10%, you will automatically heal up to 30% of your health. LV1 Hidden Detection active. 150 mana per use. It allows you to see what magic hides around you. The level of this skill will increase for every 15 intelligence points added to intelligence stats. The Hassan Mask skill will now require an equivalent exchange to level up. Good luck, player. This was what the unlocked ability now showed, without giving him time to process what he had seen, to be sent back to reality. And the first thing he saw was how several pieces of Riser were fighting against the aforementioned, in addition to seeing that his health was now at 31%. The first thing he did was go help, and what better than to use his small army now? The chestnut's eyes shone blue, the same color as those flames. Emerge. It was the chestnut's order, as he appeared in front of the unique pieces standing, and in front of Riser, looking at him seriously. For wanting to make Riser suffer, this was happening now. If I hadn't done that, and ended it quickly, this would never have happened. The chestnut felt responsible for this, and now he went with everything he had. His shadow began to expand on the ground, black silhouettes emerged from it, multiple of them, looking like some kind of knights. The shadows had been summoned, now he was determined to end this once and for all. No one present had a word to say about this. The chestnut tree had called a small group of knights from within its shadows. Chapter 56. The shadows had been summoned, being a total of 20, 4 of them being wizards, and the rest knights. Emerging from the shadow of the chestnut tree, it seemed the Hassan Mask skill had been unlocked, under unclear circumstances. In PvP mode, no items could be used, and that healing ability has helped him stand up and continue fighting. It was not yet time to thoroughly review this new ability. In front of him was a burning Riser, while fighting with some of his pieces next to the chestnut. That blonde girl, shouting so many times at Riser with the prefix of brother, it would be foolish not to find out what relationship this girl has with Riser, something that was even more reasoning to prevent the brunette from attacking Riser. Something that did not leave the chestnut with great options to attack. The shadow sorcerers were not as powerful in magic as Riser. Little by little they were showing the difference in power that Riser has, being superior. Even though the shadows can regenerate by consuming the chestnut's mana points, it was only a matter of time before they couldn't regenerate anymore. Being the only shadow, Igris, capable of facing Riser's unleashed phoenix, Igris's agility and current form with more freedom made him the head of all the shadows behind the brown-haired man. The role of the shadows was mostly to keep away Riser's pieces, and that sister of his who is making it so difficult for the chestnut to attack freely. I'll make your brother react. It was the message from the brown-haired man to Riser's blonde sister, who simply stood still when she heard that. She wasn't sure whether to accept it or not, but given the seriousness spoken by the brown-haired man, she didn't seem to doubt this himself. The blonde took one of the brown-haired man's hands with both of her hands, not caring that he was holding a dagger in it. Please. It was the blonde's request to the brunette, making it clear that she would trust him to be able to bring Riser back, whatever happened to her. The brown-haired boy gave a simple nod before looking back at Riser, who was unleashing flames left and right against some shadows next to Igris. Showing his back to the blonde, seeing the large burn mark on it, remembering that it was he himself who had offered himself as a human shield when Riser had become in a state like this. Making the remaining shadows stop fighting to regroup with Igris, the chestnut commanded all the shadows to protect the pieces. While he and Igris will fight against Riser, both taking steps forward, under the gaze of a Riser who could barely see their faces under all those flames, and his name was still in red. Issei, very well Igris, it's all or nothing, he said to his strongest shadow, this being the first time they used shadows in a fight, and on a high difficulty. I'm counting on you, General. The brown-haired boy exclaimed as he shot out towards Riser, throwing Risaka towards him, while Igris was not far behind, doing the same action by launching himself towards Riser, and throwing his great sword towards the aforementioned as if it were a mere dart. Both the dagger and great sword hit Riser, activating the paralysis and poison of the Risaka dagger, the two weapons being strong enough to pass Riser's flames. The attack didn't end there. Taking advantage of the paralysis effect, the chestnut's right hand and Igris's left hand both impacted the two weapons nailed into Riser, causing Risaka to dig deeper into him, and the great sword to come out from behind him even more. The impact of the attack caused the phoenix to violently retreat, then let out a scream of uncontrol, erasing the effects of the Risaka dagger on him. Releasing even more flames, the blonde again attempted to consume his two opponents in his flames, to no avail. Igris regenerated thanks to the chestnut's mana, but the aforementioned was a different story. He did receive full damage, and despite having the buff of 45% damage reduction, his points dropped, leaving him with less than 25% of his life. Without stopping attacking Riser, making his counterattacks load to a certain point that Igris took his great sword to throw Riser to a higher lot. The chestnut with the help of Igris gave a great impulse of force in his jump to reach where Riser was. With his two daggers in hand, he began to cut the Riser. He couldn't let them make a big attack. Each cut was strong, precise and fast. His fatigue points were already very close to reaching their maximum capacity. After hundreds of cuts, he nails his two daggers to Riser, to quickly use Dominant Touch to bring Igris's giant sword, and then stab it on Riser with force, to fall at great speed, while continuing to apply force on the great sword. Both fell with great force, breaking the ground from where they fell, to create an explosion of flames, to then be dissipated, leaving only steam in the place. And a silhouette had shown itself, helping another silhouette to get up, showing the brown-haired man helping an unconscious Riser to get up. You have won the PvP. You received an item as a prize. It was the message that appeared to the brown-haired boy, but he would see it later, to move his gaze to Riser's name, which disappeared as if it were some kind of erroneous data. Apparently he had already returned to normal, and is still alive, but unconscious, something that made the brown-haired man sigh, thinking that all those cuts underneath must have killed him. Riser was handed over to his sister, who stared at the brown-haired boy for a few moments, before disappearing from the scene in a magic circle along with her brother's pieces. Leaving the chestnut tree and its shadows, which finally returned to hide, but not before bowing to its king. To then disappear, leaving only the brown-haired man in this place, while they announced the winner of this match between a human against a demon from the Phoenix House. Although there were several unexpected events, the human emerged victorious. And the agreements given in this exchange were the commitment of the Gremry heiress. 100/100 fatigue. The player must rest, it is not an option, you have reached your limit. That was what came out of the message. While everything around the chestnut tree began to shake, the stage was collapsing. The brown-haired man's body was no longer able to take any more, his vision was beginning to blur, and his life was at 14%. The ground he was standing on had broken, dropping the chestnut tree, who was now falling rapidly. The image of a certain redhead covered his entire vision. He felt how she held him, that being the only image he saw before everything turned black, accompanied by a sweet aroma. Chapter 57. What happened at the engagement party between the Gremry and Phoenix houses, by decree of the two Maos present at that time, Surzex and Ijuka. It was a shame that the two houses could not be unified, although in words, the protagonist of this party was happy in a certain way. Those shadows, clearly the brown-haired boy called him, something that did not pass before Ijuka's analytical, staying in his mind, will it be a sacred gear? Remember that there was one that created beings out of nothing as if they were shadows, but the same brown-haired boy has said that he does not have a sacred gear. What will it be? The green Mao would ask him when the time comes. But anyway, the engagement party ended up being a simple party that any high-class demon could organize, whether to celebrate something or just for fun. Although how Riser was defeated was not well received by some of the old demons present in that room. Maybe 80 years ago some humans had the power to do similar things to them, but not only humans have become stronger, but also other species from other factions, maintaining the balance in the pyramid of dominion. The battle ended with no one saying what had happened, something that those present agreed upon in response to the idea. Present. It was already afternoon. The previous night was a tough battle for the brown-haired boy, who ended up unconscious. And so it was for the duration of the night, and into the morning, waking up at 11 in the morning, almost afternoon. After waking up, he found himself in a room in the club, and what a surprise, it was a certain redhead. Rias Gremory was also asleep, her head resting on the bed, while the girl had fallen asleep sitting on the floor. It should be said that he had his uniform on, but without having his shoes on yet. The brown-haired boy remembered the last thing he saw before everything turned black. It was her going towards him. Apparently she avoided his fall. The redhead had stayed with him all night, although that moment didn't last long when the girl woke up, finding that the brunette had also woken up. The first thing the girl did was check the chestnut's condition, asking the typical questions about how he was doing. An attitude that was more attached to the chestnut, something that the aforementioned simply denied everything. He was fine, in addition to the large burn mark on his back had almost disappeared. He thanked the girl, something that made the aforementioned girl react that she was the one who should thank him. Rias was about to say something else, as her cheeks turned a soft color and a light shade of her hair. But the girl couldn't say it, since the other members of the club had arrived, except for Ika, who could already leave the hospital. The whole club was planning to go for the chestnut. Something that laughed had to go and meet with her pieces, leaving the clothes boy in the closet, and in this way, the girl left the room, leaving the brown-haired boy alone. A change of clothes, being what he was wearing was pajamas, a change of clothes to that of a uniform. While putting the clothes on, he checked the new skills of the Hassan mask. The first was the perception of certain traces of magic in your surroundings, and the second was the healing of 30% of life when your life is less than 10%, but 10 points of fatigue accumulate. Good skills, but with certain costs, and it seems that the Hassan mask has even more skills divided into sets, which will be unlocked when the requirements are met. It didn't say much about how to unlock, it just said a simple message. Payment of the same value is required to unlock. It was the simple message, leaving much to think about that it must have the same cost. What could it be? But as he had already taken too long to change, the door of the room where he was rang. Since he had been late, Asia went to knock on the door to see how he was, something that the brown-haired man left his thoughts to go out already in his uniform. But even without being able to leave aside the other player, if it was really like that, he was not the only one who has this ability to grow based on a role-playing game system. Being accompanied by a cheerful Asian, the duo arrived at the main room of the club, where the brown-haired man was received. They were grateful for freeing their king from this commitment, something that the brown-haired boy only did as a favor to a friend and as a friend and kohai. There was little time left for Ika to leave the hospital. They had to prepare a party for the chestnut, being the one who made the most effort. In addition to celebrating the cancellation of Rias's engagement, the dessert would be made by Kaneko. The decorations of the place would be made by Kiba and Tosca. While the food was ready, the chestnut, Rias and Akeno, and with this decided, the party planning began. Skip. The afternoon had arrived. The brown-haired boy was leaving the hospital with Ika being carried on his back. You could see how the brown-haired boy had a smile of victory drawn on his face. Issei, couldn't you walk? The brown-haired boy asked Ika. The doctors had said that there was nothing wrong, that you are recovered. Ika, if I were walking I wouldn't be able to enjoy this, right? The girl commented playfully to her childhood friend, while she applied more force to not get off the aforementioned's back, colliding the girl's developing breasts more against the brown-haired man's back, who felt little of them. You owe me for missing the raiding game. Issei, Sai, I'm reassured that you're okay, was what he said, in a calm tone, letting out a big sigh. The tone in which it was spoken made him blush. Ika felt as if that tone was from a boyfriend to his girlfriend, not that she knows about this, but from the novels, but she felt how the brown-haired man's grip on her to prevent her from falling became a little stronger. The girl lowered her head, remaining silent for a long time, something that seemed strange to the brown-haired man, so he would ask if something strange had happened. But before he could ask the girl, Ika quickly kissed the brunette's left cheek, leaving him surprised. Ika, thank you, the girl sweetly thanked the brown-haired boy. Issei, I'm your childhood friend after all, it's normal that I care about you. Ika, idiot. Issei, Did I say something wrong? Without further ado, the duo headed back towards the academy, since it was close by, where everyone in the club was waiting to start the cerebral competition. Skip. Again, the chestnut had been called by Ajuka to meet with the aforementioned in the director's room, being guided again by Hilda. The brown-haired boy already had an idea of what it would be about. He had used his ability, not in the way he planned due to the situation at the moment. It had already been 2 days since the party at the club. It had already seemed strange to her that she didn't even ask about those shadows, being a curious girl, who has the word drawn on her face. Once again he found himself in the room face to face with Ajuka, and Hilda at the exit/entrance. The Green Ma wanted to know what he has hidden. The shadows were not made with a sacred gear. That sacred gear that can do that already has a wearer, and it is not the brown one. So the green-haired boy hopes that the brunette was honest in telling what happened throughout the battle. In this way, to prevent something like this from happening again, a silence was marked in the place. Ajuka was already hypothesizing that it was part of the chestnut's ability, and it could be due to Hilda's report that he entered a portal that the chestnut made appear out of nowhere. According to Hilda's description, it was clear that she had had a tough fight. Had she acquired new abilities in that portal? Only the brown-haired man could tell her answer to these questions. The same chestnut doubted, but there was no one else who could tell. Ajuka is the only one who knew a little of the details, but not in depth. But if he wanted to find the other player, he had to have help. He didn't know what he was capable of, how strong he was, or what his real motives were. Issei, I don't know what my ability is really called, but thanks to it, I've become stronger, said the brown-haired boy, but after seeing what it is like and how it works, I named it Extra. Extra. According to reliable sources of information on the supernatural in the underworld, the heir daughter of the Gremory house, sister of the Mao Lucifer, her engagement to the third son of the Phoenix has been revoked, in other words cancelled. In other words, according to the source, the Crimson Princess does not have a fixed partner. It is said that she is free to find her ideal partner. Media reports that both other demonic houses are interested in her, as well as Japan's richest families with world-famous reputations are with great interest. And among the most famous is the son of the Kyoku family, Kyoku Hayato, a young man who is famous for being an actor and singer, as well as being an upcoming hunter. Son of the second richest family in Japan and among the world's top talents, he has gone from being a star to a hunter. The media is wondering what will become of his rank. Everyone expects a lot from him. Could it be related to the rumor of his interest in Rias Gremory? It is not known for sure whether it is or not, but everything indicates that it is real. A real and brilliant couple could be born between these two young people. If so, their family fame would become even greater, more than it is at present. Will he be the couple of the cycle? You have seen this news in Sun News. Players. Nameless, unknown, awakened player class, LV? Hayada Issei, awakened player. Class, Shadow Lord, LV51. Loading third player. Code, B99H58-90. Loading awakening 0.1%. Class, none. LV01. Loading the following users: player 17. 7 to 13. 9 to 12. 10 to 11. C. As you saw, there are already clues to reveal who the third player or players will be, in addition to revealing that there are a total of 20 players. I said, it will be canon to some extent. It wouldn't be fair to have only one single player. Having 20 in total would make the trajectory of this story more interesting. Currently only one is known, who is the protagonist, and the other is unknown, and now there's a clue about the third player. Different classes, with different ways of fighting, are waiting to be discovered in this great supernatural and natural world. June 22, 19. OVA, Shironiko. A quiet day in the city, in the surroundings, quiet, in the streets always with people passing by. Two people were walking, a white-haired lowly holding the hand of a brown-haired man, who was obviously taller than the girl by a little more than 30 centimeters. The white-haired girl wore casual clothes, typical of girls, clothes that matched everything she wore, accompanied by a noticeable smile on her face. Many things had happened since the brown-haired boy, Issei, entered the academy, or rather, since he awakened the player ability. Enter one of the 11 most prestigious magic academies in the country, not to mention one of the big 3 in Japan. Not only him, but both Ika and Asia. Well, many things had happened: the Black Portal incident, a mercenary black cat, an ice singer who in the end turned out to be a descendant of the Mao Leviathan, and the tournament of the 11 magic academies, etc., etc. Getting a fiancé without him knowing, a senpai who cares for her a lot, even though he is older than the aforementioned. A date with Asia, seeing how Ika had become stronger, to deserve the title of Sekiryudai. Being Ravel's back temporarily, at the request of the aforementioned mother and Riser himself. White hair and brown hair, changed tomorrow calmly. It was the same Kaneko who asked to go out for a walk for a while. He couldn't deny that he felt turned off by being surrounded by so many beautiful girls, even though they were all younger than his age, well, most of them. If he were still his old self, he would surely try to touch Rias's or Akeno's breasts, and Kaneko would possibly hit him. But many things had made him mature in these years, leaving aside more and more that perverted side. The chestnut was supposed to go to the hunter's headquarters, where he would do a check to see if a rank promotion was possible, but apparently this will be for another occasion. It was a quiet day, a short break before returning to classes. The brown-haired man felt a pleasant sensation, seeing the always stoic Loli show a different side. Obviously the girl should be happier, since she had reunited with her sister, and in the end the family is complete. Father, mother, sister, and her some time had passed since that incident. They were heading to a candy store, which is normal for Loli, since she was already a regular customer of the store. Even though this was the first time Kaneko came with someone other than herself. A great aroma passed through the entire store, strong, but sweet. It was the first time to see so many sweets in one place. His mind was thinking about an interview he saw on TV during the club, of a certain young man declaring his interest in Rias in the middle of the interview. A feeling of annoyance flooded her thoughts. Kyoko Hayato was the name of that young man, a famous star according to Ika. Worse, well, going back to this date, the brown-haired boy was eating, or rather, the girl was giving him a spoonful of ice cream, something strange to see. For her it didn't seem to bother her to share the same spoon. He didn't know if the sweet taste that each spoonful of ice cream had was the sweetness of the dessert, or it was because Loli used the spoon too. Issei-senpai, is she sweet? It was the girl's question, with her calm voice, looking at the brunette fixedly, while a small blush appeared on the girl's cheeks. Chapter 58, Himejima. A rainy night, black clouds filled the night sky, covering the stars. Lightning sounded. No one would pay attention to the sky, knowing that it is just a heavy rain in a normal rainy season. Unaware that two beings were on the clouds fighting. This battle was the beginning of this encounter. Does the name Betrayal not ring a bell? One of the 3 leaders of the fallen angels, isn't he? Although more than a public figure like the other leaders, he prefers to do things in the shadows without attracting attention, so it's no wonder no media mentions him. A secret mission, to eliminate a being, which the aforementioned barely managed to do. Wounded, he could not stand it any longer, and fell into the territory of a temple, remaining unconscious. The last thing his clouded vision could see was someone's feet. A priestess had rescued him, taking care of him unconscious from his wounds. Belonging to one of the strongest clans in all of Japan, what at first was only to heal this wounded fallen angel, a spark arose between the two of them. Even though we are now in a time when everyone knows about the existence of superhuman beings, there are still families or humans who maintain human traditions, so to speak, keeping their roots pure. It's one thing to accept the supernatural in your everyday life, and another to want them in your most private lives. Himejima Shuri, that is the name of the priestess who healed Betrayal's wounds. A beautiful adult woman, aged around 22 years old, hovering around them, long, dark hair tied in a ponytail, light skin, eyes of a slightly grayish golden color. Just healing Betrayal's wounds was enough to be expelled from her clan. Being an extremely strict clan in every sense of the word, such an act was enough to be expelled. Although the same clan respects those who are not human, the relationship that arose between Betrayal and Shuri was not well received by the majority of the clan. Exiled from the clan, Betrayal took responsibility for this. He didn't know that at that time it was something so serious for an act of help. A cabin in the woods was the best, since Shuri loves the essence of nature. That even Betrayal stayed with the woman to live far from the city. During this exile, a life was born from them too, after a year. A little girl was born, half fallen angel on her father's side and human on her mother's side. Shuri knew very well what to call this little girl, daughter of her love with Betrayal. Although fallen angels are supposed to be known as beings active in the sexual role, after all, that was the sin that caused them to go from being pure to impure. But it seems that Shuri was the active one in the role of love in this relationship. There was no need for documents to prove that they were married, no need for a proper party or any ceremony. The wedding was carried out in a simple way, but with the important thing, the rings. The little girl's name is Akeno Himejima. That surname Shuri still bears despite being exiled from the clan and expelled, so the daughter would also bear the surname. Skip. The little girl grew up, now at 8 years old, and was really a copy of her mother, only with the eyes of her father. Betrayal had returned to Grigori to do some duties as one of the leaders, so he would be away for a few days. Akeno's birth did not go unnoticed by the clan itself, where the elders, upon learning of the little girl's existence, did not sit idly by. Letting Shuri keep the Himejima surname had already been a great exception they made, but knowing that the little hybrid blood of the clan lived, it would be frowned upon by society. In the mind of one of those old men, an idea crossed his mind born from the fear that the clan would be brought down from its glory if society found out about the existence of a mudblood born from a deserter of the clan, and that is, eliminate all traces of dirty blood. Skip current events. As a rule of the academy, students have the right to live in the academy dormitories during their stay as a student, but as the director himself knows very well how some students are, they know how to use teleportation magic to return to their homes for greater comfort. Many students do this way to come and go after school, and among those students, Himejima Akeno is one of those types of students. Himejima residence. In a humble 2-story house, the footsteps of a certain person sounded. It was 7 in the morning, a school day. The person walking up the stairs was heading towards a specific room, staying at the entrance of that room, which had a sign hanging with decorations, with Akeno's name. The woman knocked on the door several times. Without getting a response from the other side, the woman sighed to open the door. Inside the room, it was normal, a desk, covered with floor covering, accompanied by a small, low table along with some cushions to sit on. The woman went to the bed, where she could see a bundle, and then went to open the window curtains. To then return to where the bed was, the woman removed it, meeting her daughter, Akeno. Akeno, wake up, daughter, or you won't have time to have breakfast to go to the academy, said the woman, very similar to Akeno, but with mature features. The woman repeated her action until Akeno began to wake up. Akeno, said the sleepy girl, who with the sunlight did not open her eyes completely, to take her pillow to cover her face 5 minutes more. This comment from Akeno made her mother sigh, and she then left the room to go to the kitchen for a saucepan and a soup spoon. An ancient, lethal and foolproof technique for waking people up. Chapter 59. A week had already passed since the party due to the cancellation of Rias's engagement, in addition to the fight against Riser and his loss of control, and most importantly, that Aika had recovered after 3 days of resting in the hospital. The days after the party at the Japanese Culture Study Club, one could say that it is normal, contact with the inequality that exists between a seed and the blooms. Although the most notable change was in Rias's way of acting, she was now more cheerful than before. He was no longer so eager to recruit pieces, something that was obvious to everyone, but that did not mean that he would forget to reincarnate the chestnut as his rook piece. The piece is more than suitable for his way of fighting, hand to hand, the characteristic of a tower. Something that the brown-haired boy continues to refuse is becoming half-demon, something that did not make it easy for Rias. The redhead apologized to Asia, Aika and the brown-haired man, more so to the 2 girls, and that the reason for her recruitment was due to the engagement date, something that the redhead was desperately looking for pieces to be able to confront her ex-fiancé. Something that if they wanted, they could stop being her pieces, something that the redhead did not like saying this, but she herself knew that they could decide. She reincarnated Asia when she was dead, something that could be justified by the situation, but that does not change the fact that it was against the aforementioned's will. Ika, well, even though she would have stayed on her own if she had entered the academy from the beginning. Thing that Rias offered her to study at the academy in exchange for being one of her pieces, which the chestnut accepted, and now Rias was waiting for the chestnut's replacement, just like Asia's. Would they remain her pieces, or would they make the opposite decision? The redhead waited with hope for the two girls. The redhead had grown fond of both girls. They were not simple pieces of her nobility, like Akeno, Kaneko, Kiba and Tosca. They were more than pieces, they were her companions, and in some way, a second family. Rias Gremory herself thought that the two girls would come out of her nobility, but the answer she got from them too brought a smile to her face. Present. It was a new day for the academy, students walking towards the academy, and among them was the brown-haired boy next to Hashikawa. The brown-haired boy yawned while his roommate read a book on the way. Being a small city made for the stay of students in the academy, of course, nothing is free, that is, everything normal, pay. They could see students walking like them, others flying with their demon wings, others with advanced magic or with some magical flying artifact. Or the more advanced arrive in a magic circle directly at the entrance of the academy. Everything is normal. In times like this, of course it is. It's normal. It was the year 2095 after all. The world is no longer only for humans. Secrets have come to light. But back to the students. Today is Monday, the first day of the week, after 2 days of rest for the students. Riser's situation was already behind him. The strange event that the Phoenix suffered was left to Ajuka to investigate, already knowing what kind of ability the brown-haired man has. And about Rias's engagement, well, it is news, but not going into detail. It was only confirmed that the heiress of the Gremory house was currently free of any commitment, and that she was not looking for any partner. There was no need to listen, since the news was in social forums, thanks to the fact that the PT presented such an event in the Academy's social forum as a topic to highlight. Classes proceeded normally until break time, when the brown-haired boy and Hashikawa went to the cafeteria. And as usual, on the way to the place he meets Vala, who from the first meeting had become friends. And the white-haired man arrived with news, and that is that he showed his hunter's license, an S rank, surprising Hashikawa. An S rank was Vala. Strange, given that the news had spread like crazy, given that pure humans as S rank were very few. You can't blame the chestnut and Hashikawa, since no one here knew about Vala's identity. Well, there were several who knew, but decided to keep it a secret. And about how come there was no news of the emergence of an S-rank hunter? Simple. In the entire country of Japan, S-rank hunters do not exceed 20, and the difference in strength is enormous. The hunters who are pure humans, and who are S-rank, in all of Japan, do not exceed 20, being that it is the same number in each country, although the number can vary between being greater or less than 20 in small numbers. And the rest of the S ranks that remain, well, they are those supernatural beings who registered as hunters. These are more likely to be S rank more easily. Apparently Vala had helped to avoid being prey to reporters, something good, otherwise, at this moment they would already be outside the academy trying to get a scoop with the Schnee. Since hunters of rank B and above are always recruited by hunter guilds, joining a guild would help both the individual hunter and the guild's income. High-gain dungeons are equal to their difficulty, and the best ones only have access to them, being S rank. Among the three of them's conversation in the cafeteria, a fourth person appeared, a blue-haired woman. Tsubasa Yura, student council member and head of the Academy's moral committee. The girl had received orders from Sona to come and look for the brown-haired man, and she was asked to speak in the council chamber. Leveling DxD. From the moment I laid eyes on you, I knew you were going to bring nothing but trouble, exclaimed an angry old man, rising from his tone. His tone of voice seemed very furious. In front of him, there was a chestnut tree surrounded by knights with swords and spears, and each and every one pointing at him. It seemed that Issei was being accused of a crime, that of committing illegal acts against the first Melromark princess. Not even he understood that, after only being summoned to this world with his partner Hashikawa, it had been 3 days. This was so wrong that even the brunette raised his eyebrow in surprise. Even Hashikawa, who had barely known about this, still knew that by the king's orders, each hero had to follow a different path to become strong, otherwise if they were together, they would not be able to become strong. The aforementioned was outside of this, along with the hero of the bow and the hero of the sword, where this duo looked at Brown with disappointment and disgust. While Hashikawa looked at this confused, he tried to help the brown-haired boy by giving his word of innocence, but it seemed that no one believed him, as if he had an intense hatred towards the brown-haired boy. According to Malti, who is the princess and victim of the abuse, the redhead cried while telling what happened. Something that apparently seemed to everyone present to be real, but with luck she was able to escape and ask for help from Itsuki, the bow hero, who hugged the princess to comfort her, while still not taking his hateful gaze off the brown-haired man. The brown-haired boy seemed surprised since what the redhead said had never happened, since he spent the whole night outside his room in the hotel, exploring the place to learn more about his ability shift class, which changed his class to shielder and vice versa. Something that the girl who was trying to be nice to him was clearly lying about, but what seemed most intriguing to him was that he could see the girl's name in red letters and flashing between being some kind of boss and not. Fragment Malti. It was the name that blinked red and disappeared as if it were a bug or error. Something that from the beginning had not given him a good feeling of confidence, something that was obvious, it was an act, and now it gets him into this mess. He looked at Hashikawa, then back at the woman. He thought, it must be a joke. Hashikawa, who without saying anything, walked up to the chestnut tree, while the others thought he would teach him a lesson, but it didn't happen. The hero of the spear stood up to the hero of the shield. Well, if after committing an act against the princess he can still be called a hero. Hashikawa knows his friend quite well, and knows that he wouldn't do that. He knew that he was being blamed for this, but already knowing his friend, he didn't care about his situation and continued to remain calm. Well, he knew that if he wanted, an army of shadows would erase them all. But both he and the brown-haired boy want to find a way to return to their world. Issei, you have to be joking, commented the brown-haired man looking at that girl. I'm engaged before you dragged me into this world, you know, he said without interest in her accusation, to show an engagement ring on his hand. Even though I stopped being a pervert years ago, I can still say that I have to be blind to go after a girl like that, he said, what seemed to him, drawing anger from those present and laughter from Hashikawa. The brown-haired man's comment did not amuse those present, except for Hashikawa, who covered his mouth with a hand to prevent his voice from coming out, causing more anger. That the hero of the shield does not feel any for having done such an act. The brown-haired man could notice a slight smile from Malti, but he did not give it importance. Issei, so we just went back to where we were brought from and everything worked out, said the brown-haired boy before that king. Unfortunately, it was not possible, since they could only summon and not return, and according to what the king said, other heroes could not be summoned until the 4 summoned ones entered dead, taking away the hopes of returning from the chestnut and Hashikawa, which made the chestnut serious and Hashikawa sad. The atmosphere became tense. Several black masses began to emerge, alerting everyone, without knowing that the cause was the brown-haired man, except for Hashikawa. The black masses took the forms of knights and orcs, and they all looked at those in the room, who stood on guard. Issei, they bring me to this world when I'm happily living my life, said the brown-haired man walking through his shadows with a voice from the grave, while his gaze became threatening. Why? Save them? No, they accuse me of something I didn't commit, he said, standing in front of his shadows, looking at the king. Shift class. Class change skill has been activated. Shielder LV3 Shadow Monarch LV200. He had returned to his true class, having full access to weapons. His shield stuck on his left arm disappeared like lightning. Followed by that, he took out his 2 daggers. Dagger of the Demon King, and Dagger of Kamish's Wrath. They have something to say about it, that it was against my will. Not having anywhere to return to is what angered Castano, just after having returned in one piece after making a snap to reverse everything caused by the PvP of the light and dark sides. It had only been 2 months since he returned, and Hashikawa had just brought back a book with the title, The Weapons of the Four Saints. And the rest is history of how they both ended up here, and now possibly become enemies of that king, no, rather, anything that gets involved with them. End of test. So, what did you think of this little snippet? It doesn't show much of the change that will come with the swapping of 2 characters, but it's more than anything something to experience, and positive comments will be taken into account as much as any others. Post-history trial period, managing to link the reason of both franchises, Leveling and Tate. As you saw a few chapters ago in Word, after finishing the chapter, someone had suggested mixing Tate no Yusha with this FIC, and here is the mixing test, of course without going into details, beyond being a simple sketch. But what is 100% certain, the plot of Tate no Yusha will largely be linked to the drama of Leveling DxD. And by sketch, I mean, in the full sense of the word, so no complaints, no pleas, something that I'm more than sure there will be. After all, he is the hero of the shield, maybe a fossil will come and screw me. Or beyond the fossil, some from the South XD, or a fourth-rate mobster, ha ha ha. But well, this sample can be passed if the idea is implemented, which is more than clear that it will happen. But anyway, but be careful, it won't be the whole novel, but several volumes. It will be a large part, but not the last volumes, so, those who want to get the Saint canon out, better do something else than that shit. V. Chapter 60. The brown-haired boy had been guided by Yura to the student council room. He wondered what the council president wanted with him. If he remembers correctly, her name was Sona Citri, sister of one of the 4 demon kings. Unlike Rias, she appears less often in person in public places. Well, it's not that Rias doesn't go out either, it's just that the redhead dressed in the least conspicuous way possible and with a cap and glasses well placed, she walks down the street as if nothing happened. I don't know why they don't use magic as a disguise. But he remembered that according to Rias, using magic to change his appearance was somewhat uncomfortable, a feeling of being out of place he felt. But returning to what Yura told him, and as soon as they arrived the door opened, finding a simple office, but with the necessary elements of a student council. A large, long table with computers and documents, and beyond it was the president's desk, or in this case, president. A wooden desk, well carved, and on it sat Sona Citri, and next to her the vice president, Tsubaki. Sona's face was serious as always, something to be expected from her, but returning to what the aforementioned wanted to talk about with the brunette. Yura bowed to leave the room, leaving only her king and queen. The brown-haired man took a seat, while he waited for Sona to say something. Sona's serious expression didn't cause any change in the brunette. She usually always gives a non-intimidating air to people who don't know her. After all, entering the dungeons has, in a way, developed nerves of steel in the chestnut. Sona started with a formal greeting, this being the 3rd time she sees the brown-haired boy, the first being in the simulation room, when she faced off against a Bloom. The second was at the engagement party between the Gremory and Phoenix houses. And third, which is currently in the council chamber, well, Sona will get to the point, she will be direct, and the reason for calling her to speak is, Hayada Issei, I want you to be part of the Academy's moral committee. These were the words that came out of the black-haired woman's mouth. She knew it was against the rules in a certain way, but it was a way to change the discrimination that exists in the Academy. What Sona said surprised the brown-haired man, asking him to be part of the Academy's laws, if that's how it could be said. It is assumed that by regulation, no seed can be part of the Academy's authority, and right now the Student Council President is asking him to do something that cannot be done. But it seems that only the brunette was the only one who was surprised, since not even the Vice President seemed to have a change in her expression after what Sona said. Sona didn't wait to begin to explain the reason for asking her to do that, and it was about controlling the discrimination of the 2 Academy classes, the Blooms and the Seeds. The Blooms, who are part of the moral committee, were to say it, the officers, whereas a duty, have to keep the Academy in order. If there are Blooms that maintain order, why not also a seed that maintains order in the same way? For this reason, Sona wanted the chestnut to be part of the moral committee. The Blooms, seeing that sometimes those who commit a small problem, the fact of being Bloom, let them pass. And if the one who committed it was a seed, he would not turn a blind eye. Therefore, the committee requires a seed, and that is Issei. With what we saw in the fight he had against Razor, his combat skills are more than qualified, going through a lot. Sona would do everything to make an exception to the rule that no seed can be part of any committee of the academy, being that she also wanted to see the results that would come from putting a seed on the moral committee. Although it is also to see more closely his abilities that he has, which he seems to be hiding in some way. Now, with everything explained, I just needed the chestnut's acceptance. It would be of great help on that committee. The entire council knew about Sona's decision, and they agreed to take such action, except for one. The door opened, revealing a blonde man next to a white-haired girl. Entering the room, the blonde could be seen to be serious. Apparently he was against the seed being part of some branch of order in the academy. Genshiro Saji, second in command of the moral committee, and the girl is Hanakai Momo, treasurer of the student council. The blonde did not allow Sona to make that decision, since by doing so, the name of the council would be tarnished if the rules were not followed. Besides, what can a seed contribute? I don't mean to offend you, but in the context of skill, there's a reason they are seeds. Being a pawn of Sona, she knows that the blonde cares about the image of the council, and it is normal, but sometimes you have to learn the hard way rather than the good way. It seems your pawn mainly doubts the abilities of a seed, so what better way to change his point of view than a friendly combat? A fight between a carrier of the Vitra parts, the prison dragon, the absorbed lion. The chestnut tree didn't know whether to accept or not. I mean, he had no interest in this. In fact, when he made the decision to register him in his club, he didn't ask him. But remembering the discrimination that exists, maybe it would be a good idea to accept. Maybe with that superiority will bring them down from their clouds. Chapter 61. Genshiro had challenged Issei to see if he was strong enough to allow a seed to be part of the academy's laws. Besides, it would bring bad reputation to the student council, and especially to its king, Sona Citri. Since the beginning of this academy, no seed had been part of any committee of the academy. For some reason they are second class due to their abilities reflected in the entrance results. A fight against the chestnut would determine whether he stays or not. He would fight against the second in command of the moral committee, Genshiro Saji, pawn of Sona Citri. Even though what the blonde had in mind, his result was different from what he thought. Instead of winning, he lost. A single blow to the nape of the neck was enough to knock him out, allowing him to use his sacred gear. The brown-haired man pulled out a dagger with red lines, killing the knight. It was sharp enough to put a few cuts on a sacred gear, but he ended up losing the second in command of the morality committee. Something that left the blonde unconscious for a few minutes, something that is proven to be strong and fit enough to be part of the moral committee, something that in the end he was not sure about accepting the proposal of the student council president. Ending with a, "I want to think about it." Laughter then came to take him from the room, having received the news that the brown-haired boy was summoned to the student council. Sona Citri and Rias were always friends since they were very young, although that friendship was based on the fact that both girls were growing up. A rivalry arose between them, but without affecting their friendship at all. But that does not mean that they cannot compete to see the improvement. Although each of them has their virtues that make them stand out, the spirit of friendly rivalry was intense between them. Even though it may not seem so at first glance, there is an endless competition between the two of them. Each one on a different path to aspire to be the best and recognized for what she does, different paths, but under the same goal. But returning to the student council, something that was just made known to the chestnut by Rias was Sona's pieces. Reina, Shinra Tsubaki. Alphil, Momo Hanakai and Reta Kusaka. Horse, Tomo Megiri. Tori, Yura Tsubasa. Pawns, Saji Genshiro, X4, and Ruruko Nimura. They are all second years, except for Ruruko, who is a first year, according to what Rias told the chestnut, and they are all blooms. While they were going back to their respective classrooms, the brown-haired boy told about why he was summoned with Sona, and it was to be part of the moral committee, in addition to a few of the reasons that Sona explained. Rias understood a little of what her friend/rival wanted to achieve. It seemed she didn't want to recruit the brown-haired boy as her pieces. It seemed Rias misinterpreted it. Drawing a sigh from the redhead, it's not that she's territorial, but after what happened with Riser and her engagement. Issei had become someone important to Rias Gremory. He was no longer simply someone she wanted to recruit as a piece. That had become an excuse for something more. The girl could notice how on several occasions he would act or look a little different in the presence of the brunette, not that it was anything special, but a strange feeling of having a great curiosity towards the person who freed him from his arranged engagement. Will it be admiration, gratitude, or something else? Skip. Himejima residence. In a humble dining room of the residence, two people could be seen sitting at the table. One was an older man, but not exaggerated, and the other was Himejima Shuri. The man was wearing formal jacket-type clothing, lacking the jacket, but when he left he would put it on. You could see how the man had muscles. Middle-aged man, black hair and beard of the same color. This man is Shuri's husband and Akeno's father. Betrayal, one of the leaders of the fallen faction. Well, that was years ago. Currently he is only the head of the Hunters Association in this city, where they currently live. Being the leader of the fallen who are least known to the world, it was no problem to retire from being one of those in charge of his faction. Now he just wanted his family to live without being searched for like a few years ago. Every so often in the mornings it was always the same. Both hunters would talk about their daughter's trauma, about the blood she carries in her, that of a fallen man. If Betrayal hadn't arrived in time, he himself wouldn't know how it would end. His wife dead? It would have left Akeno with even greater trauma if she had been the one to witness it. It had been 11 years since part of the Himejima clan had ordered the killing of mother and daughter in the absence of Betrayal, but the man had arrived in time to prevent the death of both. Even though the two lives were most important to the fallen, his daughter had come out with a trauma, that everything was her fault, for being the one who carries impure blood. Unable to use her inherited powers from her father, Akeno Himejima carried the guilt that she was to blame for her mother dying protecting her. A topic that both adults do not speak about in the presence of their daughter, not a word. They had fought for their daughter to forget that, and they succeeded, but it was only a matter of time before sooner or later she has to accept what she is, no matter that she carries blood of two different species. That memory was like a strong bond for their daughter. As parents they would support it. They wanted their daughter to leave her only obstacle. Betrayal knows the potential his daughter can have, and there was only one obstacle. If something were to happen to him, his daughter would be the one who would protect Shuri. Chapter 62. 2 days had passed, and the brown-haired boy was still thinking about Sona's proposal to be part of the Academy's moral committee. According to Vala, he had formed a team with other companions who are hunters in the same way, according to the Shini's words. I had already gone on a raid with that team, a B-rank dungeon, with good results, being a team made up of 4, already counting Vala. Although to enter AC or higher dungeon, a minimum of 10 hunters are required, of which 3 to 4 of them have to be of the same rank as the dungeon owner. But it seems that the team formed by Val is strong, so much so that they were able to make an exception when they saw the power of the team. And all the members study at the academy, which later, Vala would introduce them to Chestnut and Hashikawa, to see if possible to form a team with them as well. Present. Several days had passed since what happened with the student council. Today was Friday, classes had ended. The chestnut tree was sitting in the club, while the topic to be discussed today was letters, the writing of kanji. The perfection of writing a letter can reflect the clarity and serenity of the mind of the person who wrote it. Writing with ink on paper may seem like simple writing to others, but writing has long been an art, especially in Eastern countries. After finishing Riser, I hadn't gone on many raids, rather, I had gone more to the instant dungeons that the player's skill generated, managing to level up a few times along with improving my skills. Which paid off, but you had to keep track of time, otherwise you would miss classes without realizing the notion of time. And seeing that the payment of the rent for the apartment was approaching, in addition to the expenses of the hospital where his mother was, it was a huge amount of money to spend. Well, with half of the 3 billion that Hashikawa paid for the 20 dungeon raids, of which they currently have 8. And currently the chestnut has 1.5 billion in his possession, having 2/4 in the bank, 1/4 in his house and the rest in his inventory. The other 1.5 billion would be paid after completing the 20 raids. Even though the chestnut currently has money, he didn't want to use too much of that 1.5 billion. He still wanted to earn money in dungeons, since it would be quite useful to test his trained skills. Something I was thinking about doing was going to a dungeon this weekend, so today I would check out what types of raids there are. Of course, his thoughtful state did not go unnoticed by Rias, who lately had been looking at the brown-haired man more and more, even if only fleetingly. Although of course, he knows a little about the chestnut's outings, but he doesn't know where, since on some occasions he had sent his relative to watch him, and to a certain extent, he would disappear for a few hours and reappear but with traces of combat. Something that did not go unnoticed by Rias, added to the fact that the power that the chestnut emanates was getting denser every day, that is, light traces of magical power came out of it, but it was more powerful, which made Rias curious about its abilities. Could it be that it had become a little stronger after these 2 weeks? Once again, the girl was left wondering whether what she felt was gratitude, admiration, or perhaps something more. But well, it was something that Rias Gremory was experiencing at this stage of her life. Weekend. Issei, this may I know what you two are doing here? Asked the brown-haired boy, raising an eyebrow at the duo of girls who were with him. Today was Saturday, and besides he had gotten permission to raid a C-rank dungeon, he couldn't get a higher rank for more profit. But well, I was going to get more than when I entered rank E and D, but that didn't answer why Rias Gremory and Himejima Akeno were in the same raid. It's not for anything more than that I wanted to see more in depth the brown-haired man's abilities, and this was the perfect excuse. That was on Rias's part, and on Akeno's part, well, it was almost the same reason, only that with the queen, she had a certain desire to look again at that serious, cold and murderous look of the brunette, something strange, but in a certain way it managed to produce a masculine sensation in Akeno's eyes. Of course, Rias Gremory's presence is synonymous with attention. Wherever she goes, that long crimson hair characterizes her, something that is inevitable that the aforementioned has become accustomed to the media. Although on several occasions she would like to keep that low profile of Sona. Although this portal appeared in an urban area, the surrounding areas were evacuated, well, not to mention that some media were here due to the presence of Rias. Counting Rias and Akeno as rank A, along with one of the same, the rest were B and C and below, already counting the brown-haired one. There was no need to have an A rank and AC rank portal, but most of them are rookies present, not counting Rias, Akeno, the brunette. Apparently, this A rank shows quite confidence, and even more so when noticing the arrival of Rias and her queen. Something that many of the men present arranged in an instant, apparently wanting to impress the girl to get her attention. The intentions of the Rias were clear in coming here. This incursion was only a pretext. The A rank, in addition to wearing a large silver armor, had as weapons a large shield, almost the same length as its height, and a large axe. Her name, well, it was something that didn't interest the brown-haired boy, nor the two girls, since each one had clear intentions of coming to this incursion. This A rank was a newly awakened rookie recruited by a guild, so it wasn't difficult to have a team that looks pretty strong. Based on his kit, it is clear that his role is frontline. With low attacking magic skills, he probably has some skill that complements his tank role. This was a new recruit to one of the strongest guilds in Japan, White Tiger. Well, anyway, it was time to enter the portal, to cross to the other side. Everyone was impatient to make their first foray, most of them being new recruits. Meanwhile, from afar, as always, Hilda was watching the chestnut tree since Ajuka gave the order. Something that the blonde has not shown any interest in interacting with the brunette beyond the order to watch him from the green mao. The girl stared at the portal that the group of hunters crossed. She was surprised to see Rias and her queen among the group, but already knowing Rias's reasons beforehand, it was not something out of the ordinary. Her eyes widened violently as she saw the blue portal turning into a red one, while violent distortions were shown in it with black rays. The portal had turned red. There weren't many cases, but it always arose every so often. The hunters would have a hard time on the other side of the portal. These portals, compared to the ones everyone knows, were more special, in the sense of being dangerous. Hilda created a magic circle of communication, contacting Ajuka and Betrayal. Ajuka-sama, Betrayal-sama. We have a code red. That was what the blonde maid said while sending the location and continue watching the red portal. Chapter 63. It was night, a time when the main source of energy was fire. Humanity was passing through a time when strange beings predominated at night due to people's beliefs. In this cold night and dark forest, a hooded girl ran for her life barefoot. You could see how her feet were bleeding, but even though you couldn't see her face because of her long hood, you could see that the girl's breathing was labored. She couldn't even take a breath. You couldn't see his face, but judging a little by the lump in his chest, plus a part of his purple hair. The girl continued running, while a little behind her, a horde of people with fire and weapons could be seen chasing the girl. His feet couldn't take any more. He fell and got up again to continue running for his life. The girl knew she was being hunted, knowing that part of her carries the blood of a demon. The family that adopted her was accused of associating with demons, and was burned at the stake before the eyes of the people. And now she was the only one left, trying to live, without giving in vain the sacrifice of her adoptive parents. Every step was like thorns in the girl's feet. She really wanted this all to be a nightmare, and that when she opened her eyes, it would all be over. No matter how hard she tried to believe it was a bad dream, deep down she knew this was real. She was being hunted for carrying demon blood. What was once a small-town singer, loved by all for her great melodies, beauty and kindness, was now no longer a hated demon, a hunter by the people. Her songs had become simple brainwashing spells. He ran until there was no way to run. He found himself on a closed rocky path, thinking the worst, watching as the horde of villagers approached quickly with people from the church. Her end would come soon, unable to stop crying, until a blue light behind her shone brightly. Behind her was supposed to be a rock wall, but there was a blue portal. The girl did not hesitate to enter the portal as a means of continuing to escape. She did not know what she would find in this unknown portal that came out of nowhere. Knowing that he would die anyway, if he could still go on, he would go as far as he could. The girl entered the portal, but it did not disappear. The horde of villagers could see how the girl entered through the portal, doubting whether to enter or not, thinking that it would be a trap from that demon. But having the presence of people from the church with them in this hunt for this demon, they gave courage that God would guide them to victory, giving courage to everyone to enter the portal and end the life of this demon. Entering the portal, not knowing what awaits them on the other side of the portal, after a few seconds, the portal turned red, eventually closing, leaving no traces before the world. Present. Portals may have been first registered approximately 80 years ago, but no one knows for sure if they had emerged before those 80 years without being highlighted. Inside the red portal, the group of hunters upon crossing the portal did not know that they had turned red, and the scene they were looking at was not a dungeon, but a large snowy forest. It didn't feel at all like a dungeon they always knew about, as it was technically open country while it was snowing. The portal had disappeared. This is somewhat strange, since the portal would always be open, until the dungeon boss is dead. But in this case, as soon as everyone had crossed the portal, it had closed, causing nerves to the hunters present. Since most of those present were novices, they didn't know a few things, or perhaps they hadn't read the manual in its entirety. They couldn't be blamed. Dungeons that do not look like dungeons were special and dangerous cases, being categorized as dangerous. The strength of the monsters varies, but they are all from a B-rank dungeon onwards. And the strength of this dungeon where Rias, Akeno and Issei are, could be a red dungeon with the lowest strength of this type, or stronger. Cases of red portals were rarely seen, so not many people knew about this type of portal, and the information acquired from these portals was made with incursions of supernatural beings with great strength, of which both faction leaders have been. The conditions for the emergence of a red portal are currently unknown and under investigation, but since these are special and rare cases, progress on these cases is slow. They had to be alert of what would happen, since no presences could be felt in the surroundings. Whatever it was, they had to be prepared. And it was just like that. Out of nowhere arrows shot out towards the group. They weren't normal arrows, but ice ones. Some were unlucky in surviving the ambush, while others were able to dodge and repel it. The chestnut had prevented an ice arrow from hitting Akeno's head directly. He almost failed to take the arrow. His eyes still had a faint blue glow. I had activated the eye skill from set 1 of the Hassan Mask skill. Being able to obtain an enormous sensory capacity. Being able to see and notice those responsible. All the arrows were aimed at the head as the target. The hunters who suffered from this attack died instantly, not because their head was pierced, but because the arrow, when it hit, turned into a layer of ice where it hit, freezing it until it was a dead part. That is, they froze their heads until they became solid ice and died. The hand where the chestnut held the ice arrow began to freeze his state, but thanks to the passive immunity to any state change, he managed to nullify the effects of the arrow. I noticed who the responsible ones were. Ice elves would be a kind term to define them. But their characteristics were what most closely resembled them. Every time there were new creatures, it was recorded, and this was already in the records. Another thing that characterizes a red portal are its monsters. Unlike normal portals, its monsters are less intelligent, that is, wild, attacking by instinct. And in a red one, they are smarter, and the way those ice elves attack confirms it. Akeno was surprised, not foreseeing that surprise attack, but thanks to the brown-haired boy she prevented him from suffering any damage. Being a magic arrow, made entirely of magic, she should have been able to sense it, but apparently those elves can even camouflage their attack, as well as their presence for a few moments. There were only 2 elves, managing to kill several of the hunters, being the weakest of the group formed, to then disappear in a quick movement. There was no doubt, this is definitely a red portal, where it is more than clear that it will be of high difficulty. They would be trapped until they defeated the boss. There was no way to ask for help from outside, they were alone. Chapter 64. The hooded girl, after crossing to the other side of the portal, saw that her surroundings were a forest in the middle of the snowy season. I could only notice pine trees. Other than that type of tree, it was just trees with branches without leaves. Without waiting, the girl started running, and after a few seconds, the horde came out of the portal, looking for where the demon had gone. The blizzard was not that intense. Seeing as the ground was covered in snow, the best way to find the girl was by her footsteps, and so it was. Because the blizzard was not so strong, the footprints were not erased by the snow quickly, and they were able to see the footprints, in addition to having the help of the dogs they had with them, and they went in the same direction as the footprints. With the girl, her feet had cuts, walking rough had caused the wounds, and now with the strong cold on her feet, the sensation of cold reached until the girl felt like her feet were burning, to the point of not feeling, and little by little her feet took on a paler color. Thinking that the horde was no longer chasing her, she could walk more slowly, but upon hearing the voices of the horde, the girl started running again. The girl continued running, while the blizzard increased in strength, to the point of removing her hood due to the strong wind, revealing long, beautiful purple hair, orange eyes, white skin. Current events outside the red portal. The reporters who came to take photos to Rias Gremory, after noticing the anomaly that happened to the portal. They did not hesitate to take photos and write down everything that was happening, or what they could, since a large radius magic barrier surrounded the perimeter of the portal, where those outside the barrier could not see anything that was happening inside it. Leaving reporters out of big news, since inside the barrier, there were only authorized personnel. Inside the barrier. After Hilda's call, she notified Ajuka and Betrayal, and that she herself had created the barrier. Starting to give orders to those watching the portal from outside, who didn't know who the blonde was, until Ajuka and Betrayal appeared. Ajuka, being recognized as one of the 4 demon kings, and one of those who bring knowledge to the hunting ground. Betrayal, who is the head of the hunters' headquarters in Japan, being 2 recognized people, began to obey orders. Hilda updated the situation after the emergence of the red portal. There wasn't much to say, other than giving the list of hunters on this raid. Ajuka recognized 3 from the list: Rias Gremory, Himejima Akeno and Hayata Issei. And Betrayal recognized his daughter and his king, which caused an impact on the fallen one, who did not think twice about trying to cross the portal, managing to open cracks to pass through, but the reaction time was so short that it was not possible to pass completely in such a short time. Using magic attacks without disturbing the portal, besides opening and opening, was not easy. The stronger the magic, the greater the disturbance in the portal. Betrayal was more than determined to enter and burn everything in his path. Whoever touches a hair of his little one will not live. While Ajuka, the green-haired man, remained calm, while with magic he made several machines appear, beginning to use it to analyze the portal. There had to be a way to open an opening with as much time as possible to help. If after several cases of red portals, there had to be a way to at least send the most suitable one to that level. If young Hyde is on the other side, there shouldn't be much danger, was what the mouth thought. Knowing the current level of the chestnut, he knows about his ability, and he knows what really happened in the fight against Riser. The chestnut had told him to help if something like what happened with the Phoenix happened again. The chestnut's current level was an S rank in the entire world, almost on par with the masters of various guilds. I just hoped he was more than level enough to face that portal, plus he had the help of Rias and Akeno. Ajuka, Hilda, could you call him to come? It's time to test my bullfighting skills, said the green-haired man to the blonde, who nodded at her lord's order. With the chestnut. The group of hunters, now that they know this is a red portal, the A-rank rookie in great armor took the role of leader. Being the strongest of those present, not counting Rias and Akeno, he began to encourage everyone to continue forward. According to what Ranka says, his name was Akira Kin, and according to his intentions, it was to divide the group into two, in order to clear the dungeon faster, but he himself could not guarantee that everyone would come out alive. There would be some lives sacrificed. So he started choosing who would be the ones who would form the half of the group that would go with him. He rejected some hunters who voluntarily offered to join his group, those hunters being D rank and below. Choosing those from C onwards, where he politely asked Rias and Akeno to be part of his group for a greater chance of survival. A group made up of 3 A ranks would definitely be the ones who would come out alive, but something he didn't count on was the rejection of the 2 girls. It was that the 2 of them would go with those who are D rank and below, since according to Rias, the low ranks required more help from the 2 of them than in the group that Akira formed. Leaving Akira in a bad light, even though he wanted to impress the 2 girls, knowing that those in C rank and below would mostly die. Something that he stopped insisting on after several times that the 2 refused to him, so since there were free places, he was able to give the opportunity to 2 of the low-ranking hunters. Leaving the remaining group consisting of the brown-haired boy, Rias, Akeno along with other D-rank hunters. They would go in the opposite direction from the other group. If they were going to be trapped in this dungeon for several days, it was better to be prepared. And the advantage is that more options had been unlocked in the store based on the chestnut's current level. Now they could not only buy weapons, but also clothes to help them with the cold, as well as some food without going overboard with what they could buy. Something that could buy 5 coats without costing much, 1,000 gold coins each, making a total of 5. No one knew what it was about, not even Rias and Akeno, who thought it was pocket space magic to store items. Although it was quite a coincidence that he had 5 coats at this time, something that the chestnut himself admitted was a mere coincidence. Without wasting time, they began to enter the forest. After walking for 20 minutes, they came across a giant bear of more than 2 meters, being 3 meters. Outside the portal, Ajuka was waiting for someone to arrive, while she explained her plan to Betrayal, who was trying his best to remain calm, since his daughter was involved in this. Something had to be done as soon as possible, and after a few moments, a magic circle appeared, rather 2. And from it appeared 2 people, one was Valley, and the other was the master of the White Tiger Guild, Sanjima Cookie. Chapter 65. The purple-haired girl ran non-stop for her life, fighting against the painful and cold sensation of the strong cold that froze even the smallest part of her. You could hear the horde of people chasing her getting louder and louder. The blizzard was getting stronger, making it impossible for the girl to have a clear view in the direction she was running, but that didn't matter as the wind was slowly dying down. Without noticing where he was going, he ended up entering a cave. When it was already too late, the horde had closed the way. The girl had no choice but to continue forward, ending up on a closed road, with no escape. Being able to notice how the horde was approaching her, she closed her eyes. The last thing that could be seen of the cavern was a strong glow that illuminated from inside the cave. No one who entered it came out. Before the world, the horde group that was chasing the demon girl disappeared without a trace. Some say they died in the hunt, just like the demon girl. Currently, with Issei. After splitting the group in two, our group headed in the opposite direction to the A-rank rookie. A giant bear had appeared in front of them, the group consisting of the brown-haired boy, Rias, Akeno, along with 2 other hunters. Since 3 of the group already had experience, they were able to maintain their position despite the surprise of the giant bear. There was only one. He had great physical strength, he was resistant, but both Rias and Akeno were a problem against the beast. Without knowing, did the bear activate a skill? That was new, a dungeon monster with a skill, well, not so new, remembering the class change dungeon he had to do or the demonic castle, which more than entering the castle, he could barely fight off a Cerberus at the time, but seeing it in a red portal is new. Although he could notice it when he received a warning that the beast had used a skill. Resistance to magical attacks was what gave the beast, making Rias and Akeno's magical attacks less effective. With Akeno being someone who uses magic attacks more than anything, just like Rias, a hand-to-hand fight would be a huge disadvantage in this fight. It was one thing to know the characteristics of a red portal through reading and another to see it with your own eyes, and that is the difference between knowing the abilities of the creatures of a red portal. A single blow was given with precision by the chestnut on the head of the beast, killing it instantly. It was strong, but it was not at the level of the knights he had faced, but still, it gave a good experience bonus. They had to find the boss of this dungeon, otherwise, they would never get out. Both Rias and Akeno can be of great help to avoid deaths, but if there are other creatures with the ability to resist magic attacks, it would be a disadvantage. Where would the dungeon boss be? It was something that no one knew. You had to search, nor was there a way to feel the magical power in the place. It was as if something or someone was interfering with being able to feel the magic clearly. But the good thing is that communication magic could be used normally, but since the brown-haired boy didn't know how to use magic in the slightest. One thing that Rias solved that problem, and that is giving him a communicator that intertwines with the communication magic, created by Ajuka and Azazel. It would be a bad idea to go separately, but this time they would be careful. But seeing the sky, they had to rest. A red portal cannot be finished in a single day, much less since in this raid the majority are novices. For now they would rest. Tomorrow they would start looking for the dungeon boss. The chestnut divided the group. He would go a different way, and Rias and Akeno along with the other 2 C and D rank hunters would go another way. Food had to be obtained, and using the player skill shop would not be a good idea, since the 5 cold weather sleeping bags were already quite a coincidence, so he would eat the meat of the giant bear they killed. By gathering branches and using a little fire magic, the bear meat was cooked. It didn't taste bad, or even good, but just okay. A flavor that didn't seem good to Rias and Akeno. It wasn't their fault, since they had never eaten what they found in a dungeon, something that for the family they come from. This experience was new, eating this way, which meant I had no choice. It was eat and regain strength to finish this dungeon, or die. The final decision is very clear. The night would be cold and dangerous. The best thing is that one stays alert to alternate dreams. Day after. The night passed peacefully, without any monster attacks on the group. There was not a big difference between night and day, since the gray clouds blocked the light, always giving a cloudy day, almost like dusk, even though it was still daytime. The group split up to go find the dungeon boss, without engaging in combat with him, but rather meeting up later. It still sounded like a bad idea. There was no option, something the brown-haired man had to find the boss faster than the others. After separating, the chestnut climbed the tallest pine tree he could find, to give an aerial view, looking to see if he could notice any movements. But instead of encountering monsters, he could notice how at a long distance he could notice a cave. But that was not the strange thing. But seeing it better, he could notice how a glow flickered inside it. His sense stats were high enough to be able to clearly notice from a great distance, something that could find the boss there. He had nothing to lose in searching there. It was a good place to start searching. Seeing the direction where the cave was, to start jumping through each branch of the pines until reaching that cave. An hour later, with Rias. The group of 4 hunters were walking stealthily, while Akeno applied magic to the ground to sense movements within range. There was no encounter with any creature. There was a great silence around the place, until a communication circle appeared in Rias's right ear. It was created by the communicator given to the brown-haired man. Apparently it was a good idea to get this type of communicators, still being a prototype. His brother was able to persuade Ajuka and Azazel to use the invention for a test. Apparently he had to meet with him. His tone of voice seemed a little altered. Giving their location, the group immediately went to where the chestnut tree indicated. Where they found?
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.